You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 78. Yep, we have gone that far. And this one is going to be kind of ourselves. We do have a guest with us tonight, Mr. David Borden. But that's because he's also, part of the discussion, as well as highly educated, as he has been part of the drug control strategy, at least on the this side of the fence, educating through Stop the Drug War, etc. So I want to thank of course David for joining us tonight. And we're actually just gonna kind of get right into it. This is kind of our own discussion, so we're going to be ping-ponging around specifically as we have points and ideas around this. I just ask, please just keep your your mic off. That way any coughs, hits, etc. don't necessarily cause the camera to shift otherwise. With that, Um, Hi, I'm your guest tonight. At least I'm your spokesperson's moderating the discussion. My name is Etienne Fontaine. And Veterans Action Council has put together and is submitting our talking points as anybody has the opportunity currently up until Monday at midnight. Basically, the Drug Enforcement Agency is rescheduling cannabis, and because it's rescheduling cannabis, it has opened up a time period where you are allowed to anybody, the public at large, can submit any comments on what is transpiring, good, the bad, the ugly, etc. Last I had read, there was over 30,000 comments input, at least this week. And of course, I expect more people, including the Veterans Action Council, will be submitting ours. So, with that in mind, our discussion basically kicks off with, and I'm going to start this one kind of directly to David, who actually directly benefits from the change in Schedule 3. We know that, there has been, concerns about pharmaceutical companies, because they there were or have been a concern because Schedule 3 allows them access as well as it follows the FDA protocol, which most professional pharmacies, pharmaceutical manufacturers follow. However, people seem to forget that to bring a new drug to market takes approximately a few $1 billion and approximately 10 years. So it is also just outright has been available to pharmaceutical companies, and they created Marinol, they created which is dronabinol. We saw Epidiolex, when we have seen various other cannabis drugs that have been necessarily derived. So a lot of the fear is that the pharmaceutical companies would have outright control from the get-go. And I think we can, make people aware that it is not going to change the current system that is in place with the 10th Amendment realities. However, it is going to open up quite a few access points. So, with that in mind, David, thank you for joining us tonight. Who do you see is going to directly benefit potentially from Schedule 3?
There are at least two clear benefits. One of them is eliminating the 280E tax on cannabis businesses, and the other making it easier to secure permission to do research with cannabis. The 280E, well, you're directly affected by this, but as someone who has talked to people in the space, including you, it seems to me that a 280E is an industry killer, and it can't go on forever. That much of the sector, especially in the west of the country, is operating unprofitably, and that not change. Businesses are going to close. I'm sure we've already seen that. It's the smaller businesses who are the most vulnerable to that, or whose principals have the most to lose, or most proportionately to their means. We see there are all kinds of downstream effects from situations like that. One of them, I believe, is particularly in the West, again, that businesses are unable to consistently provide the level of security, or do take the large steps, design steps to improve their security and keep their employees safe. And that's something I started thinking about while doing my report on cannabis store robberies, which analyzed what the big surge that happened in Washington State. But I realized by doing that, you just don't see nearly so many reports in the East, and there have to be reasons for that. And the financial condition of the businesses is probably one of them. We'd also, looking at it from the equity standpoint, and maybe we have some members of that community listening here today. If or when a small business owner decides to sell or is forced to sell, the equity questions are how much, the equity question is how much will that person take home for their long labors to use toward their lives or to invest again in their communities. That's a fundamental part of equity. Read about the economics of long-term structural unprofitability. You see issues like businesses cutting back on the opportunities they provide to their staffs to do things that will improve their skills and make them advance their careers. We're seeing layoffs, so that's a really big one. As far as the research side, I would like to learn more about how it affects things, but certainly lots of people talk about it easing the way to research. To do research, I've also heard people say the law that did ease the way to research on cannabis will paradoxically have an effect of making things more difficult after Schedule 3 happens. But still, and the research, with the research angle, it's probably less about FDA qualification, because if it's in the interests of a large enough entity to qualify cannabis through the FDA, which it might not be, they have the resources to do it, regardless of the schedule. So it's probably more the smaller studies. And, with more people, more adults anyway, using cannabis, more varieties of cannabis, there's a need to improve our understanding of the health impacts, the good ones, the negative ones, what are groups of people who might want to be wary of something, watch out for something, who are the groups who might benefit the most. So patients and regular users via the research that ought to be facilitated are also a group benefiting directly or indirectly. Sorry if that was a long answer, given our long list of.
No. I mean, it's there's a lot of potential benefits that we see, from healthcare providers having access, research institutions having potentially easier pathways to doing research, which, as we know, is what has been lacking. But as we know, it hasn't been lacking internationally, but we know that domestically they want to see more of that, which is why one of our members, Brian Buckley, is doing his own and has his own IRB, because he can't wait anymore for studies on veterans and PTS. He has access to do it now once we get that funded. So and of course, legal and regulatory bodies moving this out of Schedule 1 will and 2 will also allow that. Patients with specific medical conditions, and of course advocacy organizations. It seems Shane has been able to join us. We're on our first question. We're going to go to Michael Krawitz, which is our first question, which is who actually directly benefits from the change in Schedule 3? And then I'm going to go to Shane. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us, Shane. I really appreciate it. Shane Pennington is one of our sort of go-to experts, legal representative who seems to be in the middle of a lot of the more in intense conversations around federal cannabis issues, and it's just amazing all the legal issues that have come up, so much more complicated than we thought it would be when we thought, oh, well, we would legalize cannabis, and when we legalize cannabis, we all get to sit on the porch on a rocking chair. We legalize cannabis, and now we're trying to even, wrangle what our definition of legalization is. It isn't even really as settled as I thought it was. But I just wanted to say a couple of things to that question about who directly benefits from this. The first thing is that I think we have to, this thing I'm about to say would fit in a lot of places here today, certainly in the history section. But I think it's very important to mention this is something we asked for. The cannabis movement asked for this. We didn't just ask for it, we demanded it. We went in court in 1971 and demanded rescheduling and fought for many years with some of our frontline cannabis activist resources, Normal and other entities, fighting for almost a decade before finally this sort of took a back seat to other efforts like state level reforms, state initiatives, other legal avenues, even international work. So I just think it's worth mentioning and reiterating that this is something we asked for. We demanded it. We wanted at the time, and this is in the history section, but our go-to leader, Bob Randall, was actually willing to accept Schedule 2, which our movement is most certainly not willing to accept today. Schedule 3 is far better than Schedule 2, for several reasons. So that this is even more than what we thought we were going to get back in the day, and it's something that we've asked for. And then the other thing I want to just sort of touch on, because I've worked with so many people out in the field and have talked with so many people out in our cannabis movement, I'm very, cognizant of the fact that we have a very, very large percentage, even a majority of our cannabis, sort of movement or culture that is very, very suspicious of big corporate entities, big corporate powers, especially big pharma. And anything that we see that changes, I think we almost immediately jump to the conclusion that big pharma must be manipulating this, big pharma must be behind this, big pharma must be benefiting from this. First, let me say, big pharma has a good way of benefiting from a lot of things and manipulating a lot of things. So those can both be true at the same time. But having said that, there's nothing really in Schedule 3 that gives an edge to big pharma that they didn't already have a better edge before. Big pharma was able to handle cannabis, just not able to grow it inside the United States so easily. But like GW Pharma and Bayer and all these guys that set up the grow rooms in the UK and got the United Kingdom government to say yes, and they just did all their research from there. And then once the research is done, they bring it in a package form, and on paper, and our FDA is very happy to accept it. So there really has never been a stumbling block to big pharma researching cannabis. That's not to say that they might, not benefit from, some of the changes that we make. But I think any of the changes that we're making right now are going to benefit small pharma as much as big pharma, and level the playing field, at least for a moment. That's my take on it, for what it's worth.
Councilmember Crosby, welcome.
Hello, happy to be here. Hope everybody's doing well. So the benefits of Schedule 3, I don't know if anybody touched on it, but it's going to be able to be insured. People are going to be able to go purchase it, or get a doctor's prescription, and it eventually be in a pharmacy. And from what I understand about Schedule 3, I mean, it's a lot of the meds that are prescribed very frequently are like the Schedule 3, and a lot of times they'll hand that out like candy. Hopefully they are that liberal with cannabis. Eventually, hopefully we'll get there. And another thing, I think the patients would again, the patients would benefit because of the standardization of what big pharma will be bringing into this wider scope of consumers. And I think the research and the heavily funded research, when it's allowed to be NIH funded, we're going to learn a lot about cannabis, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, David pointed out in our chat there that of course Schedule 3 will also cause some criminal penalties to be reduced or eliminated. So Shane, you're a lawyer. What are your thoughts on this reality of who benefits?
I mean, I think Michael really nailed most of it. So let's just walk through. I don't know how much time we have. I could talk about this for quite a while. But I guess
we have our own time frame. Just to know, there is no time frame. Take as much.
It's an important question, and I've gotten it so many times, and I've seen so many online debates about this issue. So let's talk about who benefits. First of all of the companies, right, that are currently selling cannabis under state law automatically benefit. Because 280E, the tax penalty that applies to those businesses, just automatically disappears overnight, reducing their effective tax burden by, for many of them, 80%. It's literally going to save the industry from going straight down the drain. The second group that I think benefits are the medical professionals and doctors who are already recommending cannabis and treatment to patients, and the patients, and the regulators who regulate those professions. Because in recognizing that cannabis has a currently accepted medical use based on interstate use at the state level, that's a historic thing. It's the first time the executive branch has done that. And it didn't just do it through, a little memo. It did it through a massive analysis backed by the highest legal authority in the executive branch and the most expert scientific agency in the world in HHS. And so that benefits everybody involved in the medical supply chain automatically, because it gives them the respect that they'd been denied for decades and decades. Whereas before, under federal law, these folks were drug dealers, and the people that they were serving and the patients who they were helping were considered drug addicts and abusers. Now the federal government has recognized that had it all completely backwards. And in fact, this is accepted and legitimate medical use at the state level. It's also a victory just for states' rights in general. It recalibrates the federal government's approach to drug policy at a time when that's a very hot button issue. So if you think about the abortion issue and mifepristone and all of that, this is a big war that's being waged, and it goes much broader than cannabis. In fact, it goes straight back to our founding and the Federalists and Anti-Federalists. I won't get into a big schoolhouse rock about it, but suffice to say that part of the genius of the American regime is its division of power, not just among three branches of governments, but also between the federal government and the state government. And that's premised on the idea that the states are better situated and better equipped and just better at governing things that affect directly public health and safety, like the practice of medicine. And so recognizing state authority over that benefits all of us by, because federalism protects our basic freedoms. In fact, it's a foundational thing I think that a lot of us forget about, because it's been protecting us since, old James Madison and all, put it in there, but it nonetheless is extremely important. I'd like to, I could keep going and going, but all the folks that were pardoned, the folks who under state law the states who have already followed suit, including Maryland and others, who are being let out of prison because of this. There are also all the folks we're already working with the Sentencing Commission to get sentences reduced as soon as Schedule 3 becomes a reality. That will benefit untold numbers of folks under federal and state law because of the way that sentencing works. Then there's just the general removal of stigma that's associated with Schedule 1. This could keep the scientists and researchers who've been locked out of the lab for decades for no reason. The list goes on. It's monumental. It's absolutely historic. And so before I stop, I'd just like to just quickly address those myths. So first of all, Michael covered it very well. I just want to make a point. If you're the pharmaceutical industry and you want to come take over the cannabis industry right now, basically any of the major pharma companies could just buy them with the pocket change in their couch cushions and just flush them down the toilet and seriously not think about it ever again. Like, you really should just do yourself a favor, go look at the market and budget of these companies, look at the power they have over lobbying, and then look at the size of the cannabis industry, which, it's important. It creates, thousands and thousands of American jobs. But to the pharmaceutical industry, it's less than a gnat on the back of a hippo, right? It's nothing. And that's important for folks to understand, because the pharmaceutical industry has been in this game forever already. They have Marinol, Dronabinol, Sativex, Syndros, Epidiolex recently. They've been making cannabis-based and cannabis-derived medicines since the 80s, and they've had no problem doing that. So if you think that they're just arriving, you're late to the party. This has been going on. So that's really not the question. The question is, the status quo going to change? And you bet it will if the cannabis industry is no longer circling the drain, because 280E is no longer dragging them down like some kind of perverse Kafkaesque anchor, right? Once that if you say that you're the pharma industry and you want to take over cannabis and just run it over and steamroll it, put aside the fact that you already could do that anytime you want, right? But if you wanted to, would it be easier or harder with that industry circling the drain because of 280E? Obviously, it would be easier because they're weaker and they're more vulnerable, right? Once they have this influx of cash from the removal of 280E, the industry becomes stronger. There are even more jobs. It becomes more stable. It becomes more legitimate in the eyes of the federal government. That makes it harder, not easier, to take it over. Okay. And I want to be clear that I'm not some rose-colored glasses, naive person who doesn't understand the power, the awesome kind of terrifying power of some of these interest groups like pharma. I do get it. We all should be concerned in many ways about that. If you need proof of that, I mean, I'm sure all of us are affected by the opioid abuse problem, the overdose epidemic that's going on. Pharma is killing us, right? And in many ways, it's a very big problem, and we should all be afraid. But Schedule 3 is helping, not hurting. So I'll just stop there. I mean, I could keep going. If there are any other myths that you'd like to have addressed, I mean, this is a good thing. And the fact that we have to prove it is kind of astonishing, but happy to do so.
We'll go there. As you saw from our list of questions, we're trying to break it down so we don't overwhelm the viewer, because there's a lot of layers to this onion on top of. I'm going to just do a slight correction here, because as the oldest dispensary in the United States, I have been fighting 280E for 7 years. And unfortunately, for those who have been caught up in 280E, it's not going to stop the cases that are in offer and compromise, etc. Unfortunately, although the National Cannabis Industry Association will be circulating legislation for people who have been hit by 280 to get that back, that's still a long way over the horizon. However, those of us that are in those 280E fights, unfortunately, they don't just magically disappear. Lord knows we wish they did, but still, for the other 10,000 and other ancillary businesses, this is a huge weight collectively off of our backs. Council.
Yeah, if I could clarify, it doesn't retroactively.
Correct.
So going forward, so those taxes no longer, or the penalties no longer accrue, right, from the moment that rule becomes effective 30 days after publication in the Federal Register. So yes, you're correct. I wish that it would retroactively fix things. But,
brother, trust me. Leslie, you have a follow-up, and then Pearson also has a follow-up.
Yeah. Something Shane said about the pharmaceutical companies just having the ability to come in and just squash the little guys. I mean, we saw that in the hemp industry. As soon as we had federal legalization, they were able to use their funds across state lines. They were able to use their infrastructure from big ag and the sorts. And I see Schedule 3 helping the pharmaceutical companies because they're going to be able to set up that infrastructure. They're going to have less restrictions about going interstate and importing and exporting. And they're going to be the only ones that are going to be able to start testing those waters because of it being research. So that's where I see it really helping the pharmaceutical companies.
So I wonder what this will do to interstate commerce.
If I could address that, it actually doesn't change a thing about interstate commerce. It doesn't legalize any interstate commerce whatsoever. All of the possession, distribution, manufacturing, you name it.
I would have to disagree with you. That for research purposes, they can get special allowances through the government to do it for medical research and for it to stay within those lines.
They can already do that with Schedule 1. In fact, I've represented many of those entities, including Dr. Sue Sisley, Scottsdale Research Institute.
But Schedule 3 will have less restrictions. It will be easier. Same with the import-export.
This is a myth. This is a myth. In 2022, President Biden signed into law the Cannabidiol and Medical Marijuana Research Expansion Act. It changed the restrictions, tightened them up, actually. A lot of people thought that it was going to relax them. It actually tightened the restrictions on cannabis research, and it made those restrictions applicable to marijuana as marijuana, not based on schedule. So with all other drugs, it's like if you look at the Controlled Substances Act, normally its schedules 1 and 2 are treated a certain way, then 3 through 5 are treated another way for purposes of DEA registration for research. But with cannabis, now that there's this law that's cannabis specific, it no longer matters what schedule cannabis is in for research. Now we hope that after this is done, that Congress will loosen the restrictions on cannabis research. I guess my first point is like, it actually doesn't loosen the restrictions on research, but like, if it did, that would be a great thing. I would welcome that. And I don't think that we should, look, my opinion is, and I'll shut up after this so that you can rebut, but I think that when the federal government is blocking science, we are in an effective imposed dark age. That is something that we should all be terrified about. And I'm not sure exactly what your concern is based on the hemp industry. I'm eager to hear, but I just can't imagine how anyone could argue that we're better off with the federal government making research of anything harder.
Well, I absolutely agree with you there. What I did see in the hemp industry is about 95% of the businesses going out of business. So I hope you are correct that, this isn't going to give any sort of leverage to the situation.
I'm
Pearson,
going to post in the chat something that I wrote about this. That way people can read it and decide for themselves.
Pearson, your follow-up?
Along the same, not along the same lines, actually. So I'm up here in Alaska, legal THC, decriminalized since 1972. I was one of the first transportation company owners for cannabis distribution in the state of Alaska for agriculture, for growers to shops. I traveled the state, so I got really involved with all the owners, and my question is, you sound pretty certain on it not having interstate commerce, but with Schedule 3, like, so they're turning into Schedule 3 with restrictions, and so if we're Schedule 3 and it's federally legalized, I can't get cannabis from Kansas flown up to Alaska under the metric system, the seed to sale, and okay, so it won't be federally legalized, then it'll just be Schedule 3 state by state.
Not only will it not be, you're correct, not only will it not be federally legalized, it'll still be, unfortunately, categorically federally criminalized. The federal government is, I think less likely to enforce any of those criminal provisions.
So the insurance companies won't, Big Pharma won't touch that then.
So insurance works hand in hand, as your question implies, with Big Pharma. There's no law that makes them do that. It just is how it.
I'm sorry. Not with Big Pharma, but the legal recreational industry now, legal or medical, depending on which state you're in. I'm sorry I cut you off, but what I'm questioning is I'm trying to figure out what the best play is for one of my buddies up here that are in the cannabis industry on the like nose to the grindstone that don't have conversations like this. So that's my biggest worry for them. Those companies getting pushed out because they can because they'll be able to buy from Thailand. Storefronts will be able to buy from Thailand, and that doesn't include the $800 in retail cannabis tax per pound up here.
Sure. Yeah, you're out
So,
there in Alaska. I can imagine the interstate
yeah, yeah.
issues pretty important. And unfortunately, it won't change the restrictions on interstate commerce from at all for Schedule
Okay.
1 to Schedule 3. It won't
Well,
change import
that
export.
that's a good thing. That's a good thing for Alaska grows. Like when we first started, we had like 700. I think we lost. We're down to like under 200 now, and we're expected to lose another 20%. It's renewal season for licenses, and there's a couple great companies that are set up, and but there's so many that are just dropping like flies because of the total burden of it. But cool. All right, that's reassuring for them, and I am looking forward to like $3 grams from Thailand eventually.
Maybe,
Okay, I
maybe
gotta
one
keep
day.
things.
And I mean, this is different than hemp. I just want to say one thing about what the 2018 Farm Bill did, and I realize it might be changing, but it said that states can't interfere with interstate commerce in hemp. There is no
Yeah, it's
such
THC
provision.
different. Yeah.
Yeah, totally different. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
David.
Just a thought looking back on the pharma questions. Hopefully, this will be a case of a rising tide lifting all boats, and if it lifts up the sailboats, then maybe it's okay if it also lifts up the super tankers, or since you guys are veterans, let's say aircraft carriers.
Yeah, nor here nor there. But it brings up. We had a second question that we kind of pulled back, but it is still applicable to the discussion. And we touched greatly on big pharmaceutical, but does the move from Schedule 3 give big pharmaceutical an edge on the dispensary system as a whole?
I mean,
there's
what's
no
the
competition.
rationale
Go ahead.
for that? What's the rationale for that? I've never understood. I hear this question, but I never understand where it's coming from exactly.
I think it's because people think that all of a sudden it's Schedule 3, that all of a sudden cannabis is now going to be available at their local pharmacy, which of course is not a reality, right? And we have created these, we are the lead of the second generation of dispensaries in the country. The first one being, Dennis Perone, Jeff Jones, etc. And we have established ourselves, locally, regionally, etc. But don't get me wrong, the pharmaceuticals have a distribution system that we can't handle nor touch, but they're not in medical cannabis at the rate that I think consumers think that this would happen. So that's where that question comes from, because as a dispensary owner, that's what I get asked. That people are like, oh, so you guys are out of business, you guys gonna have to shut down now since it's now going to be federally regulated. And I have to remind them, we did this all under Schedule 1. Okay, we're not changing under Schedule 3. You know what I'm saying? We have set these realities for what they are, and we created we took the objective reality that was happening, we didn't like it, we inserted it our own, and we have been successful in that as it's been replicated state by state. But I still hear from my patients that fear that now they're going to have to go overpay at the pharmacy for their cannabis, which of course we know isn't the case. So that's kind of where that came from. Michael,
if I could explain just real briefly.
Shane,
go ahead,
then Michael.
I don't want to cut you. Okay. So I think people are confusing two different concepts in federal law, neither of which is well understood. The first is FDA approval of a drug for interstate marketing under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Okay. The second is rescheduling. Normally, there's a reason why people kind of blur these things. Normally, I'm talking about almost always, in the decades since the Controlled Substances Act has existed, since 1970, they have gone together. In other words, a Schedule 1 substance couldn't get out of Schedule 1 unless and until it was FDA approved as a drug for interstate marketing under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Cannabis has broken the mold. It is not FDA approved for interstate marketing. I unless they change the standard, it's not ever going to be approved by FDA for interstate marketing. Yet, unlike any drug in the CSA's history, it is being rescheduled and moved out of Schedule 1, right? That is what is causing all of this confounding and confusion, because people think, oh my God, now it's an FDA approved medicine like Epidiolex, right? That means this pharma companies will be able to get a monopoly on it. There will be interstate commerce. It'll be a prescription drug, which means that we're going to have to deal with all the GMP and all those FDA requirements that are so terrible. None of that is true. It is still FDA, it is still subject to the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, just like every other substance in the world, right? But it is not coming into the pharma pipeline through the FDCA. Of course, just as the pharma companies got Syndros and Epidiolex approved, put them through that, cost them billions of dollars, but they did it, right? They could do that with another cannabis-related compound in the future. Nothing's stopping them. But even that wouldn't change the status of bud, right? It wouldn't change the status of weed under state law, because that is not changing because of rescheduling. The only thing that is changing is that the federal government has recognized it has a currently accepted medical use based on state level medical use. That's going to reduce the tax burdens. It's going to reduce the stigma. And it's going to therefore sort of open up commerce intrastate and sort of reduce the barriers and penalties through, indirect means, through prosecutors are going to be less likely to prosecute, charges are less likely to be filed, and that sort of thing. None of this has anything to do with shoving cannabis into the pharma pipeline.
Michael.
Yeah, so we've been getting a lot of feedback and working a little bit with Adam and those guys with the I forget what they even call it now. It's the Craft Cannabis Association, working on interstate commerce pacts. And they've got a few governors that now have been looking at, and at least one or two governors that have actually signed laws that would create a pact, an interstate pact between two friendly, let's call them friendly medical marijuana states. So I guess my question as I wrote it was, is there any state level fix to this interstate stuff, or is it just federal law that will open up the possibility for medical marijuana interstate stuff?
The things that you just said are, I think, the most creative attempts. One other idea that I came up with and that I've written about that I won't take too much time on, but you're welcome to look it up if you want. Because cannabis is going to be Schedule 3, the CSA contemplates direct dispensing of cannabis as a drug. That's not really opening up interstate commerce, but it is a legitimate path to sort of even more, sort of federally blessed medical use. But really, to fix this problem, you're going to have to do some surgery on federal law, either through a constitutional amendment or legislation. I mean, look, I think that I'm always looking for creative ideas, right? Maybe some genius out there will find a way. I haven't seen it yet.
Someone will pierce that veil eventually. All right, let's move on to that next question there. Peggy, council member.
Why is Schedule 3 the minimum legitimate schedule the DEA could have chosen? And I ask this specifically because we know that all animals, including vertebrates and invertebrates, have been found to have endocannabinoid systems.
The answer to that is very frustrating, but actually fairly straightforward. So the reason that DEA can't go, well, I guess it could go further than Schedule 3. It could go to 4 or 5. In order to do that, it would have to make all the findings that have already been made. Plus, it would have to say that cannabis has an abuse potential less than substances in Schedules 4 and 5. That relative abuse potential finding could justify a less restrictive schedule. It can't deschedule, however, for a very frustrating reason, which has to do with international treaties and a provision of the law that I think is unconstitutional that requires DEA to criminalize certain substances when the UN and the WHO criminalize them under a treaty that we're a signatory to. And so that's very frustrating. I think it's unconstitutional. If it ends up, if I ever get a chance, I'll challenge it in court, and Michael will be one of the expert witnesses. But until then, that's why we're stuck in at least Schedule 1 through 5. But you're correct. Your question is right on that DEA could conceivably move it to 4 or 5. Now, why they didn't, I think that's because the federal government is a slow moving ship, is the short answer.
And many of us, we've all been part of the government, so we're well aware of that slow reality. Michael, and then on to the next question.
Yeah, so I just wanted to chime in there. That question was one that I thought would be a good opportunity to just make this case that, the arguments that they make, why Marinol, the legal FDA approved THC drug, it's a synthetic THC. They call it dronabinol. They call it THC dronabinol. So it's just THC. Essentially, as far as I understand, the drug company could use sourced plant material from other countries, put it into the sesame seed oil capsule in another country and bring it here as a finished product. And I don't think the DEA would care if it's plant-based or synthetic THC. The rub being that to grow the cannabis inside the United States was hard. But there's other places around the world where they're still growing and have always grown cannabis rather liberally. But anyway, I digress. The problem for me has always been that Marinol was and is Schedule 3 for quite a while now. And it was down scheduled from Schedule 2 for its safety and low abuse potential and stuff like that. And this is essentially just THC in a sesame seed oil capsule. So you're basically, from an FDA perspective, saying that either it is the same and cannabis should be treated the same, or they're saying that somehow putting it in a sesame seed oil capsule is somehow a delivery device that lowers abuse potential, or somehow the size of the dose lowers abuse potential, which I've always found to be very specious arguments, at least certainly debatable. And the bottom line being that whole cannabis and the cannabis extracts that the government was studying at the time were Schedule 1. They handed that off to industry, who then made a product and put it out on the market, and the DEA awarded them Schedule 2 on something that was just previously Schedule 1 and hadn't changed a bit. It was just now made by a drug company. And then after that, which I thought was fascinating, the drug companies went around and rescheduled dronabinol, Marinol, after the FDA and the DEA were convinced to go to Schedule 3. They had to, because the states have their own scheduling, many of them, they had to go around all these states and have a lobbying effort to change the schedule of Marinol at the state level. And two things: one, that was successful. Here's this marijuana essentially reform right under our noses that the cannabis movement didn't even know happened for the most part. And two, that it was such a wide scale thing, it was almost taken as no movement on the field for cannabis reform. In fact, I'd say it was, no movement on the field for cannabis reform, even though that was a huge thing, rescheduling cannabis extract, THC, in a sesame seed oil pill to Schedule 3. So to me, as far as fairness, and I think let me say one more thing. I know this is taking a lot of time, but I think this is really cool, and I just thought of it. But our buddy Carl Olson years ago got an in-depth conversation with the FDA, and he was asking him, like, why is this, like this, about the THC and the sesame seed oil and everything. And they, basically gave the answer that I'm giving you. That's where I got these answers from, is from the FDA themselves, about the delivery device and about all that. And it was just the funniest back and forth between him and the FDA. And at the end of the day, there was no difference. There is no difference. The FDA admits that there is no difference of the product, essentially. And this was the one takeaway, was that they said, as a matter of policy, is an unwritten policy, but a norm, is that no extract drug, no derivative drug would be more, no plant material would be more restrictively scheduled than the derivative drug. In other words, if you get some, drug like THC from plant material, the plant material will be less restrictively scheduled, not more restrictively scheduled, than the more dangerous, ostensibly boiled down derivative drug. So they broke the mold on that and went the wrong way. And I think to this day, and I'll finish with that, to this day, I think it's the only drug that you'll find in the entire pharmacopoeia where the cannabis whole plant material is more restrictively scheduled than the active ingredient, so to speak, or a derivative drug.
Well stated, Michael. Thank you for that. Our next question, this one is specifically, we crafted this one for you, Shane. So we're glad you showed up. Leslie, you've got the next question.
Oh, and this is something I'm so curious about because I'm not a fan of the synthetic cannabinoids. The question is, what would the rescheduling to Schedule 3 have? How would it impact on the novel cannabinoids?
Well, so I guess there are two answers. There's a direct effect and then an indirect effect answer. So the direct effect is not at all. DOJ went out of its way, so did HHS, to say, like, look, we're talking about marijuana as defined in the Controlled Substances Act, which excludes hemp. Most of the cannabinoids that you're talking about fall into one of two camps. They either, well, I guess you could divide them up a couple ways. One way to divide them up is if they have the Delta 9 level, right, to qualify as marijuana. If they do, then they're going to move to Schedule 3, right? If they don't, then they're hemp. And so those are not being affected by this at all. Those have already been descheduled unless they qualify separately as tetrahydrocannabinols under the Controlled Substances Act, which is a separately listed Schedule 1 reservation or designation that's reserved for synthetic THCs, which DEA, rightly or wrongly, has defined very broadly to include basically everything that you synthesize from hemp or marijuana, right? So if you think about Delta 8 synthesized from CBD, in DEA's mind, that isn't marijuana, but it might be hemp, but it's also synthetic tetrahydrocannabinols and therefore a Schedule 1 substance. Same thing with THCA, and presumably, I'm speculating here to some extent, but because DEA has already said that about all of these different cannabinoids, I assume it would say the same about many others. Now, of course, this is all debatable. It's all subject to challenge, and the 2024 Farm Bill is coming down the pipe. So this is an area that is changing and shifting. But for right now, scheduling is not what you have to worry about. What you have to worry about is DEA, first of all, and second of all, Congress. And I guess the states that are kind of going after those.
Well,
Leslie?
I mean, first we have to be clear that none of these novel cannabinoids are going to contain Delta 9 because these are isolated compounds. What we do need to look at is the definition of marijuana, and it does state analogs and derivatives and whatnot. And so some of these novel cannabinoids are keys that are very similar to Delta 9 that open the same lock and sometimes more aggressively. So, I think there needs to be something in place, especially when we talk about abuse potential and manufacturing practices or whatnot. So I'm really curious what is going to come down the pipeline because I've been appalled at what's happened in the hemp industry.
Right. So the thing I don't disagree with your textual reading of the definition of marijuana, right? I agree with you. Of course, to be marijuana, it has to have the Delta 9 level anyway. So it's not,
No, an analog in chemistry is something that's very similar in structure that has the same effect or a similar
but because of the hemp definition, which is
No. This is it says analogs and derivatives. So I have a chemistry background, and so these things they're similar. They would, in my mind, fall in line as an analog. So I don't think, and others are arguing currently right now that these things don't even supposed to be considered hemp. So I'm just wondering how this Schedule 3 is going to affect that conversation that's already in place.
I want to try one more time to answer this, and it could be that I just don't understand and that I just don't get it. Right? That's possible, but I do think I do, and it's important enough that I want to try to break it down. So we have like the cannabis plant, right? Marijuana includes a whole bunch of stuff in it, and it includes all parts, whether growing or not, seeds thereof, resin extracted from any such part, every compound, manufacture, salt, derivative, mixture, or preparation of such plants, its seeds, or resin, but it does not include hemp. as defined in 1639 O of Title 7,
I think
right?
where you're misunderstanding is the chemical definitions of what an analog is and what a derivative is, or a stereoisomer, or any of those things. Because, you know, if it's similar, then it's analog. So it would fall in more of the definition of marijuana and not in the definition of hemp.
Yeah, I think I'm just not you're right. I'm not a scientist, so it's, entirely possible that I don't understand. What I will say is that I've worked with DEA on many of these sort of novel cannabinoids that have come out and sort of brought these issues to them. And every single time, DEA is like, all right, is it synthesized? Which is another scientific term, right? Which I don't know exactly what that means, but they always think it's synthesized. Let's put it that way. And so the way that they do the analysis is, does it have the delta 9 concentration? If yes, marijuana, right? If no, is it synthesized? And almost always the answer is yes to them. And then they say, okay, so that means delta 8, delta 10, THCA, THCO, on and on. They've said all qualify not as marijuana or hemp. They actually acknowledge that they might qualify as hemp under certain constructions. But the point is that they find them to be synthetic THC and therefore Schedule 1 on that basis. I think that is a challengeable, or like, that's something I think reasonable people can disagree with. But
it's a leap of faith of sorts. Yeah.
Well, it's already in place with other things. I mean, like ecstasy, MDMA, and then it went to MDA and then sassafras. But let me read you the definition of a chemical analog. It is a compound that is structurally similar to another chemical compound, but differs slightly in composition, often by the substitution of one or more atoms or functional groups with different atoms or groups. These structural modifications can result in compounds with similar chemical properties and biological activities, though the degree of similarity can vary. So the definition states that. So these chemical analogs should fall under the line of marijuana, not hemp.
So the definition of marijuana in the CSA doesn't use the word analog. There is an analog act, but it has a different definition of analog, which I'm happy to read if you want. But the bottom line is the federal government doesn't enforce the Analog Act anymore. So I hope some of that helps, but I don't want to hijack the whole thing here, going round and round about CSA definitions and science questions I don't understand anyway.
Yeah, we need to move on. This is just becoming circular. Next up would be Council Member Landry.
Hello, good to see all the council members, and nice meeting you, Shane. And my question is, we covered a lot of different things from, Peggy's mentioned the animals, and how we're still arresting people for this plant, and how violent that sounds when there's companies making millions and millions of dollars, so I'm glad to be here and working to stop all that. So you may have mentioned some of this, Shane, some of this question, what would we like to see happen as a result of Schedule 3 legal dispensing authority versus prescribing authority, VA test cases, pilot access program, CMEs? That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, good to meet you too. And I think that depends on where you're sitting, right? I guess personally, what I want is business to be opened. I want criminal restrictions to be reduced. I want barriers to entry at the state and federal level to be ameliorated. And I want research more than anything to be opened up. To get there, and I guess to get to what we might call the promised land, which again, we all, I think, might define it a little differently depending on our background and what we are after in life and with cannabis, right? But however you define it, for the vast majority of people, it's going to take a lot more than Schedule 3. Schedule 3 is a step toward that promised land, but we have a lot of work left to do once we take that first step.
Michael, you got to follow up.
Yeah, I just wanted to really, talk a little bit about Veterans Action Council's wish list. I think it's really great, actually, that we've put a lot of time in our working group meetings into, sort of mind engineering the future, not just being reactionary to things happening today or some of our historical work, which is really important, remembering and understanding the past. But the challenge that we've had to try to change the narrative at the federal level within the legislature has been greater than we anticipated. The relatively simple task. Here we are working in Vienna. We're sort of interacting at an international level. We just thought, hey, let's get the United States leadership together with Canadian leadership on this cannabis stuff, because the cannabis program in Canada works so much better from our perspective. It would be a great, sort of aspirational goal to be able to have a veteran choose their cannabis at home and have it mailed to them at home through a veterans program. And utilize the state level dispensary system to do it. That's basically the corollary of the Canadian system. It's been a lot more difficult than we anticipated to do that. But having said that, that's our dream. And I guess, for you being here, it's really great because we've had sort of this, down to earth, sort of idea sessions where we're trying to figure out how we could really do this in a real sense. And we come up with some great ideas for the future, like cannabis cultivation for developing programs for occupational therapy and stuff like that, some great ideas. But really down to earth within medical cannabis, we think we could do a couple of pilot programs within certain very small regions that would tie the Veterans Affairs Hospital to a certain state program and have access to cannabis and use the dispensing authority instead of the prescribing authority for them to be able to handle it and do the whole thing wrapped up as a research project that they could then apply, in a larger scale throughout the VA system. So I guess, logistically, is that a crazy idea of ours? Is that something that under Schedule 3 seems possible?
So I've been having conversations with the State Department, as I know you have. And I should say, Michael, like you asking me that, I mean, I think it should be the other way around, right? I think you maybe know as much or more about this than anybody outside of Vienna or outside of the State Department. In case everybody on the call doesn't know that, like Michael really does know a ton about this particular question. My own view, for what it's worth, based on my own personal conversations with the Department of State, is that they are both ready to expand from here and to sort of work on some of the problems that you're talking about, but they are also worried. So, for example, the proposed rule on rescheduling talks about the Psychotropic Convention of 71, right? And, when I broached that subject with them, they were, oh my God, not that they don't understand it, they do. It's just a complicated area that's going to create a lot of work for them. And so I think that it's going to take the hard work and continued aggressive posture of people like you. I know you've been doing it a long time and you're probably tired of it, and it's a thankless job, but it will probably require you continuing to bang down the door to push changes further. Both, I think the key is changing the US's executive branch stance on this and then moving out from there, which is, what you've been doing, but also working it from the other side in Vienna.
Well, and we will continue to, as we have had, discussions with the ONDCP, the State Department, and in Vienna, etc. We see the willingness for change. For some reason, it just takes time. It took 24 years just to get harm reduction as the verbiage, added. So, just to give you the viewer. Yes, I was not kidding. It took 24 years just to get 2 words inserted, and we heard them, and everybody was kind of in shock in Vienna because it's, that's how slow, unfortunate change happens. But yes, we will continue to knock on those doors, and the rescheduling only gives us more passage through, as the also the ONDCP told us to pardon me, our Office of National Drug Control Policy told us to reach out to the North American drug people, which they have their own treaty between and discussions between Canada, United States, and Mexico now adding the Netherlands to their group because of the islands in the Gulf of Mexico. Councilmember Crowitz, and then on to our next topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with one last little quick detail that I thought was quite interesting. We have working in the Department of Veterans Affairs, a lot of people in the United States working on cannabis research. There's a whole lot of little independent cannabis research programs that are happening, especially now with hemp products and CBD and stuff like that in the VA system. So we have experts in the United States in our Department of Veterans Affairs that routinely talk to and work with experts and others in the Canadian Department of Veterans Affairs, which interestingly is also VAC. Yeah. So that's kind of cool. But anyway, the one thing that they don't have though is this high level communication. And it's just really funny that we as grassroots activists would be able to play any kind of role in helping countries communicate better and be able to work more as a team for an effort for us, as the consumer, as the citizen. But that seems to be where we're at. And I brought that up to one of the people that we were talking to from the ONDCP. You had it right, the right letters, the Office of National Drug Control Policy, and they just kind of laughed. They really agreed with me. The way the VA, the Veterans Affairs Department, is so huge and has so many components that I likened it many years ago to talking to an octopus. And you can talk to all the hands, but then you have to talk to the head as well. And if we don't get the heads talking together, then we really don't have that level of communication that we're looking for. So we're actually talking about a big meeting in Montreal, Canada. This is the first time I think we've ever mentioned it during any roundtable. So if you've never heard about it before, that's why. But as we get closer and it becomes more real, you'll hear more about it. But that should be a lot of fun. And it's just part of our effort to bring together these huge forces of good that can actually help us, if that's all it takes.
Yep, outreach by connection, and that's what we're using. And we're using our Rolodexes to pull apart the the whole thing. All right, next up is actually Councilmember Crowitz. You've got the next question. And I know that David's going to follow up, or I know he wants to ask a question on this one too, Shane. So, Councilmember Crowitz.
Can't hear me if I'm muted. Yeah, I thought this was a great question. Why? Well, let me preface it by saying that people have been looking at rescheduling and descheduling as sort of alternatives to each other, as if they're both endpoints. And it just struck me one day that they're not endpoints at all. So go back to this question: why are rescheduling / descheduling only starting points towards broader cannabis policy reform?
Is this a question for me?
Yes, Shane, and then David.
For anybody. But yeah, feel free if you want to answer.
I feel like I've kind of answered. It's a starting point because there's so much work to do in my mind. But of course, that presumes that you share my view of the end game, which I happen to know you kind of do, but maybe others don't. And I mean, to me, just at a high level, until we do get criminal penalties, at least at the federal level, completely gone and like burn down all the restrictions on research. So just as a start, the work's not complete. And so that's why I personally see it as a starting point.
David.
Well, my question for Shane, but if anyone else happens to have insight on this as well, would love to hear that. Is descheduling legalization?
No. So that's a great question. And it's not legalization federally because cannabis would still be subject to a number of federal laws, including the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which is enforceable through criminal enforcement at the federal level. And the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act essentially criminalizes the marketing in interstate commerce of anything as a drug, which means advertising it to affect the human body, which is what we all do. And we're all using it for. The fact of the matter is the federal government gave up a long time ago on actually enforcing that. But then the bigger reason that descheduling is not legalization is because there are state laws. I mentioned federalism and the genius of our system before, but it comes with certain sort of inconveniences sometimes, including that the federal government could completely take its hands off the wheel with respect to cannabis totally and just erase it all from the US code altogether. And that would still leave all these state level prohibitions in place. And those state level prohibitions, and this is the last thing I'll say about it, those state level prohibitions are the things that are and have been keeping people in prison for cannabis related offenses. The vast majority of them are there because of state laws, not federal law. And because descheduling won't do jack squat about those state laws, it won't legalize or decriminalize. The last thing I'll say about this, because a lot of people retort, they come back and they're like, hey, but a lot of state laws for scheduling purposes, hinge on federal law. So if you were to deschedule, the idea is that there would be this need then for the states under their laws to deschedule as well. While that is often generally true, as a general matter, this is another one of those things where cannabis gets a little bit of special treatment where the state laws actually speak to cannabis itself. So they will single it out for different treatment. And it is not clear at all that those state laws would automatically change. And for what it's worth, I've actually talked to the folks in Texas about their law because I know them because I'm from Texas. And I talked to the people who run the agency, DSHS, the Department of State Health Services, and they didn't even know that provision existed in their Controlled Substances Act, and they had no idea how to implement it if there were a change. So, look, there might be some impact at the state level, but it's not easy and it's not automatic.
If I could ask two directly related questions. Is descheduling plus necessary exemptions from the FDCA federal legalization, meaning states are doing what they want? They might prohibit it under their laws, but at least federally it's legal. And secondly, is descheduling without any changes to the FDCA equivalent to decriminalization under federal law, if not state laws?
So I think the answer to both is, and look, here's a problem. I've looked at these issues under federal law about as much as anybody, I think, and even I will admit to you that I don't think anybody has a complete list or understanding of everywhere that cannabis, marijuana related terminology are used in the federal code and code of federal regulations, which are vast and varied. But at a high level, yes, if you got it out of the CSA and you got it out from under the FDCA, so you had an exemption like we have for alcohol or nicotine, which exempts those substances from the CSA, and then they have special treatment under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, then you would basically decriminalize at the federal level. I say basically because, look, when you do that, it's going to take a long time for Customs and Border Patrol to update their regs. It's going to take a long time for all those agencies to figure out and get the memo. So I wouldn't just automatically advise people just to, have a sort of laissez-faire approach to it, because it'll take some time for it to trickle down. But in theory, that should basically be enough to remove the sword from the stone, so to speak, for federal purposes.
Decriminalization or legalization?
Yeah, depending on how you define those terms, but in layman's terms or common sense, yes, I think it would basically accomplish it.
Yeah, people have to remember that, we were dealing with 87 years of prohibition and laws that have been cast over those many decades. And it's going to take a while to unravel a lot of the layers of this onion. Even once something happens, there's statutes and changes that are going to have to ring from the federal on down. So, initially we're going to see what's going to happen with Schedule 3, but we know that this is just the starting point. As much as, yes, we all would like to see decriminalization or descheduling outright. You could say that since 2018, I've been selling legally over the counter to adults as Schedule 5 without any issue. I've been selling to medical patients since 1999. And of course, everybody was fine with that. So there is, an unfortunately existing protocol out there that shows reasonable outcomes. Unfortunately, it's the states that allow the reasonable outcomes, not the feds. And it's going to take time, or the populace needs to understand it's going to take time for the feds. We've been trying for 70 plus years to just get it rescheduled, and we're finally here. We saw, we watched for decades as I watched John Getman go through his failure, which of course led to outright the discussion of the treaty. And that's why Michael and I and others have been working at the UN on the treaty, because of that reality is that for you, the populace watching, those that had tried rescheduling or before petitioned and went through long, arduous court cases for, in the end, the DEA to basically capitulate and say, no, we're doing our own thing. And so for finally the government to say, yeah, we're doing this, is huge. Just so people are aware, activists have been trying for decades, going the most proper legal routes possible, never to arrive here. And so we're at this very unique point in history. We do not know what's going to happen in the short term. We have an idea over the horizon a bit, but again, time and patience we implore for you, because it's not like Schedule 3 is going to happen and everything is just going to immediately change. That is not going to happen. It's going to be a lot of cases, legal cases, challenges, behind the scenes discussions that if you're watching, you could participate and get off your asses and participate in your democratic process. We could use you because a lot of change is coming just because of Schedule 3, which opens now the discussion. First, we just want to rescheduling. Now that's out of the way. Now we have a new frontier of discussions and discussion points to proceed on, and that we have to also huddle about. But nor here nor there. We'll move on to our next question, which is to Council Member Pearson Crosby.
Yeah, so just probably a good question for Mike. Why can't the executive branch declassify cannabis or deschedule it?
Yeah, I mean, Shane talked about already, about the International Drug Control Treaty, but this is something worth at least mentioning and talking about, because you get so many people that are like, why aren't they just descheduling? Why are we working on this at all? It becomes kind of a thing, it's kind of difficult as a large organization like the Drug Policy Alliance, for example, to navigate waters like that, where they haven't been able to really work with us and roll up their sleeves and really work with us on rescheduling, because that would make the people that are expecting them to work on descheduling irritated to think that they're not actually working on descheduling, as if they're competing alternatives, which they aren't. So anyway, yeah, the bottom line is that if you want to do anything more than reschedule, you're going to need a new law. You're going to need a new federal law. The Attorney General, probably has a little bit of leeway if there were some really extraordinary reason that he could come up with for the health and safety of the people of the United States that was met only by taking cannabis out of schedules. But that would be extraordinary. It would be quite extraordinary. And I'm not sure, even with our Rolodex of talking points, that we have something to give them to try, to be quite honest with you. But the bottom line is that we passed a law in 1971. Many say that it's called our Controlled Substances Act. Many say that was actually a law written to implement our treaty obligations that we signed into a decade earlier in 1961 in the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs. And just signing that treaty meant nothing. To ask the kids at Woodstock, they didn't know we signed a treaty. It was passing the new federal law that gave the treaty teeth. And ironically, it was the treaty that gave the new federal law its constitutional backing. because that was the one thing I used to get asked at these info tables that I couldn't answer as a young activist. Why did they need a constitutional amendment to outlaw alcohol, but they didn't need a constitutional amendment to outlaw marijuana? And that's because they did this circular thing where the Constitution has very, very strong deference to treaties once they're ratified. They're considered the supreme law of the land, roughly, equivalent to our federal law. So having that treaty sitting there, they already had, sort of this twisted circular constitutional argument to apply to to this new Controlled Substances Act. So in a way, that treaty was not only, embedded into this new law, but it was part of its fundamental constitutional authority. And it says very clearly in the law, the Controlled Substances Act, that the Attorney General is to assess changes in treaty status or addition of a new substance to treaty, and make those changes that he deems necessary, she deems necessary to accommodate that within our federal scheduling. So that's what they do, and they do it all the time. When they have new substances that come out almost every year, these new analogs of fentanyl or whatever, they're very quickly added into our Controlled Substances Act through this mechanism. And we actually expected cannabis to be downgraded very quickly after we changed the treaty back in 2020. Surprised it's taken this long, but certainly the treaty change helped the process. You certainly can't say anything, that it wouldn't have helped the process. But anyway, that's where we are now. We're at a point where we need a change in our U.S. federal law to go any further than Schedule 5, as Shane pointed out. And and this is important, David helped me learn this, but the federal government, our legislative branch, the Congress, is not constrained by these treaties. They can write a law that says, whatever, F you to the treaties. We, as Veterans Action Council, are working very hard to try to get ahead of that and think through some of that from a State Department perspective, and maybe work on the language of a new bill. If all it takes is language, maybe, and not a change in the intent or the purpose or the extent of the reform. If maybe just the language keeps us out of trouble in Vienna, wouldn't that be nice if we thought about that in advance? It's kind of our working process. But anyway, that's where we are right now. Is hopefully we'll get a new bill out of Congress that takes us further and does more to remove cannabis from control. And hopefully they use the correct language to sort of keep us out of trouble in Vienna.
And I'm looking at you, banking. All right, David Borden.
So my question first, to make sure I have things right, and then comments. Shane, I've seen and I think heard on at least one webinar a legal argument that you and another attorney have put forward for defending an executive move to deschedule in light of the CSA's treaty clause. And correct me if I have anything wrong, and I'm going to state this first rather than just letting you, because it'll set up what my questions will be. If I understood it correctly, you've argued that the language of that clause does not say you have to match necessarily have to match the requirements of the UN schedule. That the word used is place it in the appropriate US schedule, and you argue in relation to that it could be, one could take the point of view that due to the constitutional limitations of our federalist structure and how law enforcement resources are allocated, the federal government can't shut down state legalization, and therefore it's appropriate to work with legalization, and that requires descheduling. and then one can agree with that or disagree with that, but courts defer to agencies for matters of interpretation. Did I get anything wrong, or is there anything? And there's also this constitutionality question you talked about earlier. Is there anything else key that I've missed, or anything I've misinterpreted?
I've always wanted to be a law school professor, and because the questions are so hard and it's so hard to give right answers. But I think you just pretty much nailed it. And I've got to say, I'm stunned and kind of like almost blushing that anyone other than my mom has actually read the law review articles that I've written. It does my heart good to know that these things are actually getting out there and people aren't just reading them, but like committing them to heart in the way that you have. So the one you're talking about is one I wrote with Professor Bloomberg and a practicing attorney named Alex Harriman. It was published in the Oklahoma or the Tulsa Law Review. I can't remember which one. And then the other one that's the constitutionality argument I wrote with Matt Zorn, and it has to do with private non-delegation. But you nailed the first one. So far, so good. Kudos to you.
Cool, thank you. So it seems to me that if there ever is an executive branch, solely executive branch move to deschedule, absent changes to the CSA first, that this is probably the argument that we would use. I have concerns, not about the argument, but in light of, well, or something I've been thinking about, there's been a campaign to deschedule and have people submit comments to the DEA. Let's set aside the fact that the DEA isn't going to deschedule,
right,
what we think is the fact. What if they would, or what if a future administration would do so?
I mean, I think that would be great.
Well, politically it would be great, but it seems to me that it would be great. It would definitely be great if we've gotten rescheduling first. Suppose the DEA did that now instead of rescheduling, and then it's descheduling that goes to the courts. Well, at the time you wrote that article, it would have to be considered speculative. The idea that the courts would accept the argument and not knock down descheduling, and then we wouldn't have anything.
Yes, you are a careful reader, and that is so most people don't think through this far. But yeah, I would love the result in theory, but you're right that it would be more vulnerable on judicial review. But remember how I talked about, everybody looks at these things from their own perch and where they are. To me, getting to litigate these issues that I've written about and care about so much in federal court would be like kind of a lawyer's wet dream, I guess, like my unbelievable best case scenario of my career. I recognize that I'm probably alone in that. And you are correct that a Schedule III decision is a more stable one on judicial review.
And especially perhaps since Chevron deference is no longer the law of the land.
So Chevron deference presents a complicated analysis here that I'm happy to go through if people want me to, but the bottom line is on the treaty-related issues, which is the part that's the real rub for descheduling, right? As Michael mentioned, the federal government gets great deference on its interpretations of treaties separate and apart from Chevron. So Chevron didn't change that deference. Now, on other issues, Chevron arguably would have applied, but it actually gets pretty complicated. I'll tell you my bottom line on it is that the overturning of Chevron and Loper Bright, because of the way the court did it, likely doesn't really move the needle much on Schedule 3. But, we can go into that if people want. I feel I'm going to be litigating the Schedule 3 decision if it gets done, right? Like I'm already locked and loaded and hired and everything. So I am not worried about Chevron being overturned, and I feel confident that we can prevail on judicial review on a Schedule 3 decision. As you rightly point out, if it were descheduling or something more aggressive, it starts to become more difficult. It's sort of like, building your house on a weaker and weaker foundation, or gambling on greater and greater odds. Eventually, something will break. It's just a matter of when. And so the further you go out there, the weaker the reed you're sitting on becomes.
And does the overturning of Chevron deference have potential impact at that level, descheduling specifically, not rescheduling, or not for the same reason?
It's for the same reason. I don't think that it really does, but to unpack why would take me a little bit, and it would probably bore the absolute tears out of everyone on the call. I'm happy to talk about it if people want me to, but the bottom line is that the types of questions that Chevron addressed are pretty narrow. There are only a couple of them presented here. And because of exceptions that already existed to Chevron before it was overturned, it probably wouldn't have applied here anyway. I've been litigating against the DEA more than almost anybody in the world, except maybe Matt Zorn, for the past 10 years. And in the cases I've been in, DEA has never asked for Chevron deference on anything, including in scheduling cases. So I don't think that they would have likely done that, even if Chevron still existed. Now that it doesn't, I doubt that that's going to change, right? They're not going to ask for it now it's been overturned, but I just don't think it makes any real difference to the analysis.
My last question on this, and this again is relates to descheduling, not rescheduling. And again, it's more of a concern about if there is a choice made to do descheduling without rescheduling having been done first, which we don't think is likely to happen. In that scenario, it seems to me that the argument, which, like I said, is probably maybe the only argument to make, or the case in general, would naturally lead to discussions in federal court as to whether it's really the case that the federal government could not shut down state legalization systems. And it would worry me to see that kind of discussion taking place in the federal courts, in part because I think there are ways that they could, if the political decision were made, such as issuing forfeiture threat letters to landlords, cheap and easy to do, or for the IRS to cease agreeing to offers in compromise in 280E cases. Am I worrying about something that isn't actually likely to come up?
I started to look something up on the premise of your question and then got lost. So this is under what circumstance that this would be triggered? You're talking about what decision would the state
if
be more vulnerable?
If the DEA the administration were to deschedule, purely administratively, and then with or even without the argument that you and the other attorneys forward,
understood.
This seems like it would lead perhaps inevitably to discussion in federal court as to whether it's really the case that the federal government could not shut down state legalization systems, the businesses in particular, if it really wanted to, which seems like a dangerous question for us to have discussed in the federal courts.
I understand the premise now, and sorry for making you repeat it. No, descheduling under any circumstance, however it might happen, I don't think would increase the likelihood of the specter of a federal government coming in and shutting down the cannabis industry. Descheduling would be a monumental victory that would be, pretty epic. And if the court were to overturn it, it would be based on standards of review that apply in court. So they would find either that the decision was not well reasoned, or they would find that it was contrary to some statute or constitutional provision. I don't see any of those things being connected in any way to any sort of broad-based discussion of, hey, federal government, you could have gone in there and shut that whole thing down. And by the way, even if that discussion did take place, which of course the federal government does have the power to do that now, right? The reason that it doesn't is both because it would be politically disastrous for any administration that did it, but secondly, and at least as importantly, it doesn't have the resources. So you talked about how they could send cease and desist letters and forfeiture letters, foreclosure letters, and these sorts of things. Of course they could, but the question is, could they then enforce them? And the way that the federal government normally enforces things on that level, where there's like statewide stuff going on, and certainly in the drug policy space, is it enlists the help of the states. But the states that are supporting the cannabis industry are the ones that have legalized and that are benefiting from taxes themselves from the industry, and it's creating jobs for them. They're not going to enlist themselves to enforce the federal government's, wild-eyed idea out of nowhere after decades to suddenly come and start raiding and shutting everything down. I mean, could they? Sure, right? Somebody could get me confused for George Clooney when I go to the store tomorrow. But it's possible, but it's not going to happen. Neither thing is going to happen, or I think likely.
So you suppose so in a scenario in which descheduling, an administrative descheduling decision gets taken to court, and the argument you've crafted, which is probably the only argument to make, that involves the idea that the federal government can't shut down the state legalization. You've listed reasons why you don't think they could effectively, or highly disincentivized not to. Are you saying that point, the question would not be raised in response, whether that's true, and that a discussion of that in the courts would there's just no path for that to lead to some adverse event?
I don't see it. Of course, anything could come up, I guess, right? But maybe you could spell out what you have in mind. I'm not seeing it. Here's the reason. Just let me tell you why before, just to sort of cut to the chase on it. The reason I don't think that's going to come up is because the federal government certainly has the power to shut down the industry now, like in Schedule 1. And it has had it for a very, very long time, right? Like, no question. Descheduling removes some of those levers from its toolbox. And so I guess the import of your question is, a court might say, no, it has to have those levers, right? Or I don't know. I'm having trouble seeing how it would increase it, because it actually takes away some of that power.
Well, the scenario I'm imagining, and maybe it just wouldn't happen because of how the processes work. The scenario I'm imagining is Project Sam's lawyers saying, actually, the federal government could shut it down, and therefore the argument that they can't, therefore descheduling is appropriate with respect to the treaties is not valid, and then a judge agrees with that as part of a ruling reversing descheduling, and then there's been a federal ruling a federal finding that the federal government could do this. What does such a ruling then lead to events that we don't want?
I understand. So, yeah, look, I don't see the connection in that particular argument, but certainly bad precedent is always a risk when you litigate. What I would tell you is, if you look at every major social movement in the United States, let's just pick, the civil rights movement, right? Thurgood Marshall is maybe the best lawyer, one of the best lawyers in United States history. He's up there on the Mount Rushmore: Oliver Wendell Holmes, John Marshall, Thurgood Marshall, right? He's just an absolute stud. He certainly blows me out of the water. I cannot even pretend to be in the same ballpark as somebody like that, right? He lost the vast majority of cases he litigated in the civil rights era, even the big ones. Brown v. Board was lost before it was won. You can look up that history, or you may be familiar with it. My point there is that just as they have all lost, it is also true that every major social movement and reform movement in the United States history has involved legal losses, it has also involved legal victories as an essential part of its progress. The cannabis movement will not be any different. You will not be able to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish without taking certain risks in court. Bad precedent can be bad, right? But the way that I think you have to look at this is you have to draw on those lessons from history and look at this like we're trying to chop down a tree with deep roots. Even Paul Bunyan, with his biggest, sharpest axe, doesn't do that in one stroke. It takes multiple strokes at the root of that tree to chop it down. That's what this is going to take too. And it's going to take an effort both in Congress, the executive branch, and in the courts to do it. I think you need to hire the best lawyers possible. I think you're doing the right thing by anticipating the sharpest possible arguments you can imagine from the opposition. And trust me when I tell you, or don't trust me, and we can talk about it more. You can kick the tires on what I'm saying here. But we are definitely diving deep in those directions and are prepared for war. And, I may not be as good as Thurgood Marshall, but I will take the Pepsi challenge with Sam's lawyers, who turns out right now is Bill Barr, any day of the week. And there's nothing I'm looking forward to more than squaring off in court with those guys on this issue, because we are right, and I am confident that we will prevail.
And there's less opposition to cannabis legalization than there was to civil rights, fortunately.
Yeah. And look, they won Brown v. Board. And this is, I think, the thing, right? Like, if you think of Brown v. Board as like the rescheduling, like this breakthrough, this watershed, I mean, it didn't accomplish civil rights. It wasn't until we got the Civil Rights Act in 1964. And to those of you who have been paying attention, you might have realized that the problems and the ills that the Civil Rights Act and that Brown v. Board were trying to get at are still with us today. These are problems we're going to have to work on our whole lives and in our children's lives, right? To solve these kinds of drug policy problems that are so deep down rooted in our, I don't know, like our Puritan past or whatever. But this is not something we're going to solve with Schedule 3. It's something that is going to require hard work for a very long time.
Yeah, we're just starting to do the heavy lifting. And this is, finally, we've been working out on the side. Now we actually can do the heavy lifting.
Totally.
All right. Well, I have our next question is, what are the potential economic benefits of completely descheduling cannabis compared to rescheduling it to Schedule 3? Now, we came from this to the idea is if we are, and you all have all made us aware, we're going to go a schedule before they go descheduling. That's just the logical and the route that it's taking. However, we did just kind of, we were just kind of dream building a bit and the idea of the concept. So again, this is kind of toward one of those, what is possible, what isn't. Shane?
I mean, the benefits of descheduling would be the economic benefits would be massive. I mean, it would decriminalize at the federal level most of this stuff. It would open up interstate commerce, at least, like, vastly. And it would remove the specter of stigma and federal enforcement from the lives of everybody trying to profit off of this, which would remove market barriers, barriers to entry, in a major way. And I think, another thing that it would do is very soon, maybe not immediately, but very soon, the economics of prohibition at the state level would start to look stupid. It's sort of like with gay marriage. Whatever your views of homosexuality and gay marriage, just as a matter of just dollars and cents, after a while, you can really hate, Adam and Steve getting married, and it may be against your Baptist principles. And look, my dad's a United Methodist minister. My family's church has struggled with that. So I'm really not trying to cast judgment. I'm just dollars and cents. As the Democratic role starts to come out, and people are making more and more money off of something, it becomes harder and harder for states as a matter of policy to continue to prohibit it. And that will be true with cannabis as well. And so, a full descheduling would be like, I have trouble thinking. I'm not an economist, so I can't put numbers on it, but it would be like exponentially bigger than Schedule 3. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the ripples, it hit across, from the, the prison industrial complex on down, you know what I'm saying? And that's so deeply rooted in the economics now of, the United States, because it's our only access to, slave labor or non-US paid government labor, which, of course, as we see, or the fear is, as we see the further decriminalization of cannabis, the fear is we're going to see other criminalization in other areas of society to find effective workers, because the low-hanging fruit of the cannabis arrestee has formed a fundamental base of the full workforce that supplies you your Old Navy, Fruit of the Loom, Hanes, etc. So I'm not speaking out of crazy. You can look this up on the internet about what corporations manufacture in jails, and it is quite significant. And it has been fed quite significantly by this cannabis prohibition, because the cannabis people are docile people and they just want to do their times. They tend to be the ones who go in that direction, or at least statistically we have seen that. So it's just going to also be interesting to see the different ripples across the social justice and the criminal justice, because the prison industrial complex has its needs, and some prisons have outright contracts guaranteeing a certain amount of production, etc., and they rely on a certain amount of the prisoner base to manufacture. So
Man, you've got a clear and kind of dangerous way of thinking and talking. I dig it, but I have a feeling that you could get yourself in trouble with those rhetorical points if you take them to the wrong spots, my friend. And I mean that as a compliment.
No doubt. But these are the unanswered questions that we're not sure are going to happen due to these ripples, right? We look at the past to potentially look at the future. I hope to not, but at the same time, I see the needs. So it's a cautionary discussion as opposed to let's go in this direction. No. All right, leading to the next question. Peggy, Council Member Jones.
How might descheduling cannabis affect its accessibility for medical research compared to rescheduling it to Schedule 3?
Yeah, this gets into Kevin Sabet's pet project, that bill you were talking about that got signed into law. Oh, sorry, setting you up there, Shane.
Sorry, I was trying to type into the chat and I thought you were about to answer the question. So, descheduling would not change a whole lot about medical because it's already being used medically at the state level with some level of federal approval. It would not mean that cannabis had FDA approval for interstate marketing, so it wouldn't make it legal to market cannabis as a drug in interstate commerce. It would make it easier in the sense of reducing two big ways. It would reduce criminal penalties associated with any kind of activity related to cannabis, that, you know, those penalties are still going to be there in Schedule 3. Second, because almost all doctors who prescribe and recommend and dispense medicine do so via a DEA license, anytime a substance is controlled on the controlled substance list in any schedule, doctors who violate federal law risk their professional livelihoods by doing so. Now, the way we've worked around that is by having them recommend rather than actually touch and dispense and distribute the drug. Nonetheless, if you were to remove it completely from the schedules, those doctors would no longer need DEA licenses to interact with cannabis, which would mean that a major barrier to their professional livelihood would disappear. So you would see a lot of doctors a lot more willing to recommend cannabis to patients in treatment, I would predict. Importantly, though, and this is something people often overlook when they get this far in the analysis, doctors also face state tort for medical malpractice. I'm not aware of cases where doctors have been convicted of that or found liable for medical malpractice and tort under state law, but it's important to just know that that would still be there. But, you know, all this, to sum up and put it simply, it would make it a lot easier for a lot of indirect reasons. But there would still be the barrier to interstate commerce, and it would not be an FDA-approved medicine.
Tony.
Yeah. On that note, like if they made it like the tomato plant model, you know, where you could grow tomatoes at home, you can sell them in the market. You have a craft tomato company, and you could have a factory tomato farm with like make Heinz ketchup with it, and or you can extract a lycopene or some chemical out of it and make a vitamin. You know, you could do anything with a tomato plant. They need to make the cannabis plant like that, where you can grow it at home and sell it locally. And you know, somebody wants to make some medicine off of it, then they buy the license and they could do it. But they shouldn't criminalize growing at home to take care of yourself. So, thank you.
All right, Michael.
Yeah, I'm glad that Shane's saying he's gonna have to get off here in a bit. I appreciate that. I have the moment to just grab the mic, because that's one of the things I wanted to say real quick, was just how heartfelt we really thank you. I thank you for joining us tonight. This is, you know, it's such a simple thing when they say, oh, we're gonna try to reschedule cannabis and we're doing this or that, and you support it. Boom, that's easy, very one-dimensional. But now that we're actually getting to the door, just like with legalization and other things, it becomes so complicated as we walk through. But I had one more question, if you want to entertain it. It was a really big question for me legally. I had sort of stored in the back of my head that just popped up. You know, we've been looking at this from our veterans perspective. The veterans policy that we got back in 2010 said all this stuff about medical marijuana. But of course, medical isn't even like a thing under Schedule 1. So the very next year in 2011, they redid the policy and they removed any reference to medical marijuana. And it was the same policy, but didn't no longer mention medical. And it's just so interesting that the feds have had this blindness to, you know, medical versus rec or whatever, because it's all not medical to them in Schedule 1. And to my mind, if you look at the way these state laws have evolved, you had medical cannabis that was very much knocking down a door based on medical necessity arguments, based on, you know, state rights arguments about medical this, medical that, and adult rec sort of came in under the door behind that. So first of all, is that a correct assumption? But the point that I make from that assumption is that if that's right,
yes,
once
that's
we
correct.
reschedule
Next.
to Schedule 3, all of a sudden this protection, this skirt, if you will, that adult rec has been hiding under gets removed. Is adult rec going to be in trouble under Schedule 3, you know, before we get descheduling?
That's a really great question, and part of this requires a crystal ball that I don't have and will never pretend to have. My sense of it is that for practical reasons, the adult use part is actually harder to go after, both because of resource issues and because, curiously, and this is something people don't talk about, the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act only outlaws interstate marketing of a drug. That means treatment and cure claims. That means medical. So it's actually easier, ironically, to make something legal recreationally than it is to make it medically legal. And part of the reason for this is because we have this assumption under our law, and I won't get into all this, but you know, I'll just tease it for you here. And I think, Michael, I think you know where I'm going with this. The way that it works in our system is you can say it one of two ways. One way to say the principle is that the federal government doesn't recognize your right to use things because you want to, unless it's going to make profits for the alcohol industry or the tobacco industry, basically, right? Or food. Okay, just because you want to do it, it makes you feel good, that's not good enough. And in fact, we're going to criminalize that unless there's some medical use. Another way to say it is the only way you can use something that isn't alcohol, cigarettes, or food in this country is if it profits a pharmaceutical company. That's been the principle, right? The upshot of that is that if you know, the way that the system has been designed is we've tried to make it so that drugs, anything that affects the human body, has to go through that pharma pipeline, right? But if you get away from that and you look at what's happened with cannabis, all of a sudden you realize that it's actually harder to get real pure medical use, right? Because it's always required FDA approval. So now what we have is a kind of compromised medical use that's intrastate only. We don't have full-blown FDA interstate medical yet. And ironically, it's a lot easier just to get the federal government to turn a blind eye to adult use at the state level because they have no way of tracking it and they don't have the resources to enforce against it. Whether that would change if the federal government were one day to embrace full-blown medical is a good question. My sense is probably they're not going to because they won't get state cooperation to do so. And the dollars and cents just don't add up. But I could be wrong, man. Like, we're getting to stuff that's like, you know, beyond, they didn't teach it to me in law school. And I think your guess is kind of as good as mine.
David, to follow up.
A question for Shane, since you're leaving. There's a constitutional concept. I'm sure you know more about than I do. The dormant commerce clause, and there's a foreign dormant commerce clause or dormant foreign commerce clause. These heavily limit the options for states to regulate in ways that discriminate against interstate commerce affecting their states. Some observers, like Shalene Tidal, think that when this happens, it will make the existing state frameworks unsustainable, barring action by Congress to protect them. So when does this kick in? Are Shalene's concerns, do you think they're on target at that level of the effect? When should we expect the litigation to start? And can Congress, is Congress allowed to even to take the steps necessary to allow states to keep doing certain things that they are now?
Sure. So let's start with when should we expect? So the Dormant Commerce Clause litigation has already begun. Many cases have been brought in Maine, California, all across the country. Some have prevailed, some have lost. The Dormant Commerce Clause is a controversial doctrine. I mean, it's settled in the sense that it exists and it's been around for a long time, but there are plenty of justices on our 6-3 very conservative Supreme Court who question its bona fides as sort of something that's not written explicitly into the text, and they might be willing to cut back on it considerably, and they've said so. Nonetheless, it is the law of the land. It has been enforced in the cannabis context in Maine on certain licensing restrictions. I think that what Shalene is really concerned about, and I know her well and we're friends, we disagree vehemently about almost everything. She's very smart and a worthy adversary. So I wish she were here to defend herself. But I think that what she's primarily concerned about are some of the minority preferences that are embedded in state laws that would effectively discriminate against out-of-staters based on race, which would be pretty straight up, like clearly unconstitutional under the Dormant Commerce Clause. I mean, the fact is that a lot of state laws are unconstitutional under the Dormant Commerce Clause. A lot of state cannabis laws, they're designed to build up an industry in that state and to discriminate against out of state, right? Like that's the point. And the reason that they did that wasn't because they were trying to make money at the expense of other states. It was actually because they were trying to prove that their regimes were intrastate. But that doesn't matter. There's no, I didn't mean to do any harm exception to the Dormant Commerce Clause. So this is already starting to happen. Will it happen more if we get Schedule 3? I mean, it depends on it depends on the appetite for litigation and if people are going to bring those cases. But the fact is they already are. I am certainly not as doomsday about it as Shalene is. And, her proposed solution, I think, is worse than the disease, but this is a conversation that we could have another day. Last thing I want to say on this is the most engaged and sort of sophisticated group of interlocutors I have ever spoken with outside of like real heavy hitter lawyers on this. Like the fact that we have covered almost word for word every article and law review article that I've published, the Dormant Commerce Clause, which is something that most people don't even remember from law school, even if they graduated very high in their class at Harvard. I mean, kudos to you guys. It's truly kind of astonishing. And the fact that we've gone for as long as we have, and you still have really heavy hitting questions, I'm not just saying this, that's pretty freaking impressive. So, I mean, I wish everybody were as engaged, and I hope that you will remain so and continue to work on this stuff.
Well, needless to say, that's our mission. We are activists locally, regionally, and we've come together as veterans here to work together to make the change. And we cannot thank you and David enough for making this discussion extremely deep, We took it in places which we hope covered a lot, and I think we did. We did our research so that we weren't coming with just surface questions, but we also kind of slowed it along because we want to take the viewer with us. There's a lot to understand and to absorb, and we didn't want to just smack somebody straight up the head as much as lead them down the path so they can understand the nuances that we are looking at and towards, because we are at such a unique time and point in history that we've never been before, and it's exciting. It's alive, and you don't have to worry about us. We will be actively plugged and involved. This is our mission, and we're just volunteers because we care. But we also see the damage that's been done, and we're trying to do our best to help bring about that change by educating people about the levels, because as you know, we got a lot of dumb questions ever since this rescheduling argument, came along and came out. And we hope we were able to dispel a lot of the myths and misinformation so that you, the viewer, can have a better educated foot to stand on and a solid ground. So if you haven't, please go submit your comment. You have until the 22nd of July to submit a comment to the DEA. It is public and open to the public. Michael showed right before right as we started, there's about 34,000 comments currently for the DEA to go in and through. So I want to thank everybody for joining us in this rather robust discussion on the dull issue that is Schedule 3. And if you have further questions, please reach out to us. And so thank you, David Borden. Thank you, Shane Pennington. Our council members, Leslie Fries, Pearson Crosby. Oh, Nate Landau showed up. Michael Crowitz, Tony Landry, Peggy Jones. And I'm Etienne Fontaine, and I thank you for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 78, for our final thoughts on the eve of rescheduling. Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your night, and be safe out there.
All right. As we make our way on to testing sample number 11.
For 11, for 7. You weren't here for the first 7.
You missed the first 7.
We're on free roll 4.
Yeah.
Free roll 4 is what we are on. Everybody move. Free roll 4.
I got a meatloaf in the oven that I'm going to eat when we're done, and I'm going to enjoy it.
End it up, Care.
Bring it on now.
All righty.
Delicious.
So this goes to Deb.
Yep.
Deb, it's up. You're up.
Deb gets to do the
Dum, dum, dum.
Yeah. Go.
She doesn't want any more.
I can't get it them open.
She can't get them open.
Oh,
yeah. That's just one of the things. You got to think.
Can't get pop. I did worse than that.
Having
to open.
I've had to use a pair of pliers to open some of these things out.
Like, I'm not saying it's the Karma Cup tubes. This is all the tubes.
No, it's whoever's making the tubes. It has nothing to do with the Karma Cup.
No, exactly. Like some of them
or
have
any other cup.
Little edge where you can get your thumb underneath there and pop it out, right? But they are like locked shut unless you squeeze them.
They're grandparent proof.
Well, one is, and one's old enough to be.
The dishes.
It's transparent paper.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could tell.
How did it?
It's
Yeah.
not brown.
Yeah. This is. Yeah, I didn't do the pre rolls last year, but as I said a little while ago, I'm pretty happy with the papers, which is a big thing. As far as I'm concerned. The last one had a free flowing filter.
You can't really suck that hard anymore to get something from one of those.
Oh, yeah? You got the scissors?
Like those long ones I used to do.
Oh, sorry.
We haven't
Alright.
Can't get them lit.
Yeah, you don't have any pre-rolls, Todd, but there's only the one. I wonder if Sarah's looking at adding to the pre-roll category by including infused pre-rolls, having that as a separate kit.
They do sell them, don't they?
Yeah. There's all kinds of
Yeah,
infused
Shatterizer has the 8-ball Kush, which is infused and has Keith on it.
Whatever they put on the inside of them.
I think they might have it a couple of the other ones as well.
Yeah. I've seen them. I bought them at the store with the kiff on the outside and kiff on the inside.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I saw that on the OCC. What is it? OCS website. Sorry,
Right.
I've had a few, and I'm not driving. I've seen that they have a type of moon rock.
Winner so far.
I miss the old moon rocks.
Fingers.
I
I hope it's winter
don't want to
night.
forget this one. Okay, yeah.
Get excited now.
He's fooling, isn't he?
Guess you have to find out.
I think I'm going to
that dry inhaled taste. I should have. I'm thinking
That's got a nice taste.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go. All right.
So I say to me, as regular class final people.
4.
Yeah. Visual appeal.
Excuse me.
No.
What do you think, Sean?
Again, everybody got quiet again.
Well,
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Try to use our brain.
Filling out paperwork online. Like, there was no way I was going to print these off and then fill them, have them do it. So I had to input everything. It was very much.
Okay, late time.
Yeah, light time. Light her up. Yeah, spark her up.
Now, are you finding that?
Get Bob's car to it.
Are you guys finding that the joints are going out?
No, they're burning.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're burning all the way through. I think there was one that had a little funky beginning.
A little. Well, that's just because you didn't clip the end.
They're not on 5 yet, eh?
I don't like that wick because sometimes it will go a little funny. Right?
How you making out, Mama? Jesus, that's got a nice smell to it, eh? Here comes that little breeze my way.
Breeze, you can hear the birds chirping.
There's definitely a lot of birds
Can you hear
hanging.
the birds, Al?
Oh yeah. I can hear birds here too.
Can you hear the cars go by?
No.
No.
I can hear cars go by here too.
Yeah.
And trains.
You can hear the cars, but it's good that you can't hear the cars, but you can just hear the birds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to do the last summer. I was doing the radio show at nighttime, sitting over there on the lounge swing, and it'd just be pitch black around me, and that's how you could hear was the animals.
Yeah.
How was the bullfrogs and stuff last night? Were they quiet?
There's only a couple of them.
Oh.
The funny thing was that glowing orange thing I saw.
Oh yeah. Might have been the moon.
I think it was. Like it just peaked out. It was really low. And then I looked up
in the trees,
above the trees. They're in the middle of a spot, but it was like this orange spot.
That flying saucer again, do you think, Al?
That's what I was hoping to see.
Flying saucer might be.
And then it rained right after I was outside.
I miss the sounds from the farm.
The biggest ash of all of them.
I miss the sound from the farm, but it's different here. The sounds are different up here.
You know, I was really happy with it.
Like if I ran over that was wet.
And then
I was just.
It's nicely done.
For me, the aroma didn't seem to come off and taste. Is it for you? Yeah, I like
and
it.
then all of a sudden it just
A little bit.
like clouds went and covered it again. But it could have been setting.
It wasn't
very little harshness to it. Reflecting off the sun, you know?
But it's still had a deep flavor to it.
I don't know.
All right.
It's just kind of creepy.
How many strains you got left, Al?
3, man.
Well, you know, we're 3 hours and 47 minutes into this. Let's see if we can do 420 exact.
Okay, well, that won't be a problem. And just so you know, anybody who's watching, when this ends, there is more programming that will start up at 6 o'clock. So, like, we might end up at 5:15 or something like that, for example. And there's more program that starts at 6
Does it
p.m.
taste like a smell?
and it will run straight through till after midnight.
What that is all the programming that both of our networks have put out this week.
Correct.
This week, last week.
Yeah. Like, for example, this, I'll probably do some editing on this and run a couple different sets.
Smoking
next
experience.
Saturday.
Harsh to smooth.
It's for re-rolled
to smooth.
Saturday. Every morning, starts at 8 o'clock until whenever.
Ash color.
Yep.
Deb has it there. Can you hold that up for me?
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
All this stuff that you read.
That's pretty good oil too. Vapors,
Oh, good pot.
Yeah, just making the point.
I smoke cigars. Yeah, I'm not
They're reviewing the oil
really.
that's on the paper from it burning and seeing that there's oil on the paper.
On the paper.
Right.
There's no outside ring when you get a heavily oiled joint, but
yeah,
the paper is showing that the oil is running out.
And maybe
Sounds
that's
like
good.
and what's the buzz like?
That I'm not sure.
What's the buzz like?
Good. Lift. It's like a sativa.
What are we on? 5?
Yeah.
This is more uplifting.
What's your guess? An indica or a sativa?
Number 4.
Hybrid.
I read.
Yeah. Coming to you.
I'm okay. Thanks.
You're okay?
I'll pass it on to the next generation here.
That's it on.
We should have done a telethon, buddy. Could have raised some money.
I've got an infused cookie here. I'm going to taste.
It's going to be touchy.
Was that a butterfly that just flew by you, Al?
Yep. Flew right in.
What
Looks like
kind?
a big moth.
A moth. I haven't seen any monarchs up here yet. Takes a while to get up here, I guess.
We've had monarchs here, but that's just a butterfly. Just flew by. I didn't pay much attention.
Yeah.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. Yes, I was preoccupied. It's September the 30th, 2024, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live from the Legacy420.com news desk here at paceradio.net. Not only is today September the 30th, but it's also Truth and Reconciliation Day here in Canada, due to the residential schools situation. And don't forget, if you've got one, wear your orange t-shirt or shirt today, whether it's a hoodie, shirt, whatever, as long as it's orange, as every child matters. And you can see I got my shirt on today as well. So just so you know, Glenn is off today, and Cindy is just getting back from Mexico. So neither one of them are available. So I'm just going to go it alone. Which happens occasionally. But today I've got news from Manitoba. I've also got the news from the USA. I got a story that has me shaking my head. Just wow, and plus more. So we'll get into that stuff, and right away, as the first story comes to us from StratCan. Headline there says Manitobans may finally be able to grow cannabis at home in 2025. That's right, people. Even though cannabis has been legal here since 2018, there are people within certain provinces, 2 provinces, where they cannot grow cannabis. And I know that there was a change of government in Manitoba, and let's hopefully they get around to getting this corrected, as they said they would. In an email to the Winnipeg Free Press on September 25th, Manitoba Justice Minister Matt Waby said the provincial government is in the process of drafting the regulations for a bill passed in June. He says that the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Authority is drafting regulations to ensure the framework for growing cannabis at home prioritizes public safety with a focus on protecting youth and ensuring cannabis plants are not accessible to young people. Now, the provincial government is expecting to post the proposed regulations by the end of 2024 to allow time to get for public feedback. This is a change in the plans announced in June, when a source with the Manitoba government told StratCan that such rules would be expected to be in place by November of 2024, so like in a month's time. So obviously that's not going to happen. When the bill was being debated in the Manitoba Parliament earlier this year, the Progressive Conservative opposition brought up concerns that they were passing a bill that had not yet been written. Only once the regulations are finalized will people in Manitoba be able to grow up to 4 plants at home. Specifics such as where plants can be grown on a person's property are still unknown. For example, I know in like BC, you plants can't be seen. So if you've got a balcony that's see-through, you can't grow your plants on that balcony. And I believe there's apartments where your condominiums and stuff where you can't even grow your plants out there. So, and there was one story about a place that had 3 plants growing in their yard, and they just happened to hold a garden party for the public to come in and look at all their flowers and their yard gardens and stuff. and 3 cannabis plants were visible for those people, and because of that, they were charged for it. So, okay, now the story goes on to say by MLA Brandon West, Wayne Belkan debated earlier this week. It says that who will monitor these grows and who will monitor the sale of seeds to produce these cannabis products? Well, the seeds you buy legally from the store. And as far as monitoring the grows, do you go around and check how much alcohol people are producing in their home when it comes to beer? I don't think so. The penalty in Manitoba for growing cannabis at home is currently a $2,542 fine, as well up to a year in prison and forfeiture of personal property. Manitoba and Quebec are the only 2 provinces to ban growing at home. And in April this year, the Supreme Court of Canada upheld Quebec's ban. Remember that, people. Supreme Court of Canada upheld the Quebec's ban. So that tells me that the federal government could ban home growing, because if the Supreme Court isn't going to stop Quebec, why would they stop the rest of the country? They say the ruling that the province has the authority to enforce such a ban, even in the face of federal rules allowing for 4 plants per household. So 4 plants per household rules could be changed fairly. You just never know, right? If they can do it in Quebec, they can do it at the federal government as well. So nobody wants to see that happen. All right, on to the next story. This one here heads to the U.S., and it comes to me from Green State. The headline on it says, "Sweeping CDC report lays framework for federal cannabis policy." There we go. From industry stakeholders to advocates, plenty of opinions are swirling on how to move forward with cannabis reform. According to a sweeping new report, federal health officials need to take more active role in cannabis policy moving forward. Yeah, exactly. Cannabis policy impacts public health and health equity was sponsored by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Institutes of Health. The 320-page analysis proposes a health-forward approach to cannabis regulations, emphasizing harm reduction and restorative justice. It takes agencies like the CDC with helping shape national policy. Now, according to Dr. Stephen Tushisk of University of Southern California, he says that we'd like the federal government to step up to provide some leadership in this area. Now, according to him, public health took a back seat as states passed cannabis laws. The report raises concerns over cannabis potency as well as perceived health risks, such as the impact of consumption on unborn babies and adolescents. We're not legalizing for the adolescents, I know that. Financial interests played a substantial role in influencing those policies, he says. And among the report's recommendations for the CDC are develop and evaluate health campaigns about cannabis, specifically for parents, young people, pregnant women, and people 65 and older. Monitor cannabis cultivation, sales, use, and health impacts. I don't know how they're going to monitor cannabis cultivation unless you have to register to be able to grow your cannabis, and that would be one hell of an endeavor to look after, I would imagine. Now, they say to create best practices for state regulation, including ways to limit youth access, and they say for Congress, close a loophole that allows intoxicating products derived from hemp to be widely sold, even in states where other cannabis products are illegal. Remove restrictions on the Office of National Drug Control Policy that prevent it from studying the effects of cannabis legalization. Well, why would they have? Yeah, that's odd. Now, for the states, they say required training and certification for cannabis retail staff. We have that right here in Ontario. Actually, I got my can sell myself. Automatically expunge or seal records for low-level cannabis-related offenses in states that have decriminalized cannabis. adopt and enforce quality standards set by the U.S. Pharmacopoeia, an independent group that sets standards for medicine and dietary supplements. Now, I just don't know if Pharmacopoeia covers plants. Now, a CDC spokesman said Thursday the agency would study the recommendations and that more money would be needed to implement them. It remains to be seen which aspects of the report the government will accept. But if the DEA moves ahead with moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to 3, the plant will likely be under the FDA's purview. Advocates hope government agencies can work together to craft sensible policy as opposed to the piecemeal approach currently seen across the country. Yeah, some people they think they look at it as they support the states has the right to look after how they want to have the cannabis. I like our system here where we have a federal end that has cannabis legal, whereas a state by state approach isn't that. So we have our federal government where it's still legal, but we still have our province and municipalities, which could be ours in the U.S., the states as well as the municipalities, to add to all of that. So, all righty. On to my next story. This one here, there we go. It's a psychedelic story, and it comes to me. Ads popping up here. A Medical Express, and the headline on that says psychedelics excite cells in hippocampus to reduce anxiety, according to what the study finds. Now, see, the story says the classic psychedelic, similar to LSD, psilocybin, and mescaline, was found to activate a cell type in the brain that silences other neighboring neurons, a result that provides insight into how such drugs reduce anxiety, according to a new study. The findings show that the psychedelic DOI, the ventral hippocampus, and so-called fast spiking interneurons there. Now, unfortunately, I can't pronounce the words that are involved in the DOI. Now, by biomedical engineering at Cornell University, says it hasn't been known what brain areas and cell types are involved with psychedelics to suppress anxiety. Because the idea is that if we know the neurobiological involved, we can design some better drugs that would target these pathways. The work provides an understanding of the cellular trigger for the psychedelic-inducing relief and anxiety, says Vidita Vadai, senior professor of biological sciences at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai, and the paper's corresponding author. The pathway in the ventral hippocampus, a brain structure involved in social memory, emotion, and affect, does not appear to cause the hallucinations that are a hallmark of DOA, suggesting that some of the therapeutic effects of psychedelics, including reducing PTSD, depression, and anxiety, may be isolated within discrete brain circuits. So he's looking at pharmaceutical drugs. He says that opens up the possibility to design psychedelic-inspired drugs that target anxiety without evoking potential hallucinations, she added. So there you go, right there. In this anxiety, the maze had two sections: an enclosed area with walls where the rodent may feel safe, and a completely exposed section that is evaluated from the ground. Now, Kwan says that as one might expect, the animal tends to spend a lot of time in the closed wing. This is a kind of a standard assay to determine how anxious the animal will be and how much it will explore. Researchers can assess anxiety levels based on the time spent in each area. So in one experiment, the team injected DOI generally into the bloodstream before running the rodents into the maze. They then systematically induced DOI in 4 different brain areas, one at a time, and tested for changes in anxiety. Kwan says, quite surprisingly, only one region, the ventral hippocampus, when we infused it with the DOA, was able to retain the psychedelic effects of reducing anxiety. Electrical readings of the brain was measured by the co-author Antonio Fernandez Ruz, assistant professor of neurobiology and behavior, and Nancy and Peter Mening. They are family investigator in the life science in the College of Arts and Sciences. These recordings identified that the first spiking interneurons, which made up of only 10 to 15% of the cells in the ventral hippocampus, showed increased firing under the influence of the DOA. The interneurons are known for silencing other neurons, creating checks so different types of nerve cells aren't all excited at once. The study builds on earlier research that identified abnormal hyperactivity in the ventral hippocampus when an animal is anxious, particularly neurons that communicate with amygdala, the major processing center for emotions. We learn a lot from mice, don't we? There's a hint that in the anxiety state, these cells are active, and maybe the drug works by then silencing some of these. And in future work, the researchers hope to investigate how the amygdala may be involved. Now, the study took advantage of a cross-campus collaboration between Kwan and Fernandez Ruz to measure electrical brain signals in an international collaboration with these teams, which led to many of the behavior aspects of the study. So there you go. Just the stuff that they're finding out is, it's interesting that they can determine these things just by using mice, but they've been very helpful, obviously, in with medicines over the years. There's no doubt about that. So, all right, on to my next story before I go to break. And this headline comes from the London Free Press. Headline says 5 charged in raids on indigenous pot shops in London, nearby First Nations. Wow. 5 people face charges following a series of police raids on unsanctioned pot shops in London and the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation. Is it going on the reserves? The Ontario Provincial Police-led cannabis enforcement team launched an investigation in June into the illegal sale of cannabis at a dispensary on Chippewas territory and at 2 London stores operating under the name Spirit River that weren't licensed by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. That's the province's regulator, according to the OPP. Police raided the London locations, one in a trailer at 72 Welling Street, the other at a storefront in 685 Richmond Street, and the Chippewa store on August the 20th, seizing $350,000 worth of cannabis products, $9,000 in contraband tobacco, $2,500 in magic mushrooms, $11,000 in cash, and an extraction press. Established in 2018, after Canada became the second country in talking about legalization, they said the OPP values a close working relationship with First Nation police services to enforce the laws pertaining to illegal cannabis and to address any concerns relating to investigations or enforcement activities. That's the London Police Detective Sergeant Josh Silcox. Now, it says that partnerships and collaboration between police services and agencies are imperative to ensure public safety and successful outcomes with dealing with these type of investigations. So, looks to me that the First Nations police services were involved in this. 2 London men, 44 and 41, and a London woman, 27, and a Chippewas man, 52, and an Odina man, 41, face drug-related charges. All going to appear in London court in October. There's some of the products that they had to say. The accused include Maurice French, who identified himself as the owner of the Spirit River location on Wellington Street, when it opened in December of 2022. French argued at the time that he was exercising his treaty rights to open a medicinal cannabis trading post on traditional Chippewa Nation land, according to a letter sent to City Hall and police officials. I remember covering that, or brought that up in one of our news articles because of what he did. He took this letter to the police officials and everything. In an interview after the crackdown, French said he was no longer connected to the London Spirit River locations, but he operated a store in Chippewas that was raided. Now, French says that I wanted no part of what was going because we got away from what our original goal was, our plan for treaty rights and exercising our treaty right, and we got away from that with money and greed. Yeah, that's what French said, and in the involvement with the London Spirit River stores. French said he opened the Chippewas store along with the gas station and variety store back in May, and his two employees have now been charged. Nobody's allowed to enter the stores that were raided unless they get permission from the Superior Court of Justice, the police said, noting anyone who violates the order will be charged with break and enter, and signs posted on the now shuttered London stores by police issued the same warning. Both of the London locations remain closed more than a month after the crackdown, and a sign outside the Wellington Spirit River location says the business will reopen soon. It's unclear what prompted the police crackdown and why other Indigenous-run shops operating in London in defiance of the law aren't targeted. At least two other unsanctioned dispensaries, one on Dundas Street and the other on Richmond Street, still open. I wonder if you go back to the what all they found at the place. They talked about the mushrooms. There it is. The conjure. Well, I don't know where the tobacco came from. Now I got this Vistaprint ad flying in front of me. They mentioned here was magic mushrooms, $2,500 worth of magic mushrooms. I wonder if that was the problem that got the local police involved from the reserve, and they brought in the OPP. Who knows? All right, folks, time for me to take my break. Time for me to medicate. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, I'm back from a medication session. I'm still coughing, actually. And you're live here at Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. All right, off we go to good old USA and Pennsylvania, because down there, according to Marijuana Moment, the Pennsylvania police arrest an average of 32 people for cannabis possession every day. New data shows as lawmakers weigh legalization. 32 people a day. Wow. With Pennsylvania lawmakers under pressure to act on cannabis legalization when they reconvene next week, new data is underscoring the urgency, revealing that more than 12,000 people were arrested for cannabis possession in the Keystone State last year. Put differently, that means Pennsylvania police made an average of 32 cannabis possession arrests every day. The data from the National Institute-based reporting system and the Uniform Crime Reporting System shows. Now, in 2023, 10,463 adults and 1,578 juveniles were arrested for possession of up to 30 grams of cannabis. Inconsistent with national enforcement trends, those arrests have disproportionately affected Black residents. While about 75% of Pennsylvania's population is white, Black people account for 40% of the cannabis arrests. Now, according to Chris Goldstein, a Normal regional organizer, he says that I think that the ongoing arrests in Pennsylvania should motivate lawmakers as it did in other states. Well, more than 80 cities in the state have moved forward with locally decriminalizing or reducing penalties for simple possession. The fact there are still upwards of 12,000 arrests statewide makes Pennsylvania stand out nationally as having some of the most arrests of any state in America at this point. Goldstein, who's compiled the new enforcement data, says. Wow, that's a lot of people. But even as Pennsylvania has become an island of prohibition, surrounded by states that have enacted adult use legalization, such as Ohio, Delaware, and Maryland, New Jersey, and New York, Goldstein says he doesn't feel the latest push for reform in the legislature will deliver results this session, while he attributes to the ongoing absenteeism of certain GOP leaderships. He says that there are plenty of Democrats who've offered well-thought bills over the years, and they just have never gotten anywhere. And there are even some well-thought bills from Republicans over the years that haven't gone anywhere. That's because people in leadership positions have simply blocked those bills from moving forward. Sounds like a Mitch anti-cannabis guy. Earlier this month, Reps Aaron Kiefer and Emily Kincaid formally introduced a bipartisan cannabis legalization bill alongside 15 other co-sponsors. In July, the governor of Pennsylvania said that the administration and lawmakers would come back and continue to fight for cannabis legalization and other policy priorities that were omitted from the budget legislation he signed into law last month. When the Pennsylvania legislature approved the budget bill that Governor Josh Shapiro enacted, lawmakers also accidentally left medical cannabis dispensaries out of a section providing tax relief. Accidentally. And it hasn't been clear whether the omission could be fixed without future legislative action. What happens after the legislature reconvenes for the remainder of the session next week is uncertain, but a poll released this week found that strong majorities of Pennsylvania voters in 5 key toss-up districts are in favor of legalizing cannabis in the state, and they want to see lawmakers enact the reform imminently, like now. So there you go. Come on, Pennsylvania, get your acting gear. What are you doing investing so many people? You know, that's why I got my saying at the end of the broadcast. All right, on to the next story. And this one here, it comes to me from the Business of Cannabis, and the headline on it reads: Proposal could see CBD banned for use in cosmetics across Europe. Like, why? Let's find out why. CBD as a cosmetic could soon be banned in the European Union amid efforts from France to classify it as a reprotoxic substance. On September the 11th, France issued a proposal to the European Chemicals Agency to classify CBD as a carcinogenic, mutagenic, and reprotoxic substance based on what it says is its potential reproductive toxicity. The proposal, which was first announced in June last year, has seen the ECHA issue a call for data on the safety of pure CBD and extracts that may contain contaminants like THC to establish the safety of the substance when used as a cosmetic ingredient. While some research, including a 2019 FDA literature review, suggests CBD could potentially cause male reproductive toxicity in animals. What? The CEO and founder of Paris-based cannabis consultancy Agar Associates, Benjamin Alexandria Genois, says this proposal may be driven more by politics and science. I'd say so. What? Yeah. What happened? The ECHA published France's intention to introduce a harmonized classification labeling CLH for CBD, a process which is designed to ensure the consistent labeling and effectively manage any potential risks. The French proposal focuses on CBD's potential reproductive toxicity, referring the adverse effects of a substance on any aspects of the reproductive cycle, including the impairment of reproductive function and the induction of adverse effects in the embryo. It forms part of the wider effects of the scientific community for safety, consumer safety, to establish harmonized standards across the bloc and regulate the use of novel ingredients in cosmetic products. Since 2021, CBD has been included in the cosmetic ingredient database, the official database of cosmetic ingredients in the EU, under 2 separate entries covering both synthetically produced CBD and CBD produced from extraction. Under the listing, it notes that CBD can potentially be used for its antitoxin and anti-sebum and skin protection properties. While CBD is permitted to use in cosmetic products, no full regulations have yet been determined, placing the substance in a gray area, which will be familiar for any CBD business operating in Europe. The ultimate decision on the future of CBD in Europe will be made by the CSSC, which could prohibit its use in cosmetics altogether if submitted evidence confirms its toxicity. But a positive opinion from the regulatory body could also solidify its future usage. Its investigation will involve several steps, including doser submission, consultation, and development of a final opinion from the Committee for Risk Assessment. Over the past few weeks, France has had a turbulent relationship with CBD, and this is not the first time it has attempted to limit its uses or ban it entirely. Most notably in 2020's cannabis case, which saw the European Court of Justice rule that French authorities had acted unlawfully in prosecuting two businessmen who imported CBD flowers from the Czech Republic in 2014, as CBD is not a narcotic. This attempt to crack down on CBD backfired and set a legal precedent that has come to rescue of many CBD companies prosecuted in Europe over the last few years. Now, according to Mr. Jinray, this case could follow a similar track. It's crazy. Toxicity in CBD. I remember all those rumors that makes male impotency and jeez. This is continuation of reefer madness. The way French authorities have handled cannabis and hemp in recent years has often put politics before science, with science sometimes being used to justify specific policies they wanted to push forward. The question is, why is France doing this? I think it needs to be placed in the context of France's involvement over the past decades, especially since Macron's presidency, which has largely been a force of conservatism at these issues. Now, according to there, says he explained that he had since seen this conservative stance play out firsthand during a drug policy meeting organized by the Czech presidency of Council of the European Union 2 years ago. Now, goes on to say that this was the first time cannabis was at the center of such discussions. While I observed what was that France was not a major help, and in fact acted more as a force to preserve the status quo in this form. We've seen this before in efforts to restrict the use of cannabis flower, and now with France pushing to limit the legality of CBD in the European Union. Wow. Why would they be this toxicity? Come on. Wow. See, it goes on down here. It says it's a collective process. It will depend on how much influence France has. It seems that they haven't had a lot of success in the past in regards to closing up the markets and the different uses of CBD. And taking into account the apparent loss and influence of France in the new configuration after the European elections, including the retraction of France candidates for the president of the Commission, there is a definite sense that France is losing influence within the European Union in some capacity, and therefore that does not bode well for it. Wow, I didn't expect that to go like that, to have them go on about the reproductive issues and all that connected to CBD. Wow. Like I said, reefer madness. Okay, now this next story. This is the one that I said at the beginning was just I mean, what WTF when I read the headline. And this is my last story of the day. And this one comes to me from Psych Post. And yes, this is what the headline says. Man amputates penis with an axe after consuming psilocybin mushrooms. What? Yeah, what? In an unprecedented case report, doctors in Austria have documented the first known instance of psilocybin-induced penile amputation. After consuming a large quantity of magic mushrooms, a 37-year-old man suffering from depression and alcohol abuse severed his penis with an axe. Fortunately, doctors were able to reattach part of the amputated organ. Now, this was in a manual, in a journal, the Mega Journal of Surgery, and it goes on about psilocybin, the reports and how it's helping people with different conditions. But in this case, the report published by doctors at the hospital Feldkirch in Austria outlines the shocking details of this 37-year-old man who consumed a large dose of psilocybin and during a severe psychotic episode amputated his penis using an axe. The man, who had a history of depression and alcohol abuse, ingested 4 or 5 dried psilocybin mushrooms while staying alone in a secluded vacation home. Not long after consuming the mushrooms, the man began to experience a terrifying hallucination or delusion, which led him to take an axe and sever his penis into multiple pieces. Yes, multiple pieces. The details of the event are unclear to the patient, as he did not. The man reportedly bleeding. No. He then left the house bleeding profusely in search of help. A passerby found him in a confused state and called for emergency services. The man was transported to a nearby village. Significant amount of blood. He was immediately taken into surgery where doctors worked to stabilize him and control the bleeding. His penis was contaminated with soil and snow, and parts of the organ were severely damaged. Surgeons were able to save. The replantation was successful, despite the significant challenges posed by the extent of the injury and contamination. Despite initial difficulties, the patient's condition improved after the surgery's delusions. He was placed under psychiatric care, and his treatment included antipsychotic medications to help control the hallucinations. His mental state gradually stabilized, and after a week, he was moved back to the urology department to continue his recovery. In the tissue developed on the glands of his penis, likely due to the loss of blood flow during the period when he was bleeding, but it's healed over time. Remarkably, the patient was able to regain some erectile function within 3 months of the surgery, though the overall length of his penis was significantly reduced due to the damage. At his last follow-up visit, he was able to urinate normally while seated, though a minor complication called hypospontaneous developed where the urinary opening is located further down the shaft than normal. While this case is the first documented instance of psilocybin-induced self-amputation, it brings attention to a broader phenomenon of self-mutilation during psychotic episodes, particularly among individuals with underlying mental health conditions known as Klingsard syndrome. These rare but extreme events often involve self-inflicted injury to the genitals and can be associated with a range of psychotic conditions with schizophrenia to several real-world examples of how certain drugs, treatments, or conditions can manifest in unique circumstances. However, because case reports usually focus on a single patient, they do not provide the kind of broad, statistically significant data that is needed to establish definitive conclusions about a drug or a condition. In other words, while this case demonstrates that psilocybin can, in rare cases, lead to severe psychotic episodes and self-harm, it does not mean that this outcome is common or is likely to happen to most people who use psilocybin. In fact, the majority of research on psilocybin has shown that it is relatively safe when used in controlled environments, professional supervision. Despite these limitations, case reports play a critical role in advancing medical knowledge. They help doctors to identify rare side effects, potential effects, and best practices for managing complex cases. In the case of psilocybin, reports like this one could influence future guidelines for its therapeutic use and highlight the need for careful screening of patients before administering treatments. So there you go. It happened, but as they said, this is the first time, and this is not to be looked at as something that is going to happen just because somebody consumes some magic mushrooms. So, all right, folks, that's it for today. Other than that, I'm gonna say goodbye to my friends at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and at ease.ca. And in closing, thanks for watching. I muttered up a few times, but that happens. Other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Come on, Pennsylvania, get your acting gear. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So,
today.
You showed that to us, but how does it work?
Dave.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct, and I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
it's not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
So you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric. Electric.
So there you go. This is his
Here,
dewdrop.
hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is
Yeah.
the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to.
Mm-hmm.
You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
In the water?
Yeah, I've put
Hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no, it's
Well, no.
there's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay. I see.
All right, and then
here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Uh-oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all, and we've seen Dave at many events. Yeah. And so now
He's very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt.
Uh-oh.
And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
So, well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No. Okay, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
wow.
yes.
Nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Fork holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know. Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
you hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean. Just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. I should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. Different. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
But no, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got one scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger?
Oh,
on
yeah.
the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
See, he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
He basically made it like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep, carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's multifunctional.
So that's the dewdrop.
A dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in
Okay.
the chat here in the comments.
Yeah, but
Oh.
I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop
Okay.
could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
just repeating to see if I could say.
How
seashells
much
by the
hash could
seashore.
how much hash could a apple hash if a apple hash could apple hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a happle could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well, you
looked.
got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation, or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen. I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either, but she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her own head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41,
it was, something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you
So because I couldn't shut up.
so let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods, because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. Right. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think, okay, so I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, MJ always makes comments about the fact of, 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
no.
Now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with. And now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like, I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like, the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know. So now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it. And they don't even realize that there's an option.
Exactly, they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this, because there's lots of other people.
Right, we got to go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie. And we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast. And we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram. And I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out. And we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much. Well, look, anybody has to bring a suitcase to carry their weeds. Got a lot of weed. Look. Well, I guess you're doing the same thing. So what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, I love this. Is my first time being back in a couple of years, so it's been awesome. It's been nice to see so many people.
I believe it was you. I think the last time I talked to you, you have something to cook, chef? No. Okay. All right. Maybe then. Obviously, it wasn't you.
No, I'm Mellow Moments.
I know that. Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was because I lived in that town and they had their son was working in a restaurant that I ordered pizza from.
Nice. Oh, yes, it was in Marmora.
Correct.
Tom. What was it? Oh, thank you.
Theo's.
Theo's.
It was you.
It was me. It was. Look at you.
Ah.
How good is that? I was like, he's not a cook. He works.
And you know what? At that time, and I don't know who was working, right? But I have to order pizza without cheese. Right? And the other one store in town wouldn't do it, but Theo's would, and I always get extra toppings.
That's smart. That's smart. They should give you extra toppings. When they take stuff off, they should give you more. It should just be a go around, right? That's the way it should work.
So you're running into a lot of people here. Here we go.
I am. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see new faces. It's nice to see new people. I'm absolutely excited that we get to see music magic bands, marching bands walking through.
I ran into them like 4 times.
Not women in string bikinis, so it's great. I'm loving it. I'm loving the step forward towards the advancement. It's nice to see the new friends and see the new faces coming in.
That's what these events do, eh? Like back in the Treating Yourself Expo days, people were from Europe and stuff, and here I've run into people from the U.S.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many. It's nice to see it kind of go back into medicinal. I find that a lot of the people that are still here that have been here, it's because it's our medicine, right? And we're for our medicine, right?
And we're still yelling at the top of our lungs, right?
Exactly. So
Still lots of work to be done. Just because Canada has legalized cannabis doesn't mean that you shut down your advocacy. There's lots of things. See, I call it before cannabis was legalized, we were arguing for cannabis law reform.
It's true.
Right? Cannabis is legal now, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform.
we're still asking for the same thing.
There's things that we want.
Yeah, that's. I think actually I stepped back because my heart got hurt when I saw the way things were going, and I kind of stepped back. But it's about the plant, it's about the medicine, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly. Still continue your advocacy work, and for me, it's been about patients getting access. People are getting more access because of being in the stores. Unfortunately, I'd rather have them be able to talk to a medical professional at a place. At a dispensary, because bartenders can't say anything.
Exactly. That's why voices like ours are important. And that's why I'm starting out a new podcast actually, and why I want to start coming out. We need to start talking about the medicines. And
I look at it, there's no reason other than regulation and red tape that why couldn't they put some medical outlet inside the retail location? Set some type of regulations or whatever has to be done. And that way, people who feel comfortable talking to somebody, versus
Exactly. I find that we've all sold enough weed or weighed enough weed to know that those scales have to tip both ways before they balance out, right? And I think we're getting to more of the balancing part. Sometimes it's going to tip on the other side, but we're going to get that balance coming.
There's Humber College here in Toronto is doing a survey online, and it's called the PACE survey, and it's got no connection to PACE Radio. Okay, it's pharmacists. I think and I can't remember all the words. Okay, unfortunately, but it's pharmacists. So what they're wanting to do is collect the information off of patients and other people, and they're going to educate the pharmacists with that.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's why I love Hybrid Farm out of Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly.
With Raheem. Raheem has been amazing, making so many differences in the pharmaceutical world, right?
Cannabis has been legal medically for over 20 years in Canada. Why is he the only medical location in our country?
Right? That's a question I would love to hear the answer to.
There's people who are doing great stuff like Ted and BC out in the West Coast. They've tried to be able to do something like that, and there's others. But we got to get a spot where people can actually go in and talk to them. I know they want you to go to a doctor, but not everybody gets the approvals from the doctor.
And not every doctor's for it, right? We still have a lot of doctors that live in that outdated belief system, right? So until we can get to the new belief systems and get it in there. But I talk to patients and I hear it's coming. I hear it's coming every day. I spoke to a client a couple of days ago that is actually went to his doctor, told his doctor that he followed all of his advice except the medication, except taking the medication. And he's much better for it, and that he's using cannabis. So he's actually now submitting data back to his doctor in regards to cannabis. So
they had this program going all these years. They could have had patients to just volunteer. Not make it mandatory. Just volunteer if you want to be involved in helping educate doctors and the system. Connect with it.
Absolutely, I think that's great. Yeah, I think we need to continue to do that.
Look at it as a missed opportunity.
Missed, absolutely. I think we missed a few opportunities in the industry. So, but again, with those scales, right? We have time to come.
That's right, exactly. You never know. Could come again. All right, it was good talking to you.
Thank you. You too, Al. It was great to see you.
And we'll see you around. We'll talk to you. Probably see you in there. And you just never know who you're gonna bump into on the street these days.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host Rev Cindy. Live today on Tuesday, August 6, 2024 on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere.
Everywhere.
August 6th. It's August 6th. Is it going by fast enough for you?
Way too fast. In 1 month and 5 days, I'm preparing to leave for my practicum in Mexico. I don't think I'm ready yet.
Well, get on it. What the heck?
I got a month and 5 days.
You got over a whole month. Like, come on. What's the props?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It'll be good. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. I can't wait to get there.
How's your day going so far?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. I had an appointment this morning with to do VAC paperwork, Veterans Affairs Canada paperwork. Woo! So I got all that done. Yeah, and then I have been doing some stuff around the house and doing some work, and then preparing with you. How's your day?
It's not too bad. I think that because it's sitting way in the background right there, I'll point right there behind you in the background. You should hold up that cheat. No, the other side. Can't you see where I'm pointing? It's a Cheech and Bong.
My Cheech and Chong Bong.
Yeah.
For the van. But I've been using it anyway.
Cheech and Bong. You know, because they got a new movie coming out. So this way we can publicize it a little bit with the Cheech and Bong.
Cheech and Bong. Chong.
Okay, enough of that crap. Put it back on the shelf.
Okay.
So what you been doing?
Well, we already talked about me. What about you?
Oh. Well, my incredibly beautiful puppy dog Mika passed away on the weekend. She decided to cross the Rainbow Bridge 10 days shy of her 19th birthday, which is an absolute miracle. And I'm thanking her for doing it at 10 because I'm bad with numbers, but I can remember 10. So then I'll remember it's always 10 days shy of her 19th birthday. But yeah, she taught me immense loads of how to love unconditionally and what love really, really is. For a being that spoke no words, she spoke to my heart in a way that words didn't even exist. And all there was just incredible love.
She definitely was one of the most beautiful souls that I have ever met. I have a lot of beautiful memories of hanging out with you and Mika, and that beach that you walked frequently with her.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go walk that. I'm gonna take her ashes there, and I'm gonna do some spreading of her ashes on that little beach. And, you know, she leaves a good legacy because of her. There's a lot of other dogs that are doing quite well, and you know that the product she inspired just make hearts open. And
yeah, she is a puppy hero, and she's got quite a story. And I know that you are trying to put that together, and I can't wait to see that.
yeah, as my friend Lisa called it, a documentary. I am doing a documentary about Mika and the adventures that were shared and the lives that she changed, because she actually changed quite a few lives. It's an amazing thing, and been absolutely blessed to spend 19 years with what I call an earth angel. You know, there was nothing but love, and she's left my heart so full of love. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing on a road to healing when we're on healing journeys. Segue.
You know, Steve, now is a great time to talk about our guest.
We have a guest?
We do. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Could it be about healing?
On this show? I think.
Could we possibly have somebody on that's a sacred medicine facilitator, integration coach, a person that practices what he speaks, and runs healing retreats to help other people heal? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ivailo Gorodero. Did I get it right, or was I off again?
It's Ivailo Govedarov.
Gorodero. I got to roll the R a little bit too. Gorodero. Okay, awesome. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm very good. Very happy. I did some work in the garden this morning, and I've been looking forward to connecting and talking with you guys today. So very content and pleased to be here.
Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. So my first question is always the same for everybody. What brought you to this field? What brought you to psychedelics?
Absolutely. So something that I've noticed on this path, just speaking to a lot of friends of mine who also share medicine, they accompany people through this process, is that usually there comes a moment where people who choose this path have some kind of a crisis in their life, which motivates them to, like start this journey toward themselves and, like start helping others. So for me, that moment of crisis was 11 years ago when my mother passed away. She was 51 at the time, and she had cancer. And after she passed away, I entered a moment of, like perhaps a couple of years where I just felt deeply depressed, would wake up daily with a ball of anxiety in my like solar plexus. And the only thing that could bring me a short respite from the daily anxiety was just like smoking lots of cannabis. But even if it helped in the moment, I was really using it as a crutch to numb down what I was feeling. And with time, I realized that it was not only my mother's passing that I had to deal with. There was many other things that I had to look into. So at some point, I had a very responsible. I had a job with a lot of responsibility back when I lived in the UK, related to like international emergency response and dealing with crisis situations. So um, the responsibility that I felt kind of helped me to override my own personal situation. But the way that I did it was that I just swept everything under the rug. So even if it allowed me to be able to function on the day to day, go to work, be, like a productive member of society, I had numbed myself so much that I wasn't feeling the anxiety, but I wasn't feeling anything at all. And right around this time, I was all throughout. I was like, I went to therapy. I was trying like meditation, exercise, all kind of things to have some peace, but couldn't really, feel good about life. So right around this moment, my sister, who lived in Spain at the time, phoned me one weekend. It was like, "Hey, like I did an ayahuasca ceremony last weekend, and there's another one in a couple of weeks. You should get a ticket and come." And in this moment, I was going about my life in such a way that it was scarier to keep going the way that I was going than to, and I was very impressed by the name, because one of the translations of ayahuasca is divine of death or divine of spirits. So it was scary to keep going the way that I was going than to go and drink the brew from the vine of death. So that's how I went. I was very impressed by the people that I met. There was just something about their energy, the way that they were, the way they spoke to each other, just their being, like there's something special about them. So I kept going and kept going and I kept going to these retreats for a couple of years in Europe, up until the point where I decided that I was 29 at the time, 6 years ago, and I decided, okay, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids, I don't have a mortgage. So now is the moment to, do something. And even if it's a complete failure, I still have time to start over. Came to Colombia, started, out of my, just the desire for my own process, my own healing, my own getting to know myself. Started going to ceremonies. With time, started helping different elders, ceremonies that they did, supporting people, and then just very naturally, started giving some advice when I go to a retreat and there's someone for the first time, until I was asked by a good friend of mine to organize a ceremony for a group he was hosting here in Colombia. Give him a bit of a chat before the ceremony and help them with the ceremony after, and that's how it all began.
Wow.
So you literally grew into the position of facilitation and integration?
Well, there's this topic of the journey of the wounded healer. Like when something happens to you, and then you just like figuring out your own process and figuring out yourself. Just very naturally, the desire to share that with others came along, and as I said, the first 3 years after my mother's passing, and between my mother's passing and between my first ceremony, I really felt like I was willing to do anything. Like I did the therapy, I was reading articles about what do the most successful people do, and then they wake up at 5 a.m., they meditate, they have a plan, they exercise. So I was doing all these things, and still it felt like it wasn't the thing that I was looking for. And like once I discovered sacred medicine, and like the most important thing that it gave me at first was this positive expectation of life. That life is not something that we should suffer through, but that life is something that is actually that can be very beautiful. And whatever might have happened to us, we still have the opportunity and the chance to reinvent ourselves, rediscover meaning, and enjoy, like this gift that we've been given. Like in the whole history of the universe, imagine like this whole like millions and millions and millions of years, and all the things that had to happen for us to be here today. Like just to be able to connect with that gratitude that we have the opportunity to experience life. And I was just very passionate about sharing with people these tools so that they don't have to experience the things that I experienced, and the things that is kind of like a knowing uncertainty, feeling stuck, like there's no way out. So that was a big, perhaps the biggest motivation to embark on this journey.
So between the medicine and your mother's passing, you actually were focused on doing the patterns of achievement.
Absolutely.
That's what I was gathering there. But the patterns of achievement without connection didn't really get the end result that a lot of people promote, because a lot of people promote that pattern.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that the pattern works for, but when you find those people that the pattern really works for, they have a connection. And that's never talked about in do these patterns. Because there's lots of seminars on do these patterns, be an overachiever, be a. But if you don't have connection, it doesn't matter, where that's going, you're missing a part of you. We talk about connection, and people picture connection with everything around you, but truly it's connection with yourself and understanding that you're a part of everything around you.
Absolutely. Something I like sharing with people as well is that on like my background, I was I had this syndrome. I later came to read a book about it. Actually, I was really Mr. Nice Guy. Like doing the right thing, avoiding conflict, wanting to make my family proud. And something that I like sharing with people is that I had the great fortune to achieve that thing in the external world a few times, only to experience that I thought would bring me long-lasting fulfillment and peace, only to experience, like maybe like a month of like feeling really good, like that the sky's the limit, but then quickly, like that void would appear again. And after experiencing that for a few times, like first it was, like graduating from my undergrad with the top grade possible. I did that. Then I wanted to do a master's at a top university in the UK. I did that as well. Graduating, like I graduated, did that as well. I had a really, really amazing job, like, so every time I would push myself so much, like to the point where I would, like feel anxious, feel very worried, like stress out. to get to the achievement and then feel like amazing for a month, but then what's the next thing and what's the next thing? And this helped me realize, and that's why I say I had the great fortune to experience that. And what this gave me was it's helped me realize that I was playing the wrong game, because when you play this game, there's always a bigger yacht. So there's no end to it. So this is right around the time when I thought, okay, now is the moment to do something. I had wanted all my life to learn Spanish. After 12 years in the UK, I wanted to live in a place where I see the sun every day, deepen my work with the medicine, and just start from zero in a place where I didn't know the language, didn't know anybody. So yeah, absolutely, achievement and kind of this way of trying to prove myself, to feel a more valuable person, to kind of feel loved and appreciated by my family is what led me to do the work I do today.
What is your master's in?
I did a master's in Russian and East European Studies, which is an
Wow.
area studies course.
Wow. So
Yeah.
what would, if you went through all of your academic, just that end of the academic achievements, what would you say the high points of knowledge were for you?
Well, I feel like, in terms of like where I focus in my academics, I focus mostly on the transition between communism and democracy for the post-socialist states. I'm originally from Bulgaria, so like I focus on learning more about my country and the history. And when I entered these studies, I had the idealistic endeavors to one day come back to my country, enter politics, and like influence change in a positive way. But as I went further along my studies, I just realized that okay, I need to pick another way other than politics that I can make a difference and make the world a better place. But I think that like the most important thing that I learned, I feel in my master's degree, was I was just so very happy to be surrounded by people who thought just on a very different scale. Like before I went to do my master's, like for me, my dream was that by the end of 30, I was going to be an investment banker, earning more than £100,000 per year. And that was like the top of the top for me. And all of a sudden I was, like surrounded by people who they want to found a school, or they want to, like found a foundation that helps people get educated so they can have a better life. They didn't want to be the investment banker, but maybe they wanted to own the company, so it was just this other scale of thinking, which was very, very motivational, and perhaps the biggest, most important learning for me from university.
Awesome. I find that growth that you were doing and where you were going and the background picture behind you of as you're speaking hold completely opposite dichotomy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible, because that's a, you're talking about, I was working towards a dream that is a program that our society is told everybody should dream this fucking dream. And yet, in the end, you're in a jungle, I'm assuming. Is that a jungle area that you're in?
Well, I'm in the forest. I'm in the Andes mountains, about an hour away from the city of Medellin in Colombia. And the little village that I'm in is called Santa Elena. So I'm in a tropical, humid forest.
At, you said 2,000 foot altitude, correct?
2,700 meters, which I think
700 meters. Oh,
about 9,200, something like that.
So the air's a little thin.
It's pretty good. Like, I have to say that it's challenging to go for a run here in the mountains, but whenever I go to play football or soccer, as you guys in the north call it, I feel a lot of energy. I have a lot of fuel in my tank.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
That's awesome. Wow, that's a pretty cool story. That's
It
a cool
is.
story. That's so you made the conscious choice. Now that was after the medicine. So were you still on that upwardly mobile path when you did the first medicine?
So after I graduated with my master's, I did a couple of internships with some NGOs. Again, like deepening my research in corruption, and I was projecting myself that I was either going to work for the European Union or or NATO or United Nations, one of these like international organizations. And when I first drank medicine, it was maybe like a couple of months before I was promoted to operations manager in the company that I worked for. And I also received a few offers from the European Union to go and do an internship with them, which is really one of the main routes that you enter working for the organization. So things were going professionally very well. Like I really enjoyed my job. I felt very happy and proud of the work that I had, because I had a lot of responsibility, and I had the trust and respect of people that I admired and I trusted in my work. So, and also like because of the nature of the job that I did, we dealt with all kinds of, like emergency situations. Most of my colleagues were ex-military from the British and the American and the US Army. So it was very high pace, you had to really think on your feet, supporting people through crises. Something that they would tell us at work is when things go horribly wrong, our clients call us then. And when you answer the phone, they need to feel like their prayers have been answered. So I really enjoyed what I did, but then, being very honest with myself and being able to get out of my head and connect more with the heart and change the way of making decisions, like from weighing all the pros and cons and what logically makes sense to what feels right, like where do I want to be? And this change of making decisions really helped me to decide to leave my work, go spend a few months in my native Bulgaria with my grandmother, who was very old at the time, and then come to Colombia.
Wow.
And of course, now in Colombia, as you get there, you continue your education with sacred medicine. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it I want to get into other questions, but it's actually a perfect time before we jump into another question to do a commercial break.
Commercial break, because man, there's no having a short one right at this moment. So at this point, it's break time. Time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere. We're here with our awesome guest, Ivailo Goroderov. I'm going to get it rolling, man. I'll get it rolling. I love the flow, like on European and Spanish names that make you roll the R's. And my original one was, I was originally wondering if we even enunciated the V, because in some you don't enunciate the V, right? I love it. It's a cool, unique name. So now you find yourself, you've hopped on a plane, and you.
But before we hop on the plane, so far have you only partaken in ayahuasca at this point in time?
That was the first medicine that I got to ever know in my life was cannabis, not in a ceremonial context, but that was the first medicine. And I think for many people who come to this world, is the first medicine they connect with. But in a ceremonial setting, ayahuasca was the first one. So at this moment, I have worked with San Pedro or Huachuma, which is the ancestral name, with peyote, with mushrooms, cambo, sweat lodge, and other medicines such as Vision Quest, which where you don't actually take any sacrament, but for me is really, if not the most powerful medicine that I've experienced, one of the most powerful medicines. So yeah, and some of these I participate, and others I facilitate, where I either organize groups and support them with the preparation and bring them to medicine families that I study with, or I share myself. But these are the medicines that I have come to know.
Okay. So before you hit Colombia, you had only worked with ayahuasca.
I had before I came to Colombia, I had worked with ayahuasca, with temazcal or sweat lodge, and cambo, which is medicine that comes from a secretion of a frog.
Yes, the frog. Yeah, I have a few scars. Yeah. So then you come to Colombia, and
okay, hold on, because before you get on the plane, have you communicated with a bunch of people, or have you just gone, I gotta go, and you've booked a ticket and you're heading off?
Well, I mean, I told my friends and my family that I'm going to Colombia, and then I found an internship as a teacher teaching English here. But other than the school that I contacted, I didn't really know anybody.
You're freaking
I
awesome.
have so much admiration for that. That's just absolutely wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool. So now you've taken off for Colombia. You do have a job, which is amazing, right? Teaching English. And that's a form of like an amazing form of helping people is teaching another language and helping them learn. So you come to Colombia, you've done a few medicines, and then you just start the search for, yeah. Yeah. And that was 6 years ago now.
That was 6 years ago. Yeah, in December 2018,
Wow.
I came to Colombia.
Okay,
Wow.
so you landed, you got all your stuff. You're. What are you doing?
Well, when I first came, before this internship with the school where I went to teach English, I wanted to spend some time on the coast. So I found another volunteering position for 5 or 6 weeks on the Caribbean coast by one of the national parks. It's called Parque Tayrona, and I just spent some time there. It was really magical for me. It was the second time ever in my life that in December, January, I'm in a place where the weather is hot. I'm at the beach. That was quite something for me, surrounded by hummingbirds, monkeys, and all the lush vegetation in the Caribbean coast of Colombia. So I spent some time there, and then came to Medellin and started. I completely agree. I love teaching. I feel like a big, even if I'm not I feel like a big teaching element in the work that I do. Teaching people about like how to process emotion, navigate challenging moment in the ceremony, and also something I really love telling people, sharing with people is that like there are these powerful medicines, ayahuasca, San Pedro, Sweat Lodge, Cambo, all of them, and the many others that I didn't mention right now, and they're powerful. They're very powerful in themselves, but they come within a context of a culture. They come within a context of these communities and traditions. They have used these medicines to learn to live life in a good way, to be useful for life. So I really love also sharing about that wisdom with the people that come to the retreats and ceremonies that we organize.
Wow. Wow. So when you show up in Colombia and you start teaching, did you know you were heading to learn medicine, or were you just heading to find medicine?
I since the first time I connected with the medicine in a ceremony in Europe, I just had this burning desire. Oh, I gotta share this with everyone. Has to drink ayahuasca, which I'm sure many people experience that. But when I came, it was just for my own personal process, my own personal journey. And for a very long time, I felt that I'm not ready to have this position of leadership. Like, who am I to lead people into these experiences when I have so many things I need to work on myself, when I haven't dealt with this and this and that. So first it was this desire to just like go inside myself, get to know myself better, and I knew there was something more. I knew that this wasn't the limit, like of life, like having a job and like traveling in rush hour every day, and what's the word? Just tolerating management and a boss that I didn't quite agree with or like. So yeah, I thought there was something more, and I just wanted to come here and jump into the unknown, see what happens, test myself. I felt very inspired by my colleagues. Like they were telling me about, like maybe once you've been in the army and like 10 years have passed, 15 years have passed, once you've been on a tour, or once you've been through this grueling training, you look at it with fondness and happiness. I'm sure that right in the moment it's something very, very challenging, but I felt very inspired by my colleagues as well, who had put themselves in many situations of great risk. They had to exhibit lots of courage. So I thought I wanted to do something like that myself.
Wow. Okay, so you get there. You've done the one coast. You're in Medea. You're teaching. You find your first medicine ceremony there. How?
I remember when I came. Well, there were different events that like people advertise on social media or mouth to mouth. And it was I feel like there's something magical about the medicine, that it kind of like connects you with people that maybe they have similar interest. So I think the first ever ceremony I went to was Sweat Lodge in San Pedro ceremony with a local elder. Her name is Abuela Gloria, or Grandmother Gloria. I ended up going to several vision quests with her and doing many sweat lodges after that. But it was I can't exactly remember how I would have found about the first ceremony. I think I probably saw some kind of an advert, maybe on Facebook, one of the groups for expats here in Medellin, and then after that, like once you're there, you meet all the people, and then people are connected. So that's
Yeah, the universe will throw lots of pathways, but the one, there'll be one that you go, oh, this one's talking to me. So I find it interesting that it's just kind of like, no, this one talked to me and I went along with it.
Yeah.
Wow. And from there it's blossomed into.
Well, as I said, like the first couple of years, I was just going to ceremonies and retreats, and there's also something that here the context with medicine is very different from. I haven't been to Canada or to the States myself, but in Europe, like it's very like it's from mouth to mouth. Someone has to invite you or like be on a mailing list. It's not openly advertised, and here is just part of culture. Like there are I think in Colombia there are either 28 or 38 indigenous groups. Apologies for not knowing the exact number, but medicine and ceremony is part of their life. Like so. Even if people don't participate in this world or they don't agree with it, they know of its existence. So it's a very, very different, very different environment. And the first couple of years, I was just, like experiencing different medicines on my own personal journey, going to, like sit with elders and these oral traditions, passing information from mouth to mouth, from an elder to the youngsters, like it's very present here. So I went to a lot of spaces like that. And then we had the COVID pandemic. Like we had the lockdown, and after the lockdown had just opened, I went to a ceremony, and then I had this dream for some time at the time that I want to like earn money, buy land, create my medicine center, invite people, but I didn't have the money at the time to do that, and I was putting it off. So when I do this, I'm gonna do the next thing. When I earn the money and buy the land, then I'm gonna do the thing that I really want to do. But in one of the ceremonies, I connected with this realization that the medicine center starts now. With all the resources, the contacts with the elders, with the shamans, I feel like I had already been supporting people with the preparation and then the integration following such experiences. And that's how I began first to organize ayahuasca ceremonies, retreats, then meeting another medicine family that shares Sweat Lodge and San Pedro with us. I also started organizing ceremonies with them. And sometime on this process, a lady that I met at a ceremony where I helped a Mexican elder with sweat lodge and mushroom ceremony. She asked me, "Hey, like, do you do mushroom journeys yourself? Because I want to work with the medicine, but I wouldn't want to do it in a place with 15 other people. Is that something you can accompany me with?" So that's how 3 years ago I started also doing one-on-one mushroom journeys. These last year I've been sharing Cambo, and also this year in January I received the blessing from this very same elder, Abuela Gloria, to run my own sweat lodge after completing my fourth vision quest. So little by little,
Congratulations.
things have been growing. Thank you.
Wow.
So we've got some banners that go with some of this stuff. So your medicine center is called
Colibri Garden, correct?
Colibri Garden.
Colibri Garden, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, that would be Hummingbird Garden.
Hummingbird Garden, yes.
Beautiful.
I can tell you how that name came about if you want. I think it's a good.
Yes.
So when I came to Colombia, I was in a moment where, like, two of the biggest topics that I wanted to work on was my relationship with women and my relationship with money. And I noticed that there was some kind of a connection in one of the journaling sessions that I had, and I had connected with a coach that I met at one of the ayahuasca retreats in Europe that I attended. And we had a great connection. David, God bless him. And he gave me this exercise once. And it was, imagine money is an animal. What kind of an animal is it, and what's your relationship with it? And then in the first part of the exercise, obviously, I had to work on my relationship with money a lot in this moment. So I imagined myself that I am in the middle of a river with the water up to my knees. And money was a fish, and then it was swimming between my legs, and I was trying to catch it. But because the fish is greasy, like, and slippery, it was challenging to do that. So what did I do? I tried to catch it harder, and after some point of being harassed, the fish would join the current and swim away. And then the second part of the exercise was, now imagine money is some kind of an animal that makes you feel very happy and content, like a group of puppies or something, whatever works for you. And then I imagined, because I had just come out of the time on the Caribbean coast with all the lush vegetation, the animals, I imagined that I'm in this beautiful tropical garden with beautiful flowers, and that money was a hummingbird. And however hard you may try, it's impossible to catch a hummingbird. But what you can do if you want to attract it is plant the flowers that they feed off and put those feeding stations so that they can come, see how good it is, then go tell the other hummingbirds, and come have eggs and all that. And it was a very useful metaphor for me, and for a very long time, it helped me making decisions. Asking myself, what energy am I in? Am I in fish grabbing mode, or am I in colibri garden mode? Am I pursuing things, or am I attracting things? And I think that this metaphor, in the moment, it worked. I did it because of an exercise about money, but I think that it applies directly to relationships. Are we trying to entrap our partner with conditions and limits, and don't do this, don't do that, so that you don't make me feel uncomfortable? Or are we creating such a beautiful life that when they come, they don't even think about going? And with time, this exercise evolved into the metaphor for Colibri Garden, which is the hummingbird garden. So the hummingbird garden is a metaphor for our inner world. We all want to attract the hummingbirds of love, success, abundance, beautiful home. But before we do that, we need to tend to our own garden. We need to weed out the doubt, the past hurt, the blocked emotions that we didn't process very well. And as we open space in our inner world, plant the seeds of faith, trust, water with consistency, discipline, some more faith, until these seeds grow into the beautiful flowers in our life that attract all the hummingbirds that we want. And the beautiful thing about this process is that once you learn to be a good gardener, you're always going to have a beautiful garden. And even if one of your hummingbirds decides to fly away, like one of my hummingbirds flew away a few months ago when I separated with my lady, you're still surrounded by flowers. And what I like when I explain to people that don't know the medicine world very intimately, I tell them this metaphor, and I share with them that I help people and I teach people how to be good gardeners of their.
And that's fucking beautiful, man.
I love that. Yeah.
That was beautiful. The Colibri Garden is a beautiful place to be for anybody. Wow. And I love that. Am I trying to catch it, or am I floundering in the water trying to catch a fish, or am I building my beautiful garden and attracting the hummingbirds? That's beautiful, man. You rock.
Yeah.
Wow. So with Colibri Garden, give us a rundown of what it is. If somebody wants to get a hold of you and visit, one of the gardens with you, give us a rundown. What goes on? What's the process?
Absolutely. So we have our website, which I see is appearing on the screen right now. It's colibrigarden.com. We organize ayahuasca retreats. We also organize individual ceremonies with ayahuasca, with San Pedro, with Sweat Lodge. We work with Cambo. I myself share mushrooms in Cambo, and soon to organize Sweat Lodge. But also something that we like doing is connect people with good medicine elders and practitioners that walk with integrity, that honor the traditions, that really put the well-being of people in as a priority. And also something that I really like about like the others that we connect with, and probably one of the biggest reasons why we connect with them is that they always remind us that the medicine helps us halfway. The medicine doesn't come and solve our life problems, and it's up to us to do the other half, to do the other 50%. And the most important ceremony starts after the ayahuasca ceremony, after the mushroom ceremony, and it is the ceremony of everyday life. So for anyone who wants to connect with medicine in an authentic space, would be very happy to connect, and at the very least point you in the right direction, if not have you join one of the ceremonies and retreats that we run.
So if anybody wanted to get a hold of you and learn about this, they just go to colibrigarden.com. They hit an email in there. I'm assuming you have an email that they just click on and they can send off and give you an inquiry.
Absolutely. They can go to the website, and they can either contact us over WhatsApp or send us an email, and then we can take it from there.
Exciting.
Wow.
So, medicine music school. Why don't we talk about that for a minute?
Absolutely. So Medicine Music School is a project that I'm very passionate about. That is also around the medicine world. So when I went to my first ever ceremony, as you know, like music plays a very important part in ceremony. I was left just so awestruck with the musicians and the music that was played there, and it gave me the desire to sing myself, almost as a joke. After that first ceremony that my sister invited me to, she sent me a song like 2 days later that was sung during the ceremony. It's it's a very famous song in this world. It's called Águila Águile. It's about Águila Águila Águile. It's about a song about the spirit of the eagle. And it's very simple. And in this moment, it almost seemed funny, you know, like, oh, this song is a little bit weird, it's a little bit funny, singing about the eagle, you know, like, what's that all about? But then I just started listening to it again because it would bring me back to the ceremony and the insights that I received at the ceremony and what it meant for me. So I started listening on YouTube, and then, you know, like, the algorithm started sending me other medicine songs. So I ended up finding the lyrics of Águila Águile. I learned the songs and I started singing it. And after learning maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 songs, just a cappella to sing without an instrument, I got the desire to accompany myself with the guitar. So I went to a few guitar teachers, both in London and in Bulgaria, and told them, hey, I want to learn this song. And even if they were amazing guitarists, they didn't get the medicine world, so they couldn't quite teach me it. So when I came to Colombia, I entered a completely different world where there's like such a wealth of musicians that teach this kind of music. Colombia on its own has a very beautiful folklore with many, many different rhythms, different traditions. And then imagine, you know, like this super rich folkloric tradition marrying with the medicine world. Medicine music is absolutely beautiful. So I just, medicine music and singing helped me a lot in my life, with not only just singing a song and sharing a good moment with friends, but also opening the throat chakra, you know, like speaking my truth, expressing what I have felt on my heart rather than swallowing it in, you know, like sweeping it under the rug. So just singing helped me express myself, live a more authentic life, and just feel more peace in that way. So I wanted to, again, you know, like make this available for other people who wanted to experience this medicine of music. So Medicine Music School is a project where we connect with local artists who teach their songs online. It's all pre-recorded, so, you know, like you can learn in your own time. But not only how to play the songs with the chords, but what is the story of the song? What is the inspiration of the song? What does this song want to transmit? In what moment of ceremony can you play it? You know, like it's recommended to play it. And again, you know, like sharing more about, as I said, this way of life around the medicine, not only just the music, but the wisdom and the way of life that people connect with and live. So this is Medicine Music School. For anyone who wants to, you know, like learn more about the medicine world and music, I think it's a fantastic project, and would be very happy to have you join.
That's pretty cool. So
It
people
is.
can get a hold of you on either one of those, medicinemusicschool.com or colibrigarden.com.
Yes.
If they're looking more for the healing, they're better off to come to colibrigarden.com, would be my personal thought. Wow, that's pretty freaking awesome, man. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. We're at that time. Sadly, I'm going to ask you if you have
I got to ask first. Wait, hang on. Did you sing before you learned those chants?
So I used to sing when I was a little kid, you know, like maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. But then I started playing soccer. So soccer and singing didn't fit quite well. So I had stopped singing for quite a while. But then, you know, like I remembered.
And you felt it. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Get mad at us. Tell us.
I'm gonna ask you now, like, is there anything else that you wanted to add and make sure that you had a chance to say?
Well, just wanted to say thank you for the invitation. Very happy to connect with you. Thank you for creating this project where you can talk about these important topics. I want to also say a prayer of gratitude for the life of Mika and for all the love that you have shared. May her spirit feel very peaceful and happy. And I just want to, you know, like tell people that sometimes, you know, like when life goes very in a very bad direction, we might feel stuck. Like I want to send a prayer for people to keep the faith. Like to remember that life is a beautiful gift that we have. That people care about them, and there are things that can be done. There's always tomorrow. Life is a beautiful thing, and I just want to encourage everyone to look for help, to not try to not suffer in silence. And there are many people like us who are very happy and take it as an honor and privilege to support people through
Yeah,
that.
just reach out. Don't suffer. Just reach out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're freaking awesome, brother.
Very kind. Thank you.
Wow. So is it that time again? Am I supposed to
It
read
is.
my
It is. It is that time again. Yes.
Okay, well, we definitely have to have you on again because there's lots more to talk about. There's
Yes.
lots more. This has been absolutely awesome. But it is that time again. So thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host Rev Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest Avilo. Sorry. See, I wanted to go with that A. Avilo from colibrigarden.com. The Garden of the Hummingbird. We'll see you next week with more exciting guests and healing information here on paceradio.net, the Mushy Moment, and we stream everywhere.
Everywhere. Bye, folks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm so tired. I'm delirious.
Oh, you're on another big work streak, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm on day 11, but that's okay. I get 2 days off this weekend.
Oh, do you? You get the whole weekend off?
Well, I took Sunday off so that we were gonna go and stay away for our anniversary. But
Correct. Right.
I'm still taking the day off because I'm exhausted. But we're not able to do that now, so it's okay. There'll be another time.
That's right. Stay
I
home
was just
anniversary.
yeah, I was just grabbing this because I couldn't find. I got this at TY.
Oh, wow.
Like,
really?
yeah.
It is a roach clip. Yeah, it is.
Right? And I'm thinking that Hippie Bong Stocking might have made this.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I know she made this. Like, I bought this from her a few years ago too. But you remember Hippie Bong Stocking, right?
Oh, yeah, I know Kim. Yeah, I see her at all the events.
Yeah. So, and then I got this from her too.
Marches.
But I got this separate. Like, this wasn't at TY. But I know I got this at TY. But this is another thing that I had gotten from her. Like, she makes them, right? But yeah,
yes.
They hang right beside me on my, and I couldn't find my other roach clip, and I grabbed this and went, oh yeah, I got this at TY.
Well, what's it say on it?
It says leaf.
Oh, okay, leaf. There you go. Yeah.
And then it's got the leaf, and then it's made with, I believe, probably hemp twine, and yeah, some nice little beads. But yeah, I've had that kicking around for 10 years now, I guess. Hanging.
Well, hey, you still got it. Still using it.
When I can't find my other clip because I'm a menace to society and leave shit when it's like beside me. I've got that always hanging on my lamp to reach for, but it's handy. I've got a couple other ones that Tab made too, from Nova Scotia. She's got her own little business, Tabitha Ward, and she sent me out some nice things too before, some resin roach clips and stuff and little pouches. Yeah, there's so many talented artsy people in our community, right? That have had to kind of pivot from when they were, actually selling cannabis to making, staying relevant and making other things, right?
Yeah, well, Ashley from Sofa King Bakery, she does that. She does all that resin stuff as well.
The trays and the ashtrays and that.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's great because, like I said, right? Pivot. So,
exactly.
So what's new? How was your week?
My week? Well, it's getting darker sooner. I can tell you that much. Yeah. I'm staying busy, around here, being out in the country, seeing a lot of the deer as the sun starts coming down. Like tonight, we were up there and there was 4 of them. The other day, there was 8 out in the field, and they're out there feeding.
I saw that many on my way home from work.
Oh, did you? Not in your front yard, though. At least.
No, just in a 2-block radius. Like left the store, there was 2. I had to stop and let 2 cross walk. There's another 4. Got to the corner, there was another 2. One with a big rack on them. Yeah. So.
Right.
This morning, I opened the door for the dog to go out, and there was a raccoon in my veranda.
Oh, raccoon. That's not good.
And a skunk the other night. So I might as well be living right downtown Forestville.
You might as well be. My porcupine's not so bad then.
No, there's probably one of them hanging around somewhere too. I just haven't
probably. So what do I got? I got you mentioned hemp. Actually, I got a couple stories on hemp here that I'm going to touch on tonight. One of them has to deal with insecticides, and the other one's involved with cars, making cars. I've got this one story here that this is actually the 3rd time I brought it up this week. Yeah. This was a news story that I covered Monday on Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And the headline is from the Business of Cannabis, and the headline says, I'm gonna ask you a question first. You wear makeup, I assume?
No, not really.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't wear makeup at all. I don't. I wear a little bit of makeup,
Citizen.
but yeah, no, I don't wear any makeup. No.
Okay, but you know people who do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Same here. There you go. Now, the business of cannabis. The article, the headline says proposal could see CBD banned for use in cosmetics across Europe.
I can understand that.
Why? Why would you think it would be banned?
Just for the simple fact because it's a drying product, right? Like
Mhm.
because it's a terpene, like, essentially like the
It's a
CBD is kind of
cannabinoid.
like, you know what I mean? Like it's a cannabinoid, right? I would find that would probably be drying for the skin. It might be dehydrating.
Do you think it's CBD hand lotion dries out your skin?
Well, because it's mixed in with lanolin and all kinds of other
Oh
things,
yeah, okay, yeah, it's a
stuff,
different
right?
product altogether, right? Right.
Different product. So this isn't a moisturizing to put into makeup too. Like, and they don't know, like, without testing it on somebody's eyes, how many people are allergic to cannabis with like they're touching it, right?
Right. Okay.
So if
Yeah.
you want to put that in a product into something that's going to be touching your skin or your eyes, yeah, no, I don't think that's a great idea. To be fair, I wouldn't put that, like I said, in a salve or a lotion.
Yeah, I don't. Now I don't know whether they've tested this cosmetic.
Like I said,
Like I've heard of it. I've heard of CBD being cosmetic.
Well, depends on how it's like depends on how it's implemented too. Like if you're like CBD can be found in the roots, right, of the cannabis plant too, apparently. So if you're grinding up root matter and then adding that, that's a possibility too. But again, foundations and mascaras and blushes and all those things are made differently than a lotion because they're a dry product, right? Not so
Okay.
much foundation, but like the powder that you put on your blush, all that stuff's a dry product. So it might not sit so well. It might not blend so well. And again, some
Okay.
people
Well,
are allergic to sensitivity to the cannabis.
I should forewarn this with a little bit of reefer madness warning.
Uh-oh. Well, I'm not saying there's reefer madness.
Okay. Well, they say here that as a cosmetic, it could be banned in Europe because it's a reprotoxic substance.
What does that mean?
They want to classify CBD. Okay, this is France. Issued a proposal to the European Chemicals Agency to classify CBD as a carcinogenic, mutagenic, or reprotoxic substance based on what it says is a potential reproductive toxicity.
Reproductive. What?
This is France. This is the country.
But you're saying that the CBD is going to hinder the reproduction system?
Yeah.
Where's the proof for that?
The proposal, they say, okay, this was banned and this is suggested in June, but it's just coming up now. They say that while some research, including a 2019 FDA literature review, suggests CBD could potentially cause male reproductive toxicity in animals, the consultant for this cannabis, the cannabis consultant company is saying that the government is using politics more than science.
I don't even understand that, Garble, to be honest.
Well, right there.
They haven't tested and using CBDs on a lot of animals.
They're saying CBD is a reproductive toxicity. So not
maybe
only
they're finding that with they're finding.
I got 3 kids.
No, but they're saying in animals, right? So
well, they've been okay. Yeah, they said animals. Okay, hang on.
Because they do have, like I said, they've got CBD for pets, right? So maybe they've been doing testing on animals that have been using it, and that maybe the dogs are not reproducing. I know that I had a baby.
Oh, okay, yeah. It says in the animals.
Yeah, but like I said, that's I think that's.
Well, they should do it in mice because they usually like if they're testing it in goats, that's one thing. It's not. We're not. I don't know if we're saying goats, but they test everything along with mice, right?
usually.
But I can remember all those reefer madness stories about shutting down male reproductive
Wasn't it worse
activity.
that it was
It was
bigotry?
cannabis, but yet,
White women were attracted to black men, and that would make them all like.
well, yeah,
That
that's
was like definitely not anti-reproductive. That was over.
no, Mr. Harry Anslinger there.
Oh my God! Right?
Yeah.
But,
So, let's see
I don't
what
know.
else it says. Okay. Here we go. The French proposal focuses on CBD's potential reproductive toxicity, referring the adverse effects on a substance on any aspects of the reproductive cycle, including the impairment of reproductive function and the induction of adverse effects in the embryo.
Why are men always so worried about reproduction?
Oh, I know this is the saying that not only does it go at the male reproductive, but it also goes at like.
I know I had a baby at 39 when I was told I couldn't have any more kids.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Hi, Sid.
I smoke a lot of weed. I don't know.
Well,
I don't
see,
know.
hey, the age it reduces aging, right? It slows things down.
Again, too, like these studies and stuff, sometimes you have to wonder about
Oh,
like which leaning side are they trying with? What is the end result? What are they trying to accomplish? Are they trying to accomplish that it's proving harms? Or are they trying to accomplish that it's beneficial?
it looks like to me like France is trying to say it obviously that it's very harmful and it shouldn't
Right.
be in
Is
cosmetics.
that the, but is that and
And
is that the
like
reason why the
if it's affecting if it's affecting the male and the female reproductive capabilities of it, why is it only just doing it in cosmetics? Because we're not seeing anybody else coming out with all this stuff.
No. And I mean, I don't know many cosmetics in Canada that use it. Like you can't buy
Well, yeah, I haven't got a clue.
can't buy that stuff here anyway. It just kind of sounds
I
political.
just know it's used in it just from
And again, what it depends on what side of that government brought it forward to, because that one's got the right wing swinging in there right now too, right?
Yeah, I just know them as macarons.
Well, Macron is the minority now. They got a right wing.
Oh, okay. Let's see what else. Meanwhile, they say CBD can potentially be used as an antitoxin, anti-sebum, and skin protection properties. And
That sounds contradictory.
it is, yeah. I think it's because they've probably got mad at something, and they're taking it out.
What are the legalities in France on anything? I to be fair, I haven't looked at European legalities at all. Do they have a legal market in France? Like I know Spain.
Well, that's exactly that has been that hemp and cannabis has been a big issue. As like Malta's legalized and others have been bringing it in, like Germany, but the EU is usually involved in the stuff that's coming out from these countries and them having to deal with those agreements, treaties, agreements.
Well, I know I've mentioned before, but I know for a fact that the licensed producer that works like that we have here doesn't produce anything for the domestic market. It's all for the European market. And the guy that works there came in to the store last week, and because I know him from when I was working over at the bakery, and he's still working there. He goes, I got promoted, and I said, yeah, but you guys aren't producing anything that I can try. So he goes, yeah, we're just producing for the bougie European market. And I'm like, oh yeah, good for you guys. So I don't, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not producing anything for here in Canada
Not anymore. They were. It was Johnny Chronic. You could get it before, but then something happened in the facility. I'm not sure what.
Right.
I heard a virus went through there, and so.
Good. Well, I see there's other good news on the horizon. I see everything is cooperating tonight.
Yeah. Here we don't have a storm. What about you? How's your weather?
Oh, well, actually, we just had a little bit of rain last night, but we've had like 4 or 5 days of nice weather, and then we got another few days here, nice weather, but our temperatures are dropping.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how it's called. But our leaves are not turning. Like our leaves are still green. Like
Oh,
there's
are they? Oh, ours aren't. Oh no.
like maybe another couple weeks, I guess. But it's definitely dropping down. But it's still like 20, 25 degrees during the day. Today it's not. Today it's about probably 19. I haven't even looked.
Mm.
But I've been starting to wear pants and less shorts. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Gail tell you I've been wearing hoodies all summer, so.
Yeah, I got a husband that barely puts shorts on because he doesn't like showing off his legs. So and he
Oh.
won't ever take a shirt off. He won't go in the lake or in a pool or anything without a shirt on. So
Oh yeah. Yeah. I just don't go in them anymore.
yeah,
That all sort of changed when I got sick.
yeah. Well, I'm not big on fish touching my feet either. So
Oh, I didn't mind the swimming part. I swam as a kid. We were always in the river swimming. Yeah, fire tubing and stuff.
It's
So.
kind of like when when I go camping. No, not unless I got an RV and I'm glamping. I ain't going
Right.
in this. No, not anymore.
Well, you're just talking about camping. This other story I mentioned, I had 2 stories on hemp. This other one here says that it is a natural insecticide against mosquitoes.
You're
And
like,
yeah.
that's
Does that mean you could just sit there and smoke doobies and it would keep them away?
oh, that would be wonderful. But is it
Wouldn't
going to
it?
be a certain strain, the one that smells like cat pee?
Oh, look at that! It says that the extract containing CBD could be a promising new natural insecticide, but I thought it affects the as per the
Again, that
last
still
story.
sounds contradictory, right? Like,
Yeah, oh yeah.
mind
They
you,
said they found it effectively killed the larvae of mosquitoes that sprayed yellow fever, including one variety of the insects that was resistant to conventional insecticides.
oh, and it would be natural too, right?
Be natural, yeah. They said it had to have above a certain concentration of CBD that killed the larva.
Huh. Just mosquitoes, or does it harm anything else?
Well, so far they're just saying the mosquitoes is all they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't
They
know.
say that,
I
yeah,
find that different, like difficult to believe that it doesn't harm any other insects.
others. This is just a test on mosquitoes. So
Oh, I guess, yeah.
it was done at the Ohio State University.
Interesting.
Yeah, they say
Well,
it appears to be
you can get rid of all of them, but we can't get rid of them because as much as they're harmful and disease infested and all that, we need to feed the bats. There's
Yeah,
things, right?
that's right. Something else relies on to eat them to survive.
You spoke too
Oh,
soon
yeah.
because I'm starting to mess up.
Oh, in the release, they said mosquitoes are one of the deadliest animals in the world. Spread them around, eh?
Yellow.
Oh, they say here how exactly CBD extract is killing the pests, however, remains an open question. The specific mode of action of CBD toxicity against mosquitoes and other insects is unknown. But they don't say what the other insects are.
Yeah, like they're the nastiest things. They carry so much disease. Like,
Yeah.
how many different diseases can you get by being bit by a mosquito? Right? Uh-oh. You spoke too soon,
I
Alan.
don't
It
know.
froze up.
They say it doesn't take a lot. Depends on
You keep freezing. You keep freezing up.
What's that? I froze up.
You keep freezing up. Yep. You spoke too soon when
Do
you said
I?
everything's
Oh, it's
working
not
good.
storming out there.
I said you start freezing up. Like you spoke too soon.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I wasn't talking about that.
I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, that's true.
Moving along,
Hi, Scott. Yes. Yeah, mosquitoes. Let's see what else. They removed the leaves from the hemp plant
Like, what are
7
they
months
like?
after.
What are they? Are they spraying it?
They air dried the
Yeah, they air dried the leaves for 7 days, then pulverized the leaf in a coffee grinder for 5 minutes. Methanol was used for extraction, though the solvent was removed in an evaporator.
So oil. They made oil.
Yeah, yeah.
One leaf.
Yeah, exactly. Just one leaf, or that's what it said. Leaf to leaf.
One leaf in a coffee.
Uh,
That would be dust.
yeah. Oh, they're gonna start. This is further on in the story, but they say that they're allowed to commercial farmers are allowed to use hemp seed meal in hens now for laying eggs.
Yep. It would
Because
add omega
people have
to your egg.
said we've taken that out of the animal's diet, and we're not eating animals that have consumed that. There's as my daughter's in-law said, you are what you eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's that's good. Like, and chickens are that would probably add the
And
omegas to chicken
you
eggs,
also
right?
got to look when they eliminated, went at the hemp and the cannabis and all that stuff, and took it out of feeds and everything. Humans' autoimmune issues started to increase.
Well, and that's the thing. How many people now, like 1 out of 3, have diabetes in Canada?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, what the hell? And you're right. We have cannabinoid receptors for a reason, right? And if we're not consuming the cannabinoids that our body obviously needs, or we wouldn't have receptors for it, and our bodies wouldn't need to consume it, of course it's going to start causing health issues.
We become deficient
For a lot of
yeah.
even like vitamins and mineral because we're eating processed food that doesn't have it in there anymore because it's not naturally grown.
Yeah.
And we're not growing it ourselves, right?
Yeah, like the non-dairy cheese that stretches.
Well, I mean, too, with the pasteurization of milk, like I understand the whole, because a lot of people want to drink, like they're trying to source whole milk still. And I understand the fact that people were getting sick because of, diseases that can be passed through the milk, never mind E. coli and bacteria and whatever, right? But what does that pasteurization do to that milk that actually it's taking out what we absolutely needed? How many people grew up on a farm
I do.
with a cow and we all drank, they drank the whole milk and they made the butter and they made the cream and all this stuff. Again, something else that was taken out of our diets was that wholeness of that milk. Now they say we're not even supposed to drink milk. Okay, we're not supposed to eat meat. Okay, we're supposed to eat plant-based stuff that's made in a petri dish in a fucking lab. Okay.
Well, in my scenario, because of my health, I eat very limited dairy. I don't drink milk.
I don't eat lots of dairy either because of my
Yeah,
I
I don't use cow's milk. I used mine is actually almond milk, which is basically almond water.
Right. And if I drink milk, I'll buy that lactate. It's lactose free. I have
Right.
no issues with lactose intolerance, but I've got colitis, so dairy's not good for me. But again, if I ate what I was supposed to eat, I eat nothing at all. I literally eat beans and lentils and beans and lentils.
Yeah, really, eh? Yeah. No, these I'm in a couple of Crohn's groups, and you see the people discussing, the things that they can eat, but we're all different. I
Right.
see some people say things that they can't eat that I can eat, and
Right.
then there's things that I'm seeing other people talk about eating that I can't even get near.
Right. And I can't get near anything. Like if I put anything into me, it's running out, no matter what. It doesn't.
Really, eh?
Oh, well, yeah. And that's the way I've lived since I was 16 years old. Why the eating disorder that I,
Right? Yeah. Well, that's like Michelle. That's what she always said.
yeah, you just learn to not eat anything at all. I mean, I discovered potato soup the other night. I hadn't tried that ever before, right?
Tomato soup.
potato soup because I'm
Oh,
on.
potatoes. Oh, okay.
That's all I eat. Honestly, the only thing that I can actually eat that I can actually tolerate for is mashed potatoes, or
Really?
something hash browns. That's what I eat lots.
I could, yeah, I had to give up I gave up potatoes for a long time. But as my doctor told me, eventually, you might be able to, as things heal down, you may be able to consume something later that you can't consume now. So don't ever give up on everything.
Yeah.
Like well, I'm not going to try steak again because last time I ate a steak, not even ate a steak. I had a bite of a steak. I was 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, that's something that I can. That's something that I can eat is red meat, and it slows down. Like it's so hard to digest, but
Yeah.
that's something that will bring out something that's not straight water. Honestly, I know.
Yeah.
Like I said, anything like my body's so opposite to everybody else's. It's
Yeah.
like,
Well,
and even with the pharmaceuticals, right? The only thing that seems to be effective is not bouncing opposite is the ADHD medication. But even when I take like pain pills, oxys or hydromorphine, which is a down, it gives me energy and I'm going, right? Like instead of putting me to sleep like it should be and making me like not have like, I'm moving, I'm going, I'm right. It's not a
go.
yeah, and it shouldn't do that. Like cold medicine where it
Yeah.
should be sleeping, I'm wired. I can't
Yeah,
take
yeah, because that's usually what it does, right? When there's
anything.
yeah.
So I'm just a total opposites of everything. Caffeine, I'm going to sleep. Not everybody else is wired on caffeine.
Wired. Yeah, you are opposite, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm a weird quack quack. Yeah.
Yeah.
And same with this, like sativa. I'm sleeping on sativa, and indica keeps me rolling, right? Like, so I smoke indica
Wow.
all day long.
You never hear sativa as a couch lock, though.
Pardon me?
You never hear anybody say sativa is a couch lock. When you hear couch lock weed, everybody thinks about indicas.
Indica, right? But yeah, indica, like I smoke indica, and if I want to have a sleep, I'll smoke a sativa, and it does. It puts me right to sleep.
Right.
Yeah. Weird as shit.
All right. Well, we're still connected.
Woo! I see that. That's
Yeah.
good. Figured that out. That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, what do we got? We only got a minute here left. I think we'll just go to the commercial break. What do you say?
Play one of your bud shots.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I've got my new ones in here. No, I don't. Oh, hang on.
No, some of them are pretty beautiful.
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to play reels that I took from a video that I did with 3 High Guys on the Dewdrop by Electric Dave.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, so I've got a couple here. They're not labeled, so I'm not sure what all of them specifically are saying on there. But we'll find out. Here we go. I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No. Yeah, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. There you go. It was. That was the first time. That was actually the first time I had a toke out of it.
Them things are great.
Yeah, they are. Exactly. I'm going to actually go and see Dave later this week. Go have a talk. So
Awesome.
yeah. All right. Time for us to take that commercial break, and then we'll be back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net, and I found the right commercial. See you in a bit.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we're live. And we've had a quite good conversation. We've been talking about some hemp stuff before the break, and I got more.
Good.
Yeah.
You know, hemp's something that we really don't pay much attention to anymore.
No, I know, exactly.
And we did it when we first got, kind of going, because, I was in southern Alberta. So showing off the hemp fields was something that was pretty cool, because you could drive down by Sterling and there was like acres and acres and acres of hemp. So it looked like acres and acres and acres of cannabis, right? Even though it was hemp. But then you start learning that they're only allowed to manufacture or produce 82 metric ton. They're under the same regulatory as legal cannabis, right? Like for growing, they have to destroy. They can only grow for a certain amount for fiber. So I got to know Roger from Rocky Mountain Grains, who was also making the bars, and he would actually send out free samples, and he would offer the shelving and everything. And people would buy it. So people were using it as a dietary supplement, really, and eating it, right, a lot, and sprinkling it on their salads.
I ate hemp seeds for the longest time until
Right?
they told me don't eat the seeds.
No, but again, these were also shelled seeds. Like he had shelled them all.
Oh,
But-
okay, yeah. Well, mine were dehulled, yeah.
Yeah, no, these were shelled seeds, and partially shelled, whatever. And they were really they come in buckets, right? White buckets, Rocky Mountain Grain. And they'd also sell us bags of industrial hemp so we could go throw them outside to overgrow the government.
Oh,
We
nice.
would buy 50-pound bags of hemp seeds.
Mhm.
A few of us, and I, hooked a couple. My one friend up in Vancouver and my other friend up in Calgary, and they all got seeds to overgrow the government.
Right, yes, yes. I think I received some of those seeds. Yes,
Those were industrial
I
hemp,
did.
right? You sure did, probably.
Yeah, I
And
did.
yeah,
I
and then
did.
but Roger also had they had bars, like hemp bars, and they had oil and like hemp oil
Yeah.
and stuff, and
Uh,
then people were learning to cook with hemp oil, and so
Yeah.
that was some. And he's still out there selling his. I think he's still out there selling his
Yeah.
stuff. Pretty sure
Well,
he's.
do you remember? Well, Henry Ford. He created a car
Yeah.
made out of hemp. A car, and the cars that ran on hemp
Hemp was
oil.
actually like
Yeah.
you had to prior to Reefer Madness and
Yeah.
prior to
Yeah.
fields. Actually, in Canada and the United States, every farmer was required to grow a certain hemp crop because it was used for fiber, it was used for clothing, and this was all prior to cotton. But also, hemp is known to have a long
Blasting.
life, right?
Yes.
So if you have a hemp T-shirt, that hemp T-shirt will last you probably 30 years.
Oh, I've got hemp T-shirts. I got hemp hoodies where the hoodie's fine, but it's what they've added on, like the
thread,
cuffs.
the threads
cuffs.
and cuffs, right?
Yeah. The rest of the hoodie survived, right?
Right? But
It's just
hemp had a
that-
long lifespan. So when the cotton
Yeah.
farmers all came along, and cotton, we all know how long a cotton T-shirt lasts. So it's
that-
all about money because you
money.
can't like have the
It was
turnover.
it was easier for them to make.
Because people need cotton because it deteriorates, so they're going to buy
Mhm.
more and faster, right?
Well, the reason I mentioned about the car end of things is because Volkswagen, who has made cars with hemp in the past,
Mhm.
they have launched a project to use hemp as a sustainable leather alternative for its car interiors.
Yeah.
So so you're going to be sitting on hemp
And here's
leather.
the biggest thing: when everybody's banging off about electric cars, hemp can be used for fuel too, and it
Oh, yeah.
doesn't create the combustion and carbon monoxide that fossil fuel does.
They're looking at 2028 models.
Really,
Yeah.
That's
That's what they're shooting for anyways.
that's really cool. I'm, I really like
First
that
from regional farms.
Volkswagen. Anyways, like, have you seen that new little Volkswagen? Looks like a little van.
Yes.
Volkswagen van, it's a car. I love that little thing. I think I might have to have one.
They say that this material will be 100% bio-based hemp uses residues.
What year is that?
2028 is a figure that it'll be in the be used in the cars for the seating.
Oh, it's too long for me to wait for a new car. I need a new car.
They say the hemp material will be leather-free, oil-free, vegan, and residue based. And the residue hemp fiber will be combined using a special technology.
There's something else I seen. Lululemon has a new plant-based purse too.
Oh yeah, maybe it's hemp.
No, it's cactus.
It's what?
Cactus.
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 That's what I thought.
Oh, no, they figured out how to make cactus into leather apparently now too.
I see. Yeah. Oh, I also there's always a little more at the end of these stories, and it says here that the Department of Energy awarded Texas $3.5 million support a project to 3D print hempcrete products. Why would you want to 3D print hempcrete? Like anything I've seen out of 3D, it's always a plastic thing.
I don't know.
I
I guess if you can make it out of plastic and 3D it, then why wouldn't you use hempcrete? Because hempcrete can be
Well,
formed.
yeah.
So they could do anything.
That piece of plastic's never gonna.
So if it's a piece of, they can make it out of hempcrete. That means it'll just last longer than plastic. So if they can make sheets of hempcrete, and then cut things into 3D whatever, then I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
You know what? When people say 3D printing to me, my eyes roll in the back of my head like a slot machine. Like, oh my god, what does that even
Well,
mean?
I've gone to some shows, like trade shows, or last year we went to the RV show in the city south of us, and there was a lady in the booth who had figurines and little animals and then things that she made that out of a 3D printer, and it just looked like
Okay.
they were plastic to me.
Well, they would be. They'd be just raw. Yeah, they would be plastic. But I mean, like, how does it?
How did it? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I don't know enough about 3D
Chunk it, like,
printers
is it a
to.
chunk of plastic that runs through that? Like that's what I mean. Like, is it a chunk? Is it a sheet? Like, what are you doing? And that's what I mean. Like, when you're printing stuff, you're printing it on a flat piece of paper, right? So is this thing a great big? I've never even seen a 3D printer out. To be fair, I don't even know what one looks like. So is it a big box and they have a big chunk of whatever, and it just goes in there? I don't know.
I'm just thinking of like hempcrete concrete. I'm thinking of an 8-inch block.
Well, but hempcrete can be, like I said, you can make sheets of hempcrete too, right? Flat sheets. So maybe they've got little, like, because it's basically hempcrete's just like a
Just
glue, right? You can form it into whatever you want it to, just like you can concrete, right?
Yeah,
would
I
think.
guess so.
I guess we'd have to go back to the whole how do you make hempcrete to begin with?
Well, yeah, I know that there was years ago there was a guy in our area who was trying to get a bunch of farmers to grow hemp because he wanted to get them involved in starting a hempcrete business.
Right? Manufacturing it, yeah.
Yeah.
It must be, like I said, like, I don't know how do you manufacture hempcrete. Like, do you grind it up and then is there additives to it? Because, like, with concrete, it's powder. You have to add
Yeah,
gravel,
yeah.
powder, and water, and you have to put it into and
Bunch
turn
of
it. I mean, I've helped my grandparents pour concrete before in the backyard, laying sidewalks and stuff, right?
yeah.
So it's powder and then usually lime and lye or whatever they got to add to it, right?
Right.
Gravel and then water, right? I think is what the mixture is. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. So how do you manufacture hempcrete? Is it?
Okay, well here we go. I did a quick Google search.
Yeah, I probably could have
How
done
is
that.
hempcrete made? Hempcrete is made by combining the sheave of hemp plants with a lime-based binder and water. The sheave is mixed with the lime binder in a process called slacking. This mixture is then left to cure for several weeks, during which time carbon dioxide from the air combines with the lime to create calcium carbonate. So there you go.
Is it formed? And it's formed first? Like, what do you do?
I would, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna open up the story a little further. It tells you how to make it. Mold. You need a mold.
Right. So you let it cure for
You
how
mix in your stuff. Yeah.
and how long does it have to sit for?
Smoothing and drying. Allow at least 24 hours for the mixture to dry before removing from the mold.
Well, that's not too bad. So basically the same as concrete.
Yeah. Well, here, let me. I'll just pull it up here, and you can see.
I remember Sarah and Sean talking about building their house up north in northern BC from hempcrete.
Oh yeah. So yeah, this is what they say here: how to make hemp.
And you probably need a fair bit of plant matter.
Here's your tools.
Oh yeah.
You need hemp hurd, which is the inner woody core of the hemp plant. Lime-based binder, water, mixing container.
Do you need
tool, wool planks? Probably you gotta have that hemp hurd. Other than that, I think everything else is pretty easy to get at most stores or
but getting that core of that hemp plant could be a little
yeah.
Because I mean, how much? Because again, like if the farmers are only allowed to grow so much hemp,
Yeah.
right? How are you going to get a hemp core if you can't grow the hemp?
Yeah, well, you got to have the hemp core, obviously. And it tells you here to start breaking it apart into small pieces, and
That was always.
Is it ground up into powder or is it like chunks? You don't think it's in
It says breaking it up. Start by breaking apart your hemp head into small pieces. It's important to ensure that there aren't any large chunks, as this could weaken the overall structure of a hempcrete.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't want
Yeah.
big chunks of. It's the same
No,
with.
you wanted to all intertwine,
Yeah.
twine.
And you
all
still have to
together.
use that lime binder, right? The same as with concrete.
Yeah. Tricks. They say here when choosing hemp seed.
Hemp seed to make hemp.
Yeah,
seed?
I know. That's the only spot I saw it. I wonder if there's a.
We'd have to grind it up to make it like a flour, just like concrete's a flour, but it's a heavy powder, right?
Yeah, they say to properly seal and protect your hempcrete walls with a breathable coating to prevent moisture buildup and to maintain its natural properties. Yeah.
Yeah, because like that's a thing. Like the minute water touches that, it's gonna go soggy. It's
Mm-hmm.
like cork, right? Well, cork would hold some water, but
Yeah. Well, here's the benefits of hempcrete: natural insulator for your home. Improves indoor air quality due to its ability to absorb moisture and regulate humidity levels. Resistant to pests, mold, and fire. It's a sustainable option made from renewable resources and does not emit harmful chemicals during the process.
right.
Eco-friendly, yeah.
What about the lime though? Like adding the lime doesn't really make it.
I know. That's the only thing I was wondering about too.
How do you like it's the same additive that you add to concrete, right? Lime is not
Well,
equal.
it says
Well, I guess
lime binder.
lime, because you use lime to you do pH balancing and stuff in your soil too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then there's limestone all over the place. Look at Kingston.
Lime's not
Ontario.
bad. It's not bad for you. Just be careful with it because you can,
Mhm.
it can be kind of carcinogenic.
They say that it's a high CO2 absorbent.
Oh yeah, because it's a plant matter core, right?
Yeah. Excellent for acoustic properties.
Yeah.
Well, I got a bit of a story about that. So there you go. That's interesting.
I know, like I said, there's been several people that I've heard mention that they'd like to build with hempcrete, but it's also fairly not affordable.
Well, and where do you get the hemp herd? There's people who grow hemp legally and all that, but I think that most of that is for the seed.
I'm not really sure you can buy it to manufacture it yourself. I think you can buy hempcrete already manufactured, like the bricks.
Already mixed. Just have to add water.
No, I think already mixed, molded, and already cured and delivered.
Already formed into blocks.
Delivered to you on a pallet of so many bricks, like they do. Right.
Yeah.
I'm not positive about that, but because of the time and the amount, I can't see them having. I don't even know if anybody manufactures them either in Canada. I know there was a place in Australia at one time because Australia has a larger hemp production than Canada does, and then so does India and so does China, right?
Yeah.
So because they haven't had the restrictions that we've had over here for hemp.
Yeah, and wars, battles, everything. There was that over battles for hemp involved in wars. One time hemp was used for so much, involved in making ships. The clothing for the sailors when it comes to the ships. The masks.
Well, the Ukraine is the basket of Europe as it is, and they've been bombing the shit out of the fields for the last 3 years. And you're in Ukraine, right? And they had a pretty sustainable hemp industry growing hemp in Ukraine.
Yeah, I see that they've passed a medical cannabis law there.
In Ukraine, yep.
Yeah.
They've been fighting when, like I said, I found that out when Svetlana brought her mom over here, right? And she
Right.
was Odessa, actually. Was it Odessa? No, not Odessa. What was the one that was first bombed?
Osa.
Yeah, Odessa. That's what it was. I
Yeah.
think it was Odessa. Anyway, the one that was first bombed where they're finding people like in their basements and stuff, laying underneath bodies. It was horrible. Anyway, so she was one of the first ones we brought over. And the first thing, like I said, I taught them how to make butter, oil,
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. Yeah.
yeah, and taught them how to grow and tell the difference because over there they were wanting to, but because the laws were fairly restrictive, right? But
Yeah.
so they when they got it, but Lana had been here for a while, so she was doing it, but she wasn't doing it all so proper. So I went over and did a consultation with them and taught them all how to make some stuff. And now that it's legal here and over there too, but her mom actually went back to Ukraine.
Oh.
Yeah, she wasn't happy here in Canada. She didn't want to stay, and she was born in Ukraine, and she wanted to
Right.
go back.
Go
And
home.
she was getting dementia, and her brother, but she was going back there to be with her friends because all her kids had escaped here. Her
Oh.
sons were living in Calgary. Svetlana had been here for years. But yeah, she wanted to go back. So there was nothing stopping her, and they didn't. And I'm not sure how well she's doing. Last time I heard, not so great. So
Oh, that's too bad.
yeah.
Yeah. That's always terrible. But music. I got a story here that says that cannabis enhances the enjoyment of music, according to a new study. Now, I think all of us knew that.
Right.
Well, look how many.
I think the Canadians are just actually, especially ones that were so afraid of smoking it before, have just gotten the gumption because it's legal to actually start enjoying and consuming cannabis.
Mhm.
And now the world's opening up for them too. Isn't that great?
Well, they say that these are researchers from Canada. I didn't catch everything you said. I didn't catch everything you said.
Oh, were you frozen? I was just
I'm-
talking about the fact that Canadians have known this, but since legalization, now that people that were afraid to go out are actually going in and consuming cannabis, and a whole new world's opened up. So music,
yeah.
we already knew how great, but like think of all the new people that are actually like consuming it for the first time that are like our age, like they've always wanted to, or they did in high school, but they didn't really want to do it
Well, it
again.
was illegal, so they didn't want to break the law.
Right.
There's
So now that it's
Yeah.
legal, they're just kind of like, oh, maybe. It's so funny how it's so common now. You talk about it, people don't even not admit that they smoke, and it's like, oh yeah, I gotta go home smoke a joint. I hear that every day at work 100 times. Before it was
Yeah.
like a beer, now it's I gotta go smoke a joint. I love
Or
it.
or the customers that come in smelling like it.
Yep, they do. There's
Yeah.
also they and the thing with and there's some that come in reeking like booze, and you can just
Yeah.
smell it as you walk into it. But whatever, right? But yeah.
I don't know. There's the smell
I
of
don't know what
rye.
to do
The
with
smell
that.
of rye over the smell of cannabis.
Well, here's my thing with that. They shouldn't be drinking and driving. Like cannabis, I
Who
wouldn't
said they
say,
didn't walk down to the store?
no, they've got their keys in their hand now.
Oh,
Like it's no, yeah. And like I said, that's the thing. Like cannabis and driving, but and when they come in reeking like liquor and they're not walking so straight, but I've got no way of getting license plate numbers because I don't have access to the outside
No.
cameras. So, what do you do with that? Hope to
Yeah.
God that they make it home safe and not kill anybody.
Yeah, really. You don't know.
Right?
Yeah. It's not good. So just as I was saying there, music. Researchers in Canada released a new study indicating that cannabis can make music more enjoyable. Way to go, Canada.
Right. Let's
Yeah.
put out at least some decent propaganda. At least it was good about music and weed. Yay.
Yeah. It was done from the Toronto Metropolitan University. It provides a framework to understand the complex interactions between cannabis, hearing, and musical experience.
Well, I'm happy that they're doing some research
Yeah.
because at least that's a university, right? And
Yeah.
I mean, accredited or not accredited, all these things are positive, right? Rather than hearing some negative stuff about it. Like I'd like to hear more positive.
Yeah, they said that the participants were recruited through the university, as well as flyers at 38 cannabis retailers in the Toronto area. 104 people completed the questionnaire, 15 of which were interviewed further on hour-long Zoom calls. Self-reported experiences. Participants showed a significantly higher levels of state music absorption while high compared to sober. So you're more apt to absorb that music while you're smoking doobies than not.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think you actually can concentrate better and focus better on anything you do when you're high.
50% reported better hearing sensitivity after using cannabis compared to when sober, while 18% reported worse hearing sensitivity, and 32% reported no difference at all. And they believe that 60% of the participants felt that cannabis affected their hearing generally. Boy, who would have thought? I never heard any of this stuff before, as far as knowing that cannabis had that much of a difference.
I thought about that, whether it affects my hearing or not. I know it does affect like my senses as to where I'm like a little more like I'm not less I'm more reactive than under, like, you know what I mean? Like,
and music is the most popular activity while people are stoned, at 45%. 38% watch videos. I fall asleep. Podcasts, hi. 9%.
I usually wash floors.
Usually what?
Wash floors. I smoke
Wash
a joint.
floors. Well, you're part of the 2% that do other activities.
Clean the house, get laundry done, do dishes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. It's always been like that for me. So you, like I said, opposite. You go to sleep and I get up and start doing chores.
Well, if I've been busy through the day and had to get some stuff done, and usually anything over physically, then I will end up asleep once I eventually shut down.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll fall asleep and get up before it's too late, right? So, alrighty, what we got? Break, top of the hour. Alrighty. Well, what do you say? We'll be right back after we pay some bills. When we return, we will continue our discussion. And I've got a story here on some questions about medical cannabis and cancer. So we'll see what that brings us when we come back from a break. We'll see you in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner.
Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good evening, everybody. You're back with the Pace Radio Show, and I'm just sitting here getting comfy.
I'm sitting here freezing. And to be fair, I've been freezing all day. Like, I got to work and I was cold. I think it's just because I've been working for so many days on, not getting any sleep, and my immune system all battered up again. And
Well, it is getting cooler. I noticed that.
It is. I haven't checked. I should check and see how cold it is, because I know it's 11 degrees here right
11 degrees?
Yeah.
All right. That's what yours is?
Yeah.
I don't know. Today, it felt cooler out there when we were out.
It says 13 feels like 11. And I think at the high today, I don't even know if I can.
Well, we're warmer than you. We're 12. Yeah, but that's like, what?
It's
50,
supposed to be like,
54 degrees on the Fahrenheit scale.
Yeah. But it's like supposed to be like 6 and 7 overnight.
Oh, that's cold. I don't think we're getting that low.
Yeah. 6.
Oh,
And it's supposed to rain.
I misspoke. I see a 4.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we got one of them in there too.
When Gail goes to work tomorrow, it's going to be 4 degrees.
Ew. Overnight's supposed to be 1. Feels like 0. That's what my overnight is tonight.
Oh.
I know. So that means that anything I've got outside that's still growing, well, I guess if it's underneath, because I still have like some of my houseplants outside on the red room.
Yeah. We've got a clematis plant.
I've got one of those.
We've had it for a year and a half.
Yeah. I've got one of those out there. I've got one of my ivies out there. I've got one of my spider plants out there.
No, citronella. What did I call it?
clematis.
Oh yeah, wrong plant.
I said,
Citronella.
yeah, mine is a clematis. Yeah.
Gail's yelling at me from
Hi,
upstairs.
Gail.
I'm not seeing any no frost warnings.
Yeah, no, we got no frost warning either. But it was foggy when I went to work this morning at 7:30.
Oh yeah.
Up here, yeah, because it was just the sun was just barely starting to come up.
I thought we'd have frost warnings for temperature that cold. But no frost warnings. 3, so 2. But we got like here we are at going to like 2-3 degrees, but then we have a night that's 10.
Yeah, by 5 a.m. it's supposed to be 1 degrees. It goes down like 6, 5, 4, 3, blah.
Yeah.
7 a.m. 1 degree.
Wow. Brr. It's that time of year. Well, it's it's 1st of October. I'm sure people are planning for their harvest at this time. I know I am.
What, it's the 3rd of October. We would have started planning for Halloween.
Oh, Halloween, yeah.
Halloween. Speaking of which, Cannabis and Coffee with to Marijuana has sponsored the Halloween 420 event out in Vancouver.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. She was looking for some sponsors, so I said I'd sponsor. So that brings us a little more advertising and stuff for me on the network, and because the network's included in that, so she'll be adding the Pace logos and my logos.
Oh, okay, yeah, and in your logo is Pace Radio.
Pace Radio too. Yep. So adding I had to because no is in there too.
We got 20 minutes left. I've got a story, as I mentioned, here, and it talks about the headline says federal agency examines core questions about medical marijuana for cancer, including as an opioid alternative to treat pain.
I guess for some people it might be, but I don't know. It's not the same. It's not a masker. Cannabis doesn't mask the pain.
It doesn't mask. What I found is that it didn't it dulled it. Is what I found.
I find that it helps when I take I barely, like I said, I do have Dilaudid 2 milligrams that I can take when I'm in a flare. So when I'm like, if I'm like in the point where I can't move my shoulders, when I'm that bad, right? I will take it then, right? And that's it. That's the only time I will ever take that. But I get nauseated from it because I'm not used to taking it on a regular basis. It's an opioid. Even though it's 2 milligrams, it's still a pretty high level. I mean, it's gone from Percocet to up, right?
Yeah.
I need to ward off the nausea. Honestly to God. Like I get so just nauseated from it every time I take it that if I didn't have a vape pen or a joint, I would be
Oh yeah, I've gotten nausea from medications in the past, and smoke that joint.
But is this enough when I'm in that much pain?
Well, that's the thing. You're using it to treat the nausea.
Yeah,
because you're using your opioid in order to treat the pain.
But before I did get the opioid out, I tried this first and foremost because I'm one of those people that would prefer not to have to take pharmaceuticals, right? Not that I'm an anti-science, nothing. I just hate taking pills, right?
Yeah, I'm on a biological drug.
And I don't even stick vitamins in front of us as kids that I wouldn't take them either. I'm just not. Anyway, but I tried everything, and if this would have been enough for that pain, I would be happy that it was.
Right. Yeah. And I did basically my whole time with my Crohn's for the last 22 years. I've only had the opiate prescription while I was hospitalized, and just used cannabis away from the hospitals. But I'll tell you, there was times that there was severe pain, and it would just maybe dull it down, but it didn't eliminate pain. Not like the opiates could, but I didn't want to become a stat, and I didn't. There's the other effect, and that is the constipation from the
Yes,
opioid.
I don't have that issue.
Maybe you should
Even
take them to stiffen things up.
well, no, because before the doctors tried that, they tried to give me they had me 90 milligrams of codeine a day to try to plug
Oh,
me up
really?
for pain too, right? Because of
Yeah.
but my doctor in Tabor had me on Asacol and 90 milligrams of codeine to try and
Holy smokes!
when
Make some
that didn't
concrete
work,
out of you.
and that didn't work, and that didn't work, and that didn't work. Like seriously, and this is before the RA. This was
Yeah.
just the colitis, and this was this doctor in Tabor that I had.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Eh?
Yeah, and that didn't, but it didn't plug me up either. Where 90 milligrams of codeine for anybody else, it'd be horrible. I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah. I don't know what they just. They just shot it into the IV.
Oh,
For me.
I don't. Yeah, see, and I just have to. I can't. Like I'm one of them ones. I'm still taking the pills for methotrexate because I cannot bring myself to give myself a needle.
Oh well, the only reason I had to do methotrexate injections was because of the concern that my bowel wouldn't absorb the pill version of the methotrexate.
Well, that's why I got to take
That's why I did injections for 3 years.
Yeah. See, and my absorption's not so bad, obviously. Like I've got absorption, because it's not. Yeah, I don't know why that I would though. I don't know. It's weird,
Yeah.
but it
I don't
seems to
know.
work. I mean, it's working.
Well, hey, if it's working, then good.
But I also take it on an empty stomach, so nothing's coming out, right?
Right. Yes.
I'm not taking it with food.
Oh, just. Huh?
You guys have a guest?
No, just me and her. We're just talking.
Hi, Gail. How you doing?
We are live.
I know you are. I saw you on Facebook.
Oh, that's great. I missed her coming on. I mean, I missed that whole part of the show for a long time. I was like, "Where's Gail?"
Here's Gail.
I'm usually going to the shower.
I know you're at bingo last time. Did you have a good time? Did you win anything?
Oh, bingo! You went to bingo last time.
Yes.
Did you win anything?
No.
No. She doesn't win. Her sister wins all the time.
Oh, well, that's good.
Oh yeah. It's already started.
Well, did she at least split with her?
Yeah, when they go to bingo together. Yeah, that's always the
Right.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, my friend, when we used to go to bingo in Alberta, we had the VLTs, slot machines. I used to go and sit and watch my friends too. I played maybe $10 ever, but never more than that because I'm not into it. But she would sit there for hours, and yeah, if she won anything big, she'd give me some money.
Right. Right.
Kind of a thing.
Okay. Let's see. We were talking about opioids and cancer.
But yeah, again, I wish, like I said, I wish cancer is painful, but not until you start getting treatment, from what I've heard, right? And speaking of cancer, I've had two friends that have been suffering for a long time that finally were approved for the MAID program. One of them's right.
Yeah.
She went last week, and then I had another one that went today. And one of them was helped me with cannabis. She was a consumer. She used cannabis a lot through her treatment. It helped her eat because a lot of the time she couldn't eat.
Improved her quality of life while she was still with us.
Yeah.
Being able to eat.
Yeah, and they would also edibles and stuff too, right? So yeah. She's a wonderful.
Yeah, there's some people who cannabis is what's made the big difference in saving their lives, and there's other people who have tried to use cannabis to save their lives and.
Well, I see Corey's posts a lot. Corey Yellen's post. I talked to Corey, and it seems that there are quite a few successes for her.
Yeah.
But to be honest, she's had failures too, right?
Oh yeah.
It's not all everybody. It's not all success.
I've had patients I've helped in the past that they passed.
Yeah, me too. Like one of Alvin's uncle's best friends. It's just
Mhm.
like heartbreaking over and over, right? But you have to try, right? And even if they're taking the treatments and stuff, and they want to, in Canvas do both. I never advise anybody not to listen to their medical doctor ever. I tell
Yeah.
them, listen to your doctor. I'm not a doctor. But again, a lot of people choose not to take the treatment and have done well and had success where others haven't.
Mhm.
It's hit and miss. You just never know.
Yeah, and I've seen some stuff people posting where they've um, refused the chemo or radiation because they're going to use cannabis, but then when they've changed their mind partway through or something, they've been rejected. They couldn't. They've been ignored because they chose to go the cannabis route instead.
I can understand that. To be honest, there's so many people out there and so many beds and so many people in lines, and that when they're just trying to get everybody taken care of, and if you refuse treatment, they are not going to put you back in first in line. You're going to go
No,
back.
you won't. No,
You're going to go back to
exactly.
the queue and just have to wait your turn again. Unfortunately, you might not have enough time for that.
Yeah,
right?
like with
And
my
that's-
cancer, I had melanoma, 9 years free, and I use cannabis on it, the oil, and then when my surgery date came, I went in and had the surgery, but I also kept an eye on things and was prepared that if it had started to shrink, that I was going to bring it up with my surgeon and talk to him about it. I didn't see it shrink. I saw color changes, and that never reached my lymph nodes.
which
So,
is good.
you
So it was
know,
maybe up to that, right?
yeah, yeah, exactly. That's maybe it didn't get rid of my cancer, but it may have prevented it from spreading.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, like I said, when you're fighting cancer, you're throwing everything at it. Like throw
Oh
the
yeah.
kitchen sink at it. Like there's no harm in throwing everything at it, right? But again, like people that have surgery first and have the cancer removed and then claim that the cannabis cured you, that's not fully
Yeah.
truthful,
Yeah.
right?
No.
So you have to be truthful when you're talking about what treatments you've had to aid you with your cannabis or your cannabis has aided you with, right? Instead of misinformation,
It's been part of your treatment.
right? Rather than it
Yeah.
being all of your treatment and claiming it's all your treatment when that's false, like it's false because it gives false hope to other people. It's being
Yeah.
harmful to others because you're not being truthful about your treatments that you added cannabis to or whatever. You had surgery to remove that portion of, and then you use cannabis after, during, before, whatever, which is wonderful. But don't misinform because that gives people false hope. It gives them belief that it's doing something that it didn't absolutely do, right?
Right.
So, and I just find that distasteful and kind of, anyways.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're right. It's if you've had surgery to remove your cancer and then claim that cannabis removed it.
Or that cannabis cured it, or that you're
Yeah.
alive because of the cannabis. The cannabis be honest about how you treated your cancer, regardless. Even if you did chemo and whatever. There's no shame in taking the doctor's advice. If you choose to not, but just don't misinform people because
Yeah,
that
I've
gives false hope. It gives people
Yeah.
misinformation that they're going to absolutely believe that all they need is cannabis oil and that it's going to save them. And it may, but it also may not.
Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly. You
Right.
you don't know.
No. But
The
yeah.
like when I was doing a lot of my public speaking at the cafes back in the days, quite often we would be talking with other patients about using cannabis as well as other stuff, and I tell people that I was on a biological drug. I wasn't just on cannabis alone.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people like I have a dear friend that cannot take any pharmaceuticals for her affliction, and all she does use is cannabis, and it works it works wonderfully for her, right?
Mhm.
And I know another fellow that it has helped him immensely, right? And but they don't run around saying that it cured it either. They inform, they educate about how it's been, helpful and beneficial, but they don't say that they're cured of their affliction and they're not using it to help them
Yeah.
quality of life. Right.
That's why I will always say that it can improve your quality of life.
Right. I don't want to mislead anybody to, cannabis can save lives. It definitely, absolutely can, in so many ways. But again, I don't want to ever misinform people that it's a cure-all. Right. And because if it was, I wouldn't have to take these pills.
If it was a cure-all for everything, then there'd be a lot more money saved. There's lots of money saved now in the pharmaceutical end thing.
Well, if it was a cure-all for everything, we'd all be cured. Like,
Correct. Nobody would be sick.
Nobody sick, right?
Right.
As much as it helps, so it does give a therapeutic quality of life. I will say that 100%. Like, there are so many benefits to it that, you can't dispute. So,
like I know there's been studies that have been done that the amount of opiates have been reduced dramatically because of people switching to cannabis.
Yep. And that's why these substitution programs that are, trying to work out there, that are, coming up against some pretty miraculous bullshit, have to keep running. Even if you have to go back underground. I hate to say it, because it works, right? So yeah, there's, like I said, there's a reason that plant was given to us for whatever reason, and how many patients that use it for every, on a daily basis, both of us included. And like I said, I've got several friends that use it and nothing else, and it helps them. I'm never going to dispute that it, what it doesn't do for me doesn't necessarily do for somebody else, right? We're all individuals. Absolutely. And I wish it did cure everything, because then I wouldn't have
nice.
Then I wouldn't have to be in pain.
Okay. It says here that 43% of participants in this survey reported using cannabis instead of opioids to manage their pain. Of those, 78.7% said the reason was because cannabis is safer. That's what I did too.
Yeah. Yep. Because there's never that risk.
Less addictive. 72% said it was less addictive. 71% said the reason was because cannabis has fewer side effects.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. And it's just like.
This is from the researcher at University of Buffalo. Yeah, the less people that are on the opiates, and use cannabis if they can, it can help reduce actually, the amount of addictions that are going on out there, right?
Yeah. Well, the unfortunate thing is that most, like if you're in a facility, you can't use cannabis.
No, correct. Yeah, that was like when I've been hospitalized. Yeah, that's why I always say I've only used opiates when I've been hospitalized, because they haven't had me on morphine while I was in there to fight the pain.
Right.
And then when they got me off of them, and I could get up and move around and get around, eventually I got outside and I was able to smoke a joint. The last time I was hospitalized, yeah, I was able to get out the last couple of days.
Yeah. I know. I remember one time, way back. I think it was like when I had one of the kids, like way back, and I went into the hospital smelling like weed, and I got shit from the nurses.
Oh yeah, really? Eh?
I have my license. No, I didn't. No,
I didn't have your license.
No,
I was licensed at the time, and
no, like when I had the older kids, like no, like that was way back, like in the 90s.
yeah, correct. Yeah, you're not gonna get the okay then.
Yeah, I know. It was.
I had Gail bring me in some TY magazines, so I gave TY magazines to some of the nurses.
Yeah, sure, right?
Yeah, one of the nurses came in dressed in tie-dye.
Well, it's funny because when Lisa Kirkman went to the hospital in Medicine Hat, she wanted to take my volcano in there, and they actually certified my volcano as it being safe to be used in the hospital. I had to take it into the hospital.
I remember her fighting that, and
Yeah.
I know of another lady, Diane. She took a volcano into the hospital. The problem was there was still an odor.
Yeah,
It wasn't scent free.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't smoke, it just
No.
said it wasn't scent free, and that was
Yeah,
that was the issue, right?
I know that when Keith was in the hospital too, Keith, Fag, and Deb would sneak him stuff in too. And then eventually the nurses just, I mean, the guy's at the end of his life, he's, lost his leg. He's like, like, leave him alone. Let him have a little bit of fucking pleasure in his life.
Yeah, exactly. Let him improve his quality of
Well, I
what he's
think
doing.
that should be part of palliative care. Now that it's legal, I think it should be absolutely written into policy that, cannabis should be able to be used in palliative care.
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
Or,
exactly.
like again, like there are many.
That report said that gummies were the most used way of using cannabis for
A lot of
patients.
people take gummies. I hear that a lot. Oh, I just take a gummy before bed, a CBD gummy. I just laugh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's THC in that too. It's a 1-to-1. Yeah, there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is. Yep, you go ahead and meet that gummy. Yeah, especially when they're little bright-haired ladies.
Yeah, I got my cat beside me here.
I closed my door and left the dogs and out in the back out there.
I don't have a door. I don't even have a wall. I got Les Nessman walls.
You got some books piled up around your desk then?
No, I got bins.
Oh, that was so funny, that show, right? Like WKRP in Cincinnati.
Yeah. Well, we're in the process of still moving in, so.
Well, you take your time, you do what you gotta do, right?
That's right. Exactly. Okay. Well, we're down to the last minute.
Your lady's almost ready to come down, or no?
Yeah, I was out there actually today. I'm just looking for my. Oh, I don't see it. Oh, there it is. I was out there today, with my active eye 30 times magnifying glass. Checking out the trichomes. I got this courtesy of limestone hydroponics.
Nice.
It just slides out like
that's
this.
A nice loop. Beautiful.
All right. And
it's big and nice. That's nice. I've never seen one that big before.
Oh yeah, it's got here we go. Come on. It's got 2 little LED bulbs on it.
Yep.
And
that's a nice one.
Believe me, I went, oh, what's this? Oh, an on-off switch. Turned it on. Oh, it's bright. It's very bright.
It looks bright.
Yeah. It goes right back in its little case there.
Yeah.
Right. It's got a little hook on it, so you can, if you got a lot of looking to do, you can hook it on this a string around your neck. So, and then it comes in a nice little case.
So you don't have to worry about losing it like I would.
Right.
A safe spot wherever that was.
It even comes with the key. This is a key so that you can change the battery in the light.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So,
cool.
So yeah, and then you just move it back and forth to take a look at your trichomes to make sure your trichomes are ready.
And how are they looking?
White.
I
didn't see any amber. Not on the one I looked at. I didn't look at everything. I just walked around and looked at a few spots on the one. I went, okay, a little bit, yeah.
It's October, another 2 weeks, probably. I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Another week and a half. Depends on the weather.
Right. Well, and that's the
thing.
thing.
I trimmed last year when it snowed, so.
You know, I've heard like so many different. I was told that because El Nino was late, that we were supposed to keep warm until mid-November. But I'm seeing the temperatures dropping, and that's not really adhering to what I was told. So
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, and we can only they can barely get tomorrow's weather right. Never mind 2 or 3 weeks down the road, right?
it rains on one side of my house and it's sunshine on the other. Try fucking weather it better than that. I'm not kidding. It'll be sun shining on the south side of my house
Yeah.
and spitting raining on this side of the house.
Um,
It's ridiculous. It's just like,
yeah.
oh, but yeah, like I said, I feel like we live in a fishbowl. It'll be sunny and then it'll be storming around us, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a very weird place.
All right. Well, anything else you got to say? You want to say before we say goodbye?
Just tune into Cannabis and Coffee on Monday for Fuck Around and Find Out Monday and find out what's going on with the substitution programs.
All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and at ease.ca. Thanks for everybody for tuning in, stopping in, checking out the program. Other than that, good night, and we'll see you all next week. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Okay, we're on to number 6. Yeah, well, these are obviously going a lot faster than the buds.
Yeah.
When it comes to the judging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to handle it a couple times, right? Because there are some.
Yeah. And the buds we had go around twice in order to be able to check up for moisture, trichomes, the appearance, some similar things.
Are the questions different on the indica than the pre-roll?
Yes.
There are. I'm going to say half the questions are the same. The other half are different.
Okay.
Okay. There's things like the dry inhale, right? So there isn't that with the buds.
Yeah.
But there is the appeal. But then there's the roll. They don't ask you that on the other. As far as the roll or anything. So there are different questions, but there are some similar ones or the same ones.
Cool beans, man. As expected.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6, he says. Number 6.
We can make it number 9. Number 9.
Good thing it was only 7.
Only 7.
Got the Beatles tunes out.
Next year I'm gonna get numbers that will come up on the screen as we're doing them.
Yeah. Well, what we find you can see it on last Thursday's news broadcast. At the end, Glenn says peace, goes like this, puts the peace symbols up, and all of a sudden balloons come up out of StreamYard.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And going like. It's
Really?
only done it to him. I haven't seen it do it to anybody else.
Let's try it, shall we?
Huh? Yeah, I tried. It's not doing anything. Nothing there, right?
No.
So
maybe it's an Apple thing.
Okay.
Maybe we should do something about it.
Wow.
Maybe he smoked too much weed.
Or not enough.
Smells good.
Oh, it's a wood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tree
Oh.
on the back side.
Plate. Like,
Your
okay,
neck
now
ties, Davey.
we've all seen the half-gram joints, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Al actually
Hey,
has
look at these.
whatever's left of the treating
That's a
your
giant.
collection.
That's a
buddy.
giant.
Instead of
How many issues do you think you have, Al?
I didn't see Buddy Weed's comment before this one. He says, I found my Treating Yourself magazine from 2010, issue 21. That's where I got the grinder. So he got the same grinder. Hey, Buddy, go into the index of the magazine and go down near the bottom of the index, and you'll probably find the article that I wrote. Most of them are usually down there at the bottom. That's where the advocacy articles are. I'm just curious which one's in it. Okay. I gotta do the dry haul.
Yeah, they actually look like a giant. I'm glad that's over with.
You're good looking.
You didn't like that one, Bob?
Visually appealing.
They look good.
Yes.
Yeah. That's some big.
And you weren't supposed to smell them.
Filter looks good. Sorry.
They aren't even closed on the end.
One up each nostril.
Is there anything that you don't like yet?
That I don't like? Who?
Anybody? Was there anything that you just didn't like?
Yeah, most of these joints haven't been very good.
Okay. I knew you'd tell the truth, Wayne.
I enjoyed the buds.
This is the most visually appealing one so far, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all tucked in and everything.
You know, I can't see that part.
No, it's wide open. It's not even tucked on the end.
Oh.
Yeah, it's back that hard.
Huh.
Yeah.
I guess dry haul. We got to do the whole.
Shit.
I know it's not as easy as just lighting and smoking the damn thing.
I shall be back.
Alrighty. All right. We'll be here, man.
Don't get your kids on this shit.
Checking out these DVDs. Yeah, let me see. Oh, they're both on the phone.
I like that taste in both of them.
Alrighty. Overall visual appeal.
We're at number 6.
6, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. 8.
Quality of roll.
Take a all-in-on one.
Oh, that's it.
Sure. Yeah.
8.
Selection of rolling paper.
Selection rolling papers.
Yeah.
Not bad. Yeah.
Selection of filter.
Yeah.
And the taste that you just tasted.
Birds. We don't have
I
any
like
music
that
today, but we got the
taste.
birds.
So we'll go 8. Number 6.
The dry haul.
We have to smoke it.
We haven't had it yet.
We gotta wait till it's lit now.
I wasted all afternoon. We haven't got it yet. Holy jeez, listen to that.
I hasn't even let it yet in this article.
Oh, just go ahead, cough all over it there.
I get to light it though.
Why? He does a better job of lighting than you do.
Yeah.
Holy jeez, look at them buzzing around there. Long one.
Yeah, so like when you think about the half gram, would this be a gram joint? I would say
I don't know. You got scale?
A gram. No,
It's got to be close to a gram.
Yeah, it's definitely over half.
It'd only be like 0.95,
right?
0.90, but
Definitely over half.
By the time we smoked it, all right out. Half again.
I'll just take a drink. And then I'll lay it
Not
up.
like it used to be either now. He just hoofing her back. And I said, did he just do that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to spread
Influence,
my real Canadian water with it.
I'm right behind you all the way.
Nobody likes a soggy joint, right?
That's right.
Okay.
You need a little paste slide over so we aren't advertising for.
Yeah, hey, that's a good idea, eh? Okay.
Well, this isn't a hard chair.
Yeah, it is. I don't like them. I only use them occasionally. It's one of those ones that has the table that flaps up on the side. You can put your cup and a phone in it. It just, yeah, it sort of looks like a director's chair bottom on them.
Where'd you get these ones at, Adam? Where'd you get these at? You don't know?
No, these aren't.
Oh, I thought they're his.
No. These are my daughter's and
Oh,
my
okay.
son-in-law's.
Do you know where they got them at all?
From a friend.
Ah,
I'm sure you can find
well,
out
most
the
chairs
name
hurt my
of
back
it.
in this amount of time.
Oh, it
This
says
one,
Hampton Bay on the side here.
Hampton.
Wait.
Oh,
So that might be a
yeah, that sounds pretty
one,
fancy.
Yeah, no, she
Come by
bought it-
Pony
she bought it
Express.
from a friend. So
Don't ask any questions.
yeah, I don't ask
Oh, yeah.
any questions. It
Look at
works
that.
very well out here. It does the job. No, that's not coming this way.
No, I'm just looking. It's nice.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty clean actually compared to.
Well, here, I'll help you judge that one.
Here you go, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Puppy's still over there laying down on the ground.
Good.
Oh, it was right under my legs. I could feel the heat. It was like, boom. Like right here. Okay.
Better than a lot of them, but it's still pretty dark.
Like, do you think?
Oh, I
'Cause-
forgot my
'cause-
drink over there.
You know, we're looking at. You can look at it as is it the paper or is it the bud? But when it's dark all the way through, it's obviously
Yep.
the bud. And
Why do I get all the hard questions?
because you're seasoned.
It's unseasonal.
You're
Aroma to
the
taste.
mature seasoned cannabis connoisseur. I would say to Bob, "What's this?"
That was
He
good.
says,
I like that.
"The good
shit.
stuff."
I'm gonna have it.
That would be his
Harsh or
strain,
smooth?
the good stuff.
No.
Okay, is everybody that's still going around?
All right.
Ash.
May look like we're all
That
looking at
color
our
looks
phones, but we
like
are.
it-
We're judging.
Bye. That's what I think.
Not pleasant, very pleasant.
It's pleasant, so we'll give you an 8.
Overall enjoyment.
Maybe another 8 on that.
When would you buy it?
What?
Would you buy it?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to find out which ones that we would buy.
He'd buy all of it.
I buy it all.
Yeah.
I think I only said yes to one.
Oh, you really? Eh?
I do when I go to buy
The,
them at the reservation.
Yeah, the very
I
first
said yes. I
bud
said
that we
yes
smoked
so
was a
far.
yes. The very first bud we smoked was a yes. I haven't said yes to
I
anything else.
think it was. I know there was only one I said yeah.
Yeah.
The rest I was like maybe.
You don't want to
I
see
am here, but I'm eating.
I can borrow them.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's easier to eat when you're behind your banner, that's for sure.
It's
But I
throwing
don't
that
do pre-roll.
money away that hurts you most
Yeah.
of all.
I
Wait
don't
till
do
it's
pre-rolls.
empty.
So
Yeah, there's still some oil on the paper.
sometimes
Yeah,
it
the
tastes like,
filters
oh my
work
God, I'm
pretty
gonna
good.
die.
It
And it chokes down
burns.
me,
It's
and
got some
sometimes
gray
it's
ash
the
in it.
paper. So
The ash isn't as bad.
it's because it's pre-rolled. I usually
Yeah,
re-roll
yeah,
it for
yeah.
one.
All right, we got a number what?
This is number 6.
7.
Well, when we're done this, we're at 7.
Try to do the ones that
This is
aren't
6.
having too pretty
Second time around.
volume, but I usually choke it out.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good. We get a couple rounds so you can judge things.
Yep.
We're not. You're not hearing me gagging. Right? None of us, even one of us with COPD.
Yeah, I like the paper the way it was rolled and stuff.
Yeah.
Even though it's a brown paper.
Right.
But I didn't take like a super duper big either.
And it's not harsh. No one's coughing, right?
Of the doobies, that's definitely the best ones.
Yeah, that's nice. It's mellow enough. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, it had the better ash.
Smooth enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to pre-roll or to judge pre-rolls.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thank you for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. We're gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yep, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows the commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any.
Oh.
So it was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but this year we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
We're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites like that.
Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance, Mary
Excellent.
Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just doesn't happen, though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So, Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, roach guess, rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs, and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. He's you got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. For Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's evil.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yeah.
Spend enough time doing this, someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go. Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Realize my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. Until we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste, who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and Star, all those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour cheese or purple strawberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a cold. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song, weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smokes so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I will be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So there's the me. Queen Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not near done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? Feedback aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. Save all smokes and our supporters of weed. The list goes on and on like Michael Phelps on Capacity. Sacha Baron Cohen and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably, like,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children. There was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That you know, place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, you know, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
that it's happening in these communities, and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so like carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual, and it was so nice to see each of them what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event. It is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Carte Diem Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes. Like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010. For the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, like, you know, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, you know, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park. And as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you. And thank you, everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today we're very excited to have on the spot Tiara Silette from Cannabis Education Canada. Tiara, how are you doing today?
I am amazing. It is a beautiful sunny day, and I am definitely enjoying every moment of this day.
Now, I'm a big fan of the sun. We can see the sun coming through your window there. But I am not a fan of the winter. Are you happy that the sun is shining, but you're inside out of the cold? Or are you somebody who would prefer to actually be on a sunny day on a snow hill somewhere playing in the white powder?
Oh, I am 100% very much enjoying the heat of my condo. Yes, I love the sun, and I love the extra heat it's bringing because it has been so cold. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, the last week it was like minus 30. I was like, oh my God, how do I live in a place that hurts my face? Like,
right?
It's brutal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's something, I'll say it right here on the air, and if we lose listeners, so be it. But there is something a little bit messed up with people who say they love the winter. I don't know. Something seems weird about that to me.
Well, I enjoy sledding, on a crazy carpet or, GT. But I also like to go for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then go back inside and get some hot chocolate and get warm. I don't want to go and roll around and make an igloo or a snow angel.
Oh my God, I agree.
Hey,
we're so on the same page.
Who's that behind you?
This is Finnegan, my little cat.
Oh
He
my
loves to
goodness.
just snuggle up and be around
His
us all the
face.
time. Yeah,
So
he's
cute.
adorable. I'll actually tell you guys a funny story about how I got this cat. So, my wife and I used to own a cannabis vape lounge.
Okay.
And one day we were sitting there and smoking, and I was like, you know what? I think we need a lounge cat. And she's like, that's a good idea. So I told her, I was like, but you know what? I have specifics of what I'm really looking for in a cat because I've had cats before. And they were not very nice, okay? I was like, I need a really nice cat, some one that acts almost like a dog, okay? Like he just wants to be around you. I want a cat that's not gonna meow in my face all day. I want a black, fat cat. And so I had all of this whole list of things that I wanted. Now, a week later, the first client that had ever come into our vape lounge came in and she's like, hey T, I know you know that we have a dog now. And, the dog and the cat keep trying to eat each other. So do you think you could take the cat? And I'm like, sure, show me the picture. Like, what does he look like? It ends up being a black, fat, mute cat who literally does not know how to act like a cat. I think he has an identity crisis because he is the nicest animal of all time. He does not hold a grudge, which to know if you know cats, like they hold a grudge, okay?
Yeah.
And he wants attention all the time. He wants to be pet and snuggled. So I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Please give me this cat. This is meant to be. Like I totally manifested this. I'm so excited about it.
That's awesome.
I had a cat recently who's no longer with us, but I've always been a cat person. I'm not a dog person. I love cats, and I love the fact that cats aren't dogs in the sense that they really don't care or need you around, and you can go away for a couple of days, just put an extra dish, right? And they're gonna, when you come back, they'll be like, oh, there they are, like as if you've never been gone.
Pretty much.
But we had gotten petless for not long, but long enough for me to be like, in my family, I was like, that's it. The last pets have died. Let's reset. No more pets. We're on a new stage of life.
Yeah.
But my daughter really, really wanted not just a new cat, but wanted a handicapped cat, a cat that she wanted to save a cat that nobody else was gonna maybe get.
Yeah.
So this kid is like, I think she literally has angelic genes, but she does no wrong, and so it was hard to say no to her. So we're like, okay, we'll do this. We'll bring a cat into the family. So she did her research, and we went down to the I don't know if it was the Humane Society officially, but that's sort of like some sort of shelter thing. And they brought this cat out of the infirmary that had like snot bubbles hanging out of its nose. And this is the thing that I find interesting about cats is everybody who was in the room wanted this cat except me. But who did that cat come up and start cuddling?
Oh my God,
with?
Of course.
That's me, right? So I've got snot on my leg, and we're like, okay, is this snot thing going to be like a thing? And they're like, well, actually, it's a chronic breathing thing. Scooter is the name. Scooter will have this for the rest. We've tried antibiotics. It would just he's never going to be able to get rid of it. It's a constant thing, and it's going to affect his eating habits and stuff like that because he can't breathe through his nose. He'll always have to breathe through his mouth. And so, we were like, well, okay, let's save this cat. Like, so this cat comes home, and I'll tell you what, I think we had him for a year and a half, and he's like the best cat in the world. And he became my cat and he would lie on my chest with his paws around my neck, which was really cute until I thought about it. I'm like, he still is a cat. Like, he's maybe just trying to get to that point where he just like, strangles me or whatever. But he never did. And I've still got snot on my walls because he would sneeze and shake his head when he would sneeze.
Oh my God. Yes, they do that.
And it was the cutest thing. And my kids, I don't even drink water bottles. Like, my son and I are the only two in the house. And if I see a water bottle that might have been mine, but maybe not, I don't drink out of it. And my kids were always like, Dad, you let Scooter literally like rub his snotty nose against your cheek while you're watching TV, but you won't drink out of our water bottle? I'm like, yes, because I love Scooter. He's so cute. So we've recently lost Scooter a little while ago, but
sorry.
But no, he was the best. He was the best cat in the world. But now I'm for sure petless because because he was like the peak. He was like, no,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I can't top him. So,
Yeah,
My
Finn is
cat's
literally
pretty
my
awesome.
peak for sure.
You're-
He is
you're-
the best.
Yeah, it's nice when you can rescue an animal because, like, that's what we did last year. My daughter, same thing, was bugging me. She wanted a pet, and as we all know, 2021 was a little off. And I was like,
Yeah.
you know what? We're spending all this time at home, and I mean, she's old enough that she's responsible. She can help out. Either way, we got a cat, and it was weird because COVID times, they brought the cat out and put it on the table and was like, don't let it off the table. And I'm like, don't let it off the table. And the cat's been probably in a cage in the back and just wants to go wander around. And it's hard to get a sense for an animal in like that sort of period. But my God, she is adorable. She says good morning every morning and comes and cuddles. We've got a routine. She'll go in and same thing, wake up the kids. And it's like she knows. She knows. It's like, you need to get up for school. Hello.
That's the cutest thing ever. Cats are honestly the best. I love having cats. They're so like independent and simple, and like they don't require much. And like honestly, it's the best with this cat because like he gives you just the right amount of love, and like he's not super sassy, and he just kind of does his own thing, and then they sleep like the majority of the day. So it's like
Right?
great. I don't gotta worry about them. Like I feel like with dogs, like a lot of them require so much attention. They're running around the house, and like they need like
They're
to
a
be
kid.
outside. Yeah, they're like a kid.
Yeah,
And they're
absolutely.
like, you know, cats are just super simple. It's like a nice roommate.
Did you know that house cats are the most dangerous animals in the world? Did you know that?
I did not know that actually.
So here's the reason, and it makes perfect sense. They are the only wild animal that kills for fun. So
Yeah,
they'll
that's
kill because they don't need. So when they kill the birds and the mice and everything that they come across, they literally will do it because they have that instinctual thing, but they know they don't need it anymore. Their food is provided for them. So they're the only wild animal that will go out there and deliberately just kill for the fun of it.
I thought it was to
Wow.
thank you.
That is like a very interesting fact and very accurate.
It's right. It's kind of creepy though, because you wonder, you know, sometimes when you wake up and they're looking at you and you're just like, wait a minute, am I going to be the plaything today?
Yeah, it's actually crazy. I saw this reel the other day. It was like talking about how like, wow, I have a wild animal in the house. And not just a wild animal, but like a carnivorous, like a wild animal.
Right?
And I'm like, geez, like the majority of cats like totally look at you as if they will kill you sometimes. Like,
okay,
like you're
so
just testing my buttons, human.
Okay.
Like,
I'm gonna have to find this video. I know I have it. It's on my hard drive, like under like oh no you don't or something like that. But it's a video of me sitting on the floor in the kitchen, and the cat is like staring me down, and I'm like, hello, and I'm like backing up, and I'm like, what are you doing? And the cat's like trying to go behind me,
oh
and
my
I'm like,
God,
I'm
that's
like,
so
no, like it tried to attack my leg multiple times, and we actually had to get rid of it because it attacked my ex-boyfriend's leg as he was getting in the shower because he told him to get out of the bathroom. The cat, you know what I mean? Cats have their own. He wanted to be in the bathroom, and he said no, get out, and I guess he kind of deserved it.
The cat ended up finishing off that ex-boyfriend. That's why I'm in the picture now.
I love it.
So as much as I could talk about cats all day, maybe I'll start a cat podcast. Cats love their catnip. You and MJ love your cannabis.
Well, cats also love cannabis too.
Do they?
Accurate, yes.
Yeah, a lot of cats will come around. They know because cannabis, you know, the grinder, the sound, the rituals that go with it. The cats know, and they'll come and they'll come in the room.
Cats and dogs have an endocannabinoid system and receptors to accept cannabinoids to help them with like arthritis, with pain, anxiety. In fact, if you give your dogs who are like super anxious, like some CBD or like treats that are infused, honestly, it helps them so much to just chill out and like take it a little bit better.
Do you? Okay. I don't know if you're an expert in this field, but now I'm interested. Are there what other do all animals have the endocannabinoid system?
Yeah, like mammals, we all have pretty much an endocannabinoid system that accepts cannabis. I mean, I definitely need to research a little bit more into all of the animals, but I do know more about like cats and dogs because I've had a lot of people that I've crossed paths with looking for, you know, ways to help their animals, whether they are suffering from a disease or if they're just, you know, getting a little bit up there in age and are trying to help with their, you know, hip pain, arthritis, or any of those things. And it also helps younger puppies and stuff with like anxiety and like the separation aspect.
So would you, so like MJ will sometimes have, you know, like cannabis leaf in its rawest form, like on a bagel or something like that. And I'm now considering, after some more conversations with people, putting some CBD oil into my my smoothies. So when you're talking about animals, is that something like, would it be putting putting CBD in their food, or putting even a full leaf on top of their bowl? Like how do animals digest the plant?
Similar, like exactly like that. So if you had CBD oil, you could add it to their food. There are treats that are already infused with like CBD isolate and all of that. And there's a lot of information on how to do it based on their weight. So I believe it's like 10 milligrams per pound or 2 pounds. And with cats, you want to give them a little bit, like you want to give them double that because they have less receptors than dogs do. So to be able to like achieve the same level of that, you want to give them like double the dose.
Huh. Now, how late or early in your cannabis journey did you figure out that it was also helpful to animals? Did you all was that something?
Really early on, actually.
Really?
That was one of the things that was. I've always been very interested in the education aspect of cannabis, and I've been like kind of one of those nerds that likes to just learn about every aspect of the plant.
Yeah.
So that was definitely one of the things that came up, and you know, a lot of people were talking about, and I just wanted to know a little bit more about it, so I could how I could help like my animals and animals of family members and friends that I knew that were searching for help for that, and it's helped a lot of people along the way. So it's been a great experience.
What about yourself? What brought you into understanding that cannabis was an aid to you? I'm assuming, based on the way you're talking, that cannabis probably isn't just recreational for you.
No, it is medicinal, actually. However, it did come to me in a more recreational way to start. I was one of those losers who needed to tell my parents like everything I did because I had like the worst conscience ever. So I told them how I was interested in trying cannabis. Now, my parents back then were a lot more traditional, I guess you could say. I grew up Muslim, so they were like, no drugs in this house and all of that. And I was like, well, it's not a drug. And so I spent 6 months researching it and created a whole PowerPoint presentation to show them. Now, my parents are not as lame as I am, so they did not watch my PowerPoint presentation. But they understood after like 6 months of me trying to tell them every fact I had ever learned about it that, okay, wow, maybe there's something more to this than, you know, what we've been told. And my parents are quite open-minded in that sense. They are open to me like providing information about different plants or, you know, psychedelics and information that, you know, is not so open or out there. Yeah. And so when I told them about all this information, they're like, okay, you know what, you can try it, but you got to do it with us. So I was like, all right, no problem. So we tried it. Now,
so you and your parents tried it?
Yep, me and my parents tried it. And now my parents are bigger potheads than I am. Let me tell you, okay? They finish way more weed than I could ever freaking finish. It's insane. Yeah, so now they love it. And that's how it started with like a recreational. But then I got into a really bad snowboard accident. And I had the option. Thankfully, my doctor at the time was extremely open as well. And he was like, well, you have two options. I can either give you medicinal cannabis or you're going to be on Percocets. So I'm like, okay, well, let's try cannabis, obviously. I mean, I already like it, so might as well go that route. It's natural. I'm not going to, you know, be addicted to anything at that point. So let's go that way. So I started with cannabis medicinally at that point and was going through like Bedrocan. And that was like my main source for a little while. And then, yeah, my whole life kind of changed after doing that because in university, sorry, just kind of kicked my camera there. But in university, I did criminology and justice and forensic psych. And I spent my entire time basically talking about cannabis, like whether it was about legalization or legislation. Every paper that I was allowed to write that was like, you get to choose the subject, my professors already knew it was going to be about cannabis. So that was kind of like my thing in university. And I had already gotten married in third year to my wife. Like we got married very young. And so when I graduated, she was like, well, what do you want to do with your life? And I'm like, well, I'd like to do something in cannabis. She's like, well, that's not specific enough. She graduated a physiotherapist, but she was like, okay, well, I'm interested in doing something with you if you want to like start something. So I was like, okay, why don't we do a vape lounge? So after I graduated, 4 months after that, we opened our vape lounge in Pickering, Ontario. And that was amazing. We had such a great experience. We turned it into a patient intake clinic and a cannabis education center where we were working with like the Durham Regional Police Services, providing cannabis to disease groups in Canada. And yeah, it was a really amazing experience. And then, you know, we also had markets, so we eventually got rated. And now we are in an education. We have an education company called Cannabis Education Canada, where we provide international education, and we work with companies that work directly with the United Nations to provide them cannabis education and trying to give them more of an idea of what's happening in Canada, both from the legacy market and the legal markets perspective.
Wow. One of the things I learned through everything you just said there is I now know why you're not a fan of winter. I mean, snowboarding took you down initially, so I can see.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that.
100%.
So it's funny though how you described everything with like, you know, I'm nerdy this way because I put together this PowerPoint and I studied all the information and stuff, and I always find that interesting because we live in a society now that I think there's a stigma to that as well, and it's not a knock against the wordage that you use, but we do live in a society now that refuses to want to understand anything.
That's so true.
And it's almost like, because I've been talking a lot about my intense. It doesn't take up a whole lot of time, but I spend time measuring my food out and weighing it in the mornings and getting an understanding of how much I eat, what I eat. You know, I really kind of figure out what's the best bedtime for me. I try to maximize my health. And people sometimes roll their eyes and they're just like, oh, you know, like I don't, just put the food on the plate. I don't want to take 2 minutes to weigh it. And to me, I think that's a disservice. Is just like we should want to know what we're eating. And same with cannabis, that whole thing of like the fact that you had this passion and that your parents, although they did not see your PowerPoint, it was that knowledge though, and that persistency and that knowledge or that gaining of knowledge that really swayed them ultimately. It wasn't just someone stomping their feet going, I want to smoke cannabis. It was somebody who came to them with information. And I think one stigma we need to break down is that concept of studying something and wanting to know it well is a positive, not a negative.
No, I 100% agree. And that's kind of been my motivator in everything that I do. Cannabis has been my main plant that I've like learned about, educated people on, and it's been my huge passion. And now I've entered more of like a passion and understanding and for psychedelics, you know, with fungi and other different forms of plant and sacred medicines, and just the benefits of all of that. You know, it really comes down to these natural plants that we have, you know, available to us, and how we use them or how we ban them, and like the prohibition aspect of it and why it's banned. You know, there's so much when it comes to learning about a topic. So yes, I 100% agree that like getting information on something definitely is a huge factor in helping people change their minds, stereotypes, stigmas. You know, the best form and the best fight towards it is education and knowledge. And, you know, I definitely agree that some people are starting to wake up more to that idea. You know, they're starting to listen to more podcasts and find out information on different topics in different ways now that we have it so amply available to us with the internet, right? So I definitely see a shift in that, but there definitely could be a little bit more. There's definitely some people who keep a stance of a very, you know, traditional point of view and don't really want to look outside of that. Like they almost fear the knowledge that is available to them because it's not what they know or what they've learned and what they believe to be true. And sometimes it's such a hit to their ego to have believed something for so long and then realize, oh wait, maybe I was wrong. So I feel like that's another barrier to like educating themselves or being open to different topics.
Mhm. Well, especially when you're dealing with something like cannabis.
Absolutely.
Like, it was illegal for so many years that now that it's
Yes.
legalized, we're being able to do more testing, we're getting more information. So to have the thought of what I used to know is right and will always be right, especially when it comes to cannabis, you cannot have that mindset. Like, maybe if it comes to growing in your own personal garden because you know what works for you and you don't want to try something new, that's fine. You're only affecting your own garden. But when it
Yeah.
comes to educating others, you cannot, like, for example, the sativa indica. We need to squash that right away. We need to stop telling people, do you want to up a sativa upper high or do you want an indica in the couch low? Like, no,
Exactly.
we need to adapt to all this new information. So it's nice
100%.
to see that not only are you educating, but you're educating yourself before educating others.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the biggest factor is to be able to like it's like practicing what you preach too, right? I mean, if you're going to be able to like provide information, you want to know a little bit more on that subject. You want to be able to have a background. And there's so many forms of education. And it's interesting because traditional education in cannabis is tough. We only got education on cannabis when it was legalized, but people were educating way before that. So to be able to say, you know, I have a degree in cannabis from a school only means so much too. There are so many forms of educating yourself and others with courses on the internet. You know, researching medical journals. There's so much background to it, going and actually experiencing it. You know, like one of the things that was extremely important to me was to go to various countries to experience cannabis culture there. We did an entire like trip through South America just to meet like head shop owners, go to expos. You know, we went to a weed Airbnb in Uruguay, which was like a weed museum that was also an Airbnb. It was like very interesting. Like there's so many different aspects to cannabis culture and so many different places where you can learn from it, right? I mean, for example, Uruguay, like they legalized cannabis in 2013. So the amount of education you can get just by, you know, from the people there, from the growers, from the, you know, people who are extracting cannabis, like there is so many forms of education.
What did you learn? Did you learn anything specifically that you can remember going down into Uruguay or on any of those other countries where you're like, whoa, hold on a second, that's new. That wasn't part of, you know, my culture's teaching or, you know, unofficial curriculum.
Honestly, their culture is more on pushing home grow. So I found that that was interesting because they have more of a passion and pushing the actual plant versus just taking it for a monetary, you know, transaction. Where I feel like in our culture, we're very like, okay, we're gonna legalize, but because we're gonna tax it, we're gonna make this much money off of it because this, and this. Not because like, oh, it's a plant, it makes sense, we should legalize it because like people need this plant and it's helpful. No, we had to find every possible monetary way of doing it. Uruguay was trying to cut the black market and the violence and the drug cartels and all of that. So this is one of the other things that pushed them to legalize. But then they started selling cannabis a gram for $1. Like it wasn't like a form of like breaking people's bank. It was a form of like, okay, this is how we're going to do it, but we really, really recommend you do home grow. And it was like 100 plants, I believe, that they could like have. So it was like you have access to so much of this plant and ways of doing it, and they're open to like like they had the government threw a huge cannabis party where they had people from all around the world just come through. Like the strain hunters were there, and like there was all sorts of like people coming in and just talking and like, you know, communicating, educating themselves. Like it was amazing. It was such a great experience. It's like the government is doing this. Like they're providing cannabis education. They're providing information. They're not closed off to the possibilities that there are with cannabis. And I feel like that was something that was very eye-opening for me because we had just legalized cannabis. It was like I had gone November of 2018. So we had just legalized in Canada. And our original rollout was absolutely terrible. Oh my gosh, if you recall the original rollout of cannabis, like people were getting their cannabis so late, they were getting underweighed cannabis, there was mold in it. I mean, it was a whole thing. When I got to Uruguay, I mean, I felt like embarrassed almost. Like, don't talk to us about our like rollout. It's really bad. I ended up doing like this interview for CBC while I was in Colombia, talking about the situation of mold and like the OCS and like the like product that they were providing, and it was horrible. So I was like almost like, okay, wow, like these people have legalized 5 years ago, like at the time it was like 5 years. They've gotten so much together. Their outdoor grow was comparable to our hydro here. It was amazing. The terpenes were incredible. They had it down packed. The timing to like plant, the time to harvest, to dry, like they really had it down. And there were so many people in the culture and like the community that were able to do it. It wasn't just like a few people hiding in their, you know, house in their garage trying to do it. So it was very interesting to see like that, you know, outlook on and perspective on how they saw cannabis and the benefit it had to their community and society, and like the lack of stigma. There was so much less of a stigma there, and like that was beautiful. Like we've legalized for now a couple years, and like there's still such a huge stigma with cannabis.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I feel like
not
it's very
everybody
eye-opening.
Not everybody here can grow, like because landlords, like you're saying, stigma. Landlords are like, no, you can't do that here, but they don't understand that there are multiple different products out there. Grow boxes, like that one we see in the armoire. They're beautiful and they don't affect that there's no mold or mildew in the apartment. Like the stigma is so strong here that there is something to be said about gardening. I'm a gardener. I have a home garden, and I've killed every rose bush, every ivy, every sunflower I've ever owned. I think I even killed a cactus once. Okay.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Those are hard to kill.
Right? But cannabis, there is something about knowing that that is going to be helping me, that it is growing for a purpose. Just like I smoke with intention, I grow with intention. It is therapeutic. It is. So I can see if there's less stigma and they look at it more like it is a plant, it is a necessity, it is like a way of life almost, that the gardening process also would then improve your life.
Yes, absolutely. I 100% agree. And like, I actually just recently started getting into gardening. It's funny that you say that. So I've always been like a cannabis grower, but I've never really grown or like taken care of any other plants. So I have like a whole little indoor garden I created that are just like easy to, you know, deal with. The plants.
Awesome.
Have a bunch of cacti too. So I'm like hoping that I don't kill any of them. So trying to weigh out my luck with that one.
But when I see MJ go down and open up her tent there to show, she gets so excited, and I
especially when
feel
it gets
bad.
close to harvest time. I'm like, look at the buds.
I feel so bad because I don't have that same passion. Although I really am enjoying when she shows me pictures online, like on social media, and they do like those extreme close-ups, and you can see like the trichomes and everything. It's a stunning plant. But she'll open it up and like she gets literally giddy and she has an endless smile and like her eyes glow. She's like, "Come look!" And I walk in and I'm just like I still just see weed.
Yeah, it's just weed.
And it's like, okay, I see it. And she's like, but look at this one. And I'm like,
it's going blue.
It's like the colors and the way it's like the crystals are growing in the different trichomes. It's so beautiful. I totally feel you, MJ, man.
Yeah, I wish I could see it. Maybe as time goes on, I will. I mean, I've already come a long way in terms of my view of cannabis in the industry, but watching. And even on like when we do like some of these interviews, like it just when her and the guest on the show, just all of a sudden there's this thing of like, oh, and their eyes both light up as they start talking.
The last
talking about the plant.
We were talking about building bongs out of anything. Like you could build a bong out of anything.
Yeah, there's so many things like you can do with like fruits. I've seen like pineapple bongs. My wife and I a couple years ago, or maybe it was last year, we made a pumpkin bong. And that was awesome for Halloween. That was a lot of fun.
That's cool.
Well, and a recent episode we did. It was a Teaching Timmy segment where she's taught me how to roll a joint and weed math and these various things. But one of them was how to make a bong out of a water bottle. And so she had a water bottle, a pen, and a lighter. And it just reinforced to me the word that we keep using, what is
ingenious.
Ingenious.
Yeah.
The ingenious nature of cannabis consumer. Like they'll literally like, you know what? I gotta smoke this thing. Oh, there's a water bottle and a pen. We can do something here. It's like, what? Like how you guys like literally are all MacGyvers. It's pretty amazing.
Well, the cheapest way of consuming cannabis when we were super young was a pop can. And I will tell you right now, don't do it. Find something
it's
else.
It's not good. There's so many other ways. Oh my God.
Go to the supermarket and buy a single apple. It's way cheaper and it's way better. You're not getting the toxins
People
from
like
the
your apple
metal
bombs.
and the ink. Oh, just don't do it.
You can do it with strawberries. You can do it with anything, man. I mean, you give a stoner or like any cannabis user that really loves it a little bit of weed and a lighter, you're good to go.
Right.
They will find a way.
They will
Don't
find
you
a
worry.
way. What in your education process, what do you love teaching the most? Or maybe not so much what you love, but maybe, and it might even be what you love and what you feel is most needed right now in terms of the Canadians that you come across. So maybe it's actually two very different answers. What do you love teaching and what do you feel is really necessary right now?
Wow, when it comes to what do I love teaching, that's a hard one because I love teaching like every aspect of cannabis. Like I'm just so into it that if you can provide me any form of education on it, I will like learn it and then find a way to put it into a course because there's so much need, like whether it be about menopause in cannabis, whether it be about healthcare practitioners and how they use it to learn about it. The endocannabinoid system is so fascinating. That's such an interesting concept, and I definitely love to share that. One of the things I feel like the Canadian market needs, when it comes to the average consumer, they need to learn about the endocannabinoid system. Most people don't even know what an endocannabinoid system
I'm just
is.
finding out about it recently. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not something that's known. In fact, most doctors go through all of medical school without even learning once about the endocannabinoid system. And it's so important. I mean, we create cannabinoids naturally. We have a perfect lock and key. We are meant to consume cannabis. It's just been so, like, there's been so much propaganda and prohibition around it that we've literally gotten to a point in society where we believe that cannabis could literally be the devil's lettuce or some horrible other, perception of it. But the reality is so far from that. I mean, cannabis has been used in its many forms, whether it be through hemp or the actual cannabis plant, for thousands of years, both spiritually and like for environmental reasons. I mean, hemp alone, 1 acre of hemp is equivalent to 4 acres of trees. I mean, with the amount it absorbs in carbon dioxide, with the amount it makes in paper, I mean, it's incredible what it can do for our environment. And, up until a little while ago, farmers were actually forced to make hemp, and then it became banned. So there's a lot around why cannabis, was illegal and had such a huge propaganda around it. But yeah, I feel like they definitely need to learn about the body and how it absorbs and accepts cannabis, the different methods of consumption, because, most people just see it as like, okay, I'm going to smoke a joint. But there's topicals, there are suppositories, there are edibles, there are, vaporizers, there are there's so many ways of using cannabis. You can infuse it into like almost anything at this point. So I feel like, there's cannabis sugar, cannabis like agave syrup, like literally anything you can think of, you can infuse it with cannabis. So I feel like learning about how cannabis is used in its multiple forms as well as how it's used in the body is something that the market needs to know about.
Well, I think what I'm discovering is the endocannabinoid system it might be like you're saying, it might be the number one thing to kind of really get people to know, because I grew up in the Christian church, and I don't know what it's like. I don't know how the Muslim culture in general sees cannabis, but the church wing that I grew up through, I mean, if it ever got brought up, it was equal to cannabis or equal to cocaine and heroin, and I mean, you're pretty much on your way to hell. And if it's not talked about, which is probably the default, it's just, it was misinformation and disinformation all over the place, and it was basically said don't go near it. But I think if you truly and if you look at that stream of religion that I went through, when they continued to preach how, God made us and put everything in the world for, to help with that. And we've learned so much over the years about the macronutrients and that stuff I measure to get the right amount of protein and carbs. And, you need so much iron and magnesium and all these things. And everybody in the Christian realm would be like, yep, like that's healthy for me, because clearly I need protein, so that I got protein. And if people, but nobody ever said that there was actually a system in place for cannabis, and probably I would imagine due to just flat out ignorance. I don't think anybody blocked that information, at least in the world I was in.
I think that's your ignorance. It was blocked long before they would even have been able to learn it.
Right. So then it's not them. Like my pastor wasn't not talking about it because he was withholding it. He was probably not talking about it because nobody told him.
Right.
It was blocked.
It was demonized for
it was blocked for multiple generations. But the first person who came and told me, looked me straight in the eye and said, we all have an endocannabinoid system. That was the first time I heard it. And I was like, okay. And
they were insistent that he should be consuming cannabis in some form or another.
Yeah, that I needed
internally, like because of like we're saying the endocannabinoid system.
Yeah. And I flat out was like, nope. I can see why some people might, but not me. And the more I've been on my personal health journey,
but you had only tried smoking THC at that time, and it was a very high THC. And
it was a great way to start.
It was just one strain a couple times or a different strain, but still it's a different, like you said, form of consumption.
But that's based on the pop culture system that I was in, where I only saw, the person smoking the joint, right? Yeah. And it was never for a purpose. It was other than escaping the world and having no passion or drive in life. So it was a way to escape all that. That's how it was perceived, right? So now though, as I've studied more about my personal health and I've been measuring my food and all of that, and I see the more and more people have talked about, and I've done my own looking into the endocannabinoid system and going, okay, now the question for me is, because people are like, are you going to consume again? And I'm like, I probably will, because I think I'm understanding that it might be a benefit to me to maximize and optimize my health. I'm going to live to 140. If I'm going to do that, I got to make sure everything's in play.
Hey, most likely you are deficient in cannabinoids because you don't take cannabinoids and you have the system of it.
Right. So now the question is how, and it goes down to measuring food, right? I got to find out what's the best form for me to take it in, how much to take, is there a strain? And that to me is what's going to be exciting going forward, is doing all of that work to say, okay, because we're going to try CBD in my smoothies is going to be kind of something that we'll start to do, because my joint smoking experience was not positive for multiple reasons.
And smoking is not healthy.
And there's so many other ways of
I think naturally I would probably not ever consume it in that form again. But the more I'm learning and understanding that there's a very real possibility that it would help me reach my optimization as a human being physically, which then affects mentally, emotionally, all of that.
Right, absolutely.
I am now definitely looking for, okay, so what is the dose for me? Because that's that thing I think that also I bought into was one thing for all, right? Everybody smoked a joint. At that time, I had no idea that there were different strains, different levels of THC, different levels of anything.
Yeah.
It's just weed equals weed. It was the basic.
Experimental.
At one point, weed did just equal weed because you went to your buddy and you bought it. And he said, do you want the $60 bag or do you want the $50 bag? And it was like, well, let me see the difference. We didn't really know what was what, but once I think it was Mark Emery's Cannabis Culture down on
Yes.
in Toronto there
Yep,
that I went to, and it was the first time I'd actually seen an entire menu with those little cards that actually said, like, you know, this is 100% sativa. This one's, you know, this is the THC percentage. This is the
Yes.
strain name. This is the, and I was like, wait a minute. You can like specifically, like, I knew that there were strains, but the ability to fine tune and to find out what you liked and to keep a journal and to learn about all of this. That's why I'm super excited to follow Tim on your journey of the cannabis oil.
Yes,
CBD.
that's gonna
I'd
be
like,
really interesting to see your optimal like potential and like what you can get to both like in all
Yeah.
the different states of like emotional, mental, like physical, like because it affects everything. Like cannabis helps and like the various cannabinoids, they help you reach like a homeostasis. So if you're trying to get to your optimal potential, I definitely think that you're on the right path.
Well, I keep talking about that I'm on my way to optimizing, and it would be foolish with me based on what I know, and I'm a skeptic by nature. So I talking to people like yourself and other people talk like I need to hear the science. I need to hear it from multiple people, like independent sources. You know, so and I think I have a healthy skepticism because I have
That's good.
managed to
Absolutely.
break through, you know, what used to be I used to preach against it, and now I'm at least advocating for it. So
Right.
but that's based on, you know, it's based on personal experience. I came across somebody for the first time that I knew smoked and was functioning.
was very open about
And I was like, oh, wait a minute, it's possible to have. So that was the first
Yes.
thing of going, I see somebody now who's actually functioning as a human being, and because I never thought that was possible with weed.
Yes.
And now the more
Like
we've
you
gone
said,
on
the
this
perception.
going along this journey and knowing that, you know, people from all walks of life, you know, are, you know, in all industries are smoking it and consuming it in some way, but they were forced not to tell it. So you just assumed nobody in your community did, when really that wasn't ever necessarily the case. So I'm learning a lot, and but it is the education that is doing that. It's not just someone saying, it's not just a rebellious thing of someone saying, hey, you know, try weed. Okay. I'm moving forward because of being educated. And I think that's what's going to help the other newbies who are watching this show and listening to it.
Yeah.
To sit there, you know,
Yeah,
have
if
the
I-
skepticism, but listen to the actual science.
if I would have came to you and been like, here, smoke this, it's fun, you probably wouldn't have smoked it.
Yeah.
Never would have.
No.
Same
No, I-
idea with my parents. Yeah, you had to give them like a lot of information, scientific proof. Like, you know, I mean, at the time, like the majority of the studies, and like even still, the medical hub for cannabis in the world is in Israel. So I was just researching all I
Really?
possibly could on it and having to bring them like information. Like they wanted like facts and like they didn't want to watch it, but they did need the information of it. So being able to just have it in conversation or like slip it in during dinner or like, you know, did you know? And like, and then, you know, little by little, they're like, oh, okay, like that's interesting, or oh, that's a valid fact. Okay, fair.
Was there hesitancy based on just who they were as human beings, or is that hesitancy also in the Muslim faith as it would be in the Christian faith?
Oh no, it was definitely in the Muslim, like in the Muslim faith, like we're not we're not supposed to be taking anything that alters your state of consciousness or your state of mind.
Right. That would be very connected to what I believe.
Yeah. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't practice anymore. I'm very much opposed to that belief. I believe that like we use a certain percentage of our brain as humans, and we have the ability to completely expand our consciousness and the amount of brain power that we use with using cannabis, various psychedelics, plant medicines, etc. And it's been proven scientifically. And just like with mushrooms alone, it's been proven how much that can change our form of thinking, our perception of the world, our emotional state. And the fact that like religions like really banned that was kind of, you know, that was a big like no for me. Like, okay, that doesn't really make sense. And you know, they can't answer the questions about it then. So it's like, okay, well, if you guys don't know why you believe in what you believe in, I'm not really sure I believe in this. So I'm gonna just find my own information and kind of go along that way. Like, I definitely believe in spirituality and like the, you know, ability to manifest and change your life and, you know, use positive things. And there's definitely a lot of teachings in religions that are very useful, but there are aspects of it that make me a little hesitant to be able to follow through with that.
With your parents surpassing you in becoming bigger potheads, as you had said earlier, are they still practicing Muslims? Like, is that something? Do they blend their faith and cannabis together, or are they also taken?
They try. I mean, they've definitely they've separated themselves a lot from it, from what it used to be, because they were like very devout at one point, and now that's drastically changed. Like, they would still consider themselves Muslim, but they maybe just like not practicing like often or very active in the community or culture. There's still like lots of things that they won't do. Like, they don't eat pork. There's just like their own belief, and like they believe that, you know, out of all the animals, there's just that may be the most unhygienic one for them. So they're just not about it in that sense, but they're open to information and like understanding. Like, they can back up why they're doing what they're doing by not just saying, well, it's against my faith. Okay, but like, why? Why is it against your faith? Like, is there a reason? Is there a logical reason as to why this is banned? So, you know, we're human beings. We're here to experience things. So if there's bans as to why we cannot experience something, for me personally, I believe there needs to be some form of logical reason, or like, and like something that makes sense behind it. Like, not just because like, well, one person told me I'm not allowed to eat shrimp, so I'm never allowed to eat shrimp, and no one else is allowed to eat shrimp, and that's just the rule, and that's it. Okay, but why? Like, that makes no sense. You know, if you can come up with a reason behind it, like my parents, like, you know, they told me like, this is the reason why I believe this, so I don't eat pork because of this, this, and this. Valid. Okay, cool. Like, that's a super, that makes sense. That's a reason that's logical for me. And you know, they didn't feel that way with cannabis, and that's why they consume it. And so they just kind of go with what flows for them.
Well, I think that's another issue that I think everybody's struggling with in our culture, is that people are afraid to ask why. Sometimes it's due to, sometimes in religious circles in particular, there's a lot of pressure to don't ask questions. You know, God, the power, whatever said this, so it is. Don't ask why, it is. But then there's also a societal pressure to never want to look like you don't know the answer, you know, and so people are afraid to ask why, right? And so both of those are issues. But the why is what's taking this newbie from a place of preaching completely against it, wanting to have nothing to do with it, to wanting to now understand it and possibly include it and advocate for it. But it's because people are answering the why question. So that's it's a huge part of this process. And so it's great, you know, with you focusing on education like that. It's so needed.
Thank you.
So I have a question from an educator to an educator, because I've heard through the grapevine that we all know CBD. CBD has its benefits, but there is an argument that CBD alone is not as good as CBD and THC, the whole thing together. You agree?
I do. Okay. There's been a lot of information, and I'm still doing a lot of research. Like, I'll be the first one to tell you that I don't know every single thing about cannabis, and I'm consistently learning every day. So there's constantly new information coming out. However, some of the information that has come out talks about how CBD alone does not activate the endocannabinoid system, and in fact goes through the liver. Whereas when you use like CBD with at least 1 milligram of like THC, or at least, you know, a little bit of it, you're then able to activate the endocannabinoid system, and the CBD is able to better attach to the receptors, and therefore you actually get more out of the CBD versus if you were to just use CBD alone, whereas the majority of it at that point, they say, would be wasted.
That's what I thought.
So putting CBD oil alone in my smoothie.
See, and this is why I brought it up.
Yeah. So there's no health benefits at that point, or
so it depends. The CBD, Is the CBD a full spectrum? Like, does it have at least
I haven't even
1%
looked
of
into that
other-
yet.
We haven't picked any up yet, but what I was going to suggest to Timmy to use would be a 1-to-1 equivalent.
I agree. I definitely think a 1-to-1 would be good. Even a 2-to-1 CBD to THC could be very useful as well if you're looking for more of the benefits of CBD with less THC. A lot of people are scared of THC, but when you're using it in such a tiny, tiny dosage just to activate the endocannabinoid system, you don't get a huge high from it. There's no real issue that comes with it. It's mainly you just get to use the majority of the benefits of the CBD that you're trying to activate. So I know that there could be a little bit of a fear that like, oh my God, am I going to be high throughout my day because I'm using it in my smoothie? No, you're not. If you're consuming it at such a low dosage, the CBD also helps to counteract the effects of THC. So when you're using CBD in a very high dosage and THC in a very, very, very low dosage, CBD actually tends to take over and doesn't allow the THC to do that much in terms of like intoxicating.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing to know, because if you're ever feeling a little too high and you have some CBD kicking around, you can take a little bit of that and bring yourself down.
Also, if you chew on peppercorn, if you're ever really high, you can
Yeah,
chew
that was
on
that was one of the first things she ever told me about.
Yeah.
That was
The caryophyllene.
Yeah, beta
Caryophyllene. Yes.
Yeah, I can never say these.
I'm the
words either. Oh my
same.
God.
I say both just to make sure.
So
Just in case.
obviously,
good plan. I'm gonna do that.
obviously everybody responds differently. I've been learning that too, like different strain, different percentages, different balance points, all those things. But when you say, okay, so let's just throw this out there. We're not going to claim that we're like perfect experts in this, but when you throw out, say you need, like a milligram of THC to kind of begin to activate, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
What point, where does THC, from somebody who still has some hesitancy towards THC, at what point does the THC level start to cross that line of no longer just being an activator, but being...
That's the fun part, right?
It's interesting because you
gotta
that
find that
definitely
out.
changes. But for the majority of people, I would say approximately 2.5 milligrams and up is where you would start with that. You have to remember, when you're even talking about CBD alone or CBD from hemp, it still has 0.2 or 0.3% depending, based on Europe and Canada. We have different.
So it's never
percentages.
100%
It's
pure.
never 100. There's always
Right.
at least like 0.2 or so there's a very, very minuscule amount. So they don't even technically consider it. It's it's at that point considered just hemp.
Right.
It's like 0.2 or 0.3. But if you're just trying to activate, that's why I'm saying like 1 milligram, because like you're not hitting a point where it's going to affect like and give you a high. It's just enough pretty much to just activate your system.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, see, I always suggest, I'm like, well, you can take 2 drops today, see how you feel. Take
Exactly.
4 drops tomorrow,
Start
see how you
low and
feel.
go slow. That's
You know,
what I
you
would
might get-
recommend with anything.
Excuse me, you might get to 10 drops and go, okay, it's a little bit too much. I feel a little, and then you go back to 8 drops and it's
Exactly.
good. Like it is personal. So,
Well, the good news in that formula, in that testing way, is I eat the same breakfast every morning. I don't ever get bored of it, but I also have, I've done a lot of work into knowing what I'm eating in the morning. It gives me a good base for the day. So this sort of system works because if I stick on the same plan that I do, I have my same morning routine in terms of my exercise programs, sleep habits, and diet. It's a great way, because sometimes it's so hard to go, wait, which factor affected it, right?
Right.
But if I already have this very regular routine, that's a great way to know, because it's not going to be like, oh, well, I used too many blueberries as well, so maybe that threw it off. I already have a pretty structured thing, so I think that's
amazing. That's the most
great,
convenient way to experiment with it.
Okay, so maybe we should document that. Maybe that should be like a little bit of a journey adding to my thing here.
well, I think
That's a great
because
idea. I would totally follow that.
you just started your health. He just started on the first, a health journey where he's doing
A re-health journey.
yeah, you're reeing up on it.
I'm up and up.
Yeah. So what is it? 10,000 steps a day. Doing your yoga, eating your breakfast, like doing all these things. I'd like you to get at least 3 months, 4 months of doing just that. and get your body into a rhythm. Because if you take this CBD oil now, you might attribute your reaction to working this past 20 days or whatever.
That's very accurate, yes.
Right? As to, hey, the CBD worked great, but you just worked for 20 days.
Right.
But it also
So
helps you to get through that. I mean, just with
it
the
could too, yeah.
regeneration and stuff, when you're done working out, I mean, CBD has been proven to be so helpful on the path of like restructuring your muscles and helping you kind of get back into feeling
Okay.
comfortable after working out. And if you're going to be increasing your steps and increasing your amount of movement, I definitely feel like this is the most perfect time for you to
Yeah.
start this journey.
So yeah, you could do it either.
Well, I'm on a 6-week plan where I have certain non-negotiables that I got to hit in terms of markers, and I'm trying to reset some stuff some gains that I had made when I got lazy last year for about 7 months. So I'm trying to get back to that, so some of the gains that I did lose. So I had gains and I lost them.
I think I like gains.
No. So I'm trying to. So I'm taking 6 weeks where I've cut out, no refined sugars, no breads, no pastas. I'm on a calorie deficit, but I'm getting certain exercise levels up. All of that stuff is going on.
Right.
So I think the balance to what you guys have been saying here for me would be, okay, let me finish my 6 weeks, which I believe I can kind of. I've already seen me starting to get back to a lot of heart rate metrics and weight metrics that I wanted to be at.
Through that.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow's 3 weeks of the 6. So I'll stick to this plan for 3 more weeks, and then I will invite people in, and you will be one of the first to know. I'll invite people into my adding CBD at different doses and try to see how that helps going forward.
Well,
so
that gives us 3 weeks to research
so
which
3 weeks to
CBD
figure out what we want to do.
we're
with
going
that.
to choose, because I mean, there's
All
so
right.
many differences out there.
There's
Right.
a lot of information, and at some point you can message me and we can talk about
For sure.
different things that may work for you, because that's definitely one of the other things that I help people with, is like their dosing and the different products that are out there, and like kind of helping them pick what they need based on what their goals are. So
That's awesome. So let's take a few minutes, because we really appreciate you being on here. I mean, we enjoyed being on your podcast show as well, and we're after that we were like, oh, we definitely have to have Tiara back onto ours. You were so enjoyable to talk to, and hopefully we can meet in person and hang out at some point as well.
absolutely.
But take a moment here to just take a few moments to focus on what it is that you do, as you started to slowly touch on that. What is your hope and your purpose for Cannabis Education Canada? What are you trying to accomplish, and what do you hope that our listeners and viewers, what would they be looking for when they're coming to look at you?
So we're all certified cannabis educators who are basically, our aim is to provide cannabis education internationally, so a consistent form of education where it's consistently growing as well, with information from around the world and in multiple languages, because that's one of the barriers that we find with other cannabis courses. They're only in English, and they're not available to people around the world who are looking for the same bits of information. So our goal is to be able to help people from the average consumer to healthcare practitioners. We have courses of all types that are going to be launching, and in multiple languages, like I said. So yes, if you're interested in really just getting a basic information on your system, on how it helps you, for people who are suffering from menopause and want to learn how that can help mitigate different symptoms and issues, then this is definitely the site for you, and we're hoping that we could help serve you very soon.
It sounds like for me, my heart really is for newbies who are where I was. So this sounds like something that's like, because I keep trying to really kind of drive this home, is like, if you're the newbie, and maybe you're not even where I'm at, but but you have kids that consume, or parents that consume, and I mean, this is the type of place, is like to be educated. Like, I'm assuming, like, it sounds like you have some very kind of bottom level basic thing of saying, here's what you need to know.
Yes.
To really understand the plant and what's happening.
Yeah, basic idea of terpenes, endocannabinoid system, how cannabis is not a drug. It's a plant, and it's extremely beneficial, and there are so many ways as to why it's beneficial, and we would love to teach you how.
So awesome. Where can they find you? We're going to have the links below for everybody who's watching and listening in podcast form and on YouTube. But take a moment now, Tiara, to kind of just point out how people can best get a hold of you.
Awesome. So you can contact me on my website, www.cannabiseducationcanada.com. There's an email available that's attached there in the Contact Us section, or you could also find us on Instagram at CannabisEducationCA. My personal one is at Tiara Sealet. If you have any questions or concerns, you can just contact me, DM me, and I'd be happy to help.
That's so awesome. Any final words, babe?
No, I got nothing.
I got nothing. It was an absolute pleasure. We went. I think we actually transitioned very nicely from cats and
To
sharing our love
cannabis.
for cats right to there, because that cannabinoid system created that perfect bridge, and realizing that hey, it's clearly within the realm of nature.
It's more than just weed.
It's more than just weed.
More than just weed. I love it.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
guys.
much,
It was a
Tiara,
pleasure
for
you having me.
joining us.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it was absolute pleasure. So follow Tiara Sealet.
I just want to say I love. Oh, maybe I do have something. I love the name. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it earlier at the beginning. Tiara Sealet is like almost like this fancy stiletto, like a stilet, you know, like a shoe and a tiara with like a little crown. Yeah.
Yeah, you sound
I
very,
love
very
it.
fancy.
My new logo. A crown on top of a stiletto.
Yes.
Well,
I might draw that up.
I do hope that everybody will connect with you. Like I said, we've had an absolute pleasure chatting with you before, and it was no different this time. So thanks so much for joining us today.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.